The end of the sword is at hand. A lone warrior sits atop a rocky precipice, his massive sword resting beside him. Before his master passed away, this sword and the testament were left to him. He swung the sword for over 100 years. The warrior gazes up at the jagged rocks above. The warrior sits on the edge of the cliff, his sword beside him. He thinks to himself, I reached the end of the sword, but... The warrior looks down at the cliff below. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. He coughs, ugh dash. In the face of approaching death, the warrior reflects. Everything was futile. His bandaged hand clenches into a fist. I regret. A long, dark void stretches before him. The warrior sits on the cliff, living obsessed. With the sword, a somber thought echoes. If only he could have lived an ordinary life. A close-up reveals a warrior, weary and worn, his gaze distant. A man's face, etched with a hint of surprise, wonders aloud. What? The warrior's face contorts in anger, as if responding to the previous thought. Speaking of being ordinary, the man's expression hardens as he declares, the child of a woman who ruined our clan. You should consider it a blessing that you weren't driven out. The warrior lies defeated on the ground, rain beginning to fall. The prestigious house of poison and hidden weapon arts, Sichuan's Tang family. A distant view of the Tang family estate, nestled amongst towering cliffs. The Tang family estate has fallen, consumed by flames. One of the new powers of Murim brought down the Tang family. The order of its 9 sects. Heaven's brilliance, Demon Lord, Yun Junghyuk. If his proposals were refused, if Yun Junghyuk took a fancy to a woman, he would propose that she marry him. And if ignored or refused, he would take her by force. Such eccentricities of Yun Junghyuk extended to the Sichuan Tang family. The poison phoenix, Tang Jiahai, was targeted. Facing heaven's brilliance, the demon lord came to take Tang Jiahai. The Sichuan Tang family fought with all their might and won. But as a result of pouring all their resources, the battlefield was littered with bodies and burning buildings, a testament to a desperate struggle. The flames danced hungrily, consuming what remained of the Tang family's once imposing stronghold. The Sichuan Tang family walked the path of downfall, their legacy crumbling with each passing moment. The very foundations of their ancestral home seemed to groan under the weight of their impending doom. A face contorted in anguish, a silent scream trapped within the confines of a broken heart. Tang Jianzhou stood over Yang Maiying, who had collapsed to his knees. Munchan and Tang Yungryong watched with concern. How can you collapse now? Tang Jianzhou demanded. There's still a long way to go. A face, etched with pain and defiance, glared back at the unseen enemy. What will your glaring do? The clash of steel echoed through the ravaged halls as the Tang family fought amongst themselves, their unity shattered by despair. If you feel wronged, blame your mother. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the moonlit sky, her words a haunting echo of a life lived under a dark cloud. This is my daily life. The weight of the world, the burden of resentment, reached him as well, shaping his destiny with cruel hands. A voice called out, laced with worry. Son, why are you so late? Yang Maiying's mother, Poison Phoenix Tang Jiahai, stood in the doorway, her expression etched with concern. Why is your face like that? Did something happen? He laughs, trying to brush off whatever just happened. It's nothing, he insists. Tang Jianzhou watches him cough up blood. Lies, were the kids bullying you? He demands. Yang Myung waves off the concern. Ah no, I fell on my own while playing with friends. Tang Yungryong looks at him with worry. What if you scar your face? She asks concerned. Yang Myung promises, I'll be more careful next time. Yang Myung reassures her. So, you don't have to worry. Yang Myung turns and walks away. Tang Jianzhou asks, Son, have you eaten? Yang Myung replies, Sorry, I don't have an appetite. I'll rest a bit. Yang Myung lies in bed, staring up at the ceiling. He thinks to himself, I know it's not your fault, mother, but there's no one I can complain to. A voice echoes, raising my voice only brings retaliation. A grim scene unfolds. A body lies on the floor, surrounded by spilled liquid. A voice whispers, Father went the same way. Back in bed, Yang Myung wonders, even if we leave the Tang family, who would protect us, mother and son? He wondered if things would have been different if his father were there. An unseen blow strikes Tang Yamyang. Tang Jianzhou tells someone to stop exaggerating. Tang Yungryong says not to be a drama queen, it's just the beginning. Yun Junghyuk attacks. Tang Jianzhou reacts to the attack. Yun Junghyuk attacks again. Tang Jianzhou tells someone it's too much and to leave it be. A box of needles is shown, and a voice says they prepared hard to play with Yamyang. Tang Jianzhou says not to wear him out before they even start. Tang Yungryong asks what it is this time. Tang Yungryong says that since they're going to participate in the upcoming clan leader competition, shouldn't they test the poison they'll use then? Tang Yanmyung grits his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. His face contorts in agony, sweat beading on his brow as he fights to remain conscious. A wrong needle could cripple him, the risk hanging heavy in the air. Tang Jianzhou, holding him firmly, tells Yanmyung to be thankful. Tang Yungryong assures him that she wouldn't kill him. As long as the effect of the poison is confirmed, he'll be given the antidote, Yanmyung is told. Tang Yungryong, her expression fierce, commands him not to die. A needle pierces the skin, injecting its contents. Yanmyung's eye reflects the scene, his resolve unwavering despite the torment. He must endure it. How long does he have to endure? Weakened, Yan Myung lies on the ground, rain beginning to fall. He lies on the ground, rain plastering his light blonde hair to his face. The cold seeps into his bones as he stares up at the stormy sky. It would be so much easier, he thinks, if he were stronger. Then who? A vision of a woman with her hair in a bun appears in his mind. Who would protect his mother? If only he hadn't been born so weak. If he could have stood up to those guys. He just wants to become strong enough to protect his mother and himself. His red-rimmed eyes clench shut as he grits his teeth, a silent vow forming in his heart. I want to live a normal life. A surge of energy crackles around him, unseen but palpable. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a tangible force. He remains prone, the energy swirling around him like a protective shroud. Raising his head slightly, Tang Yanmyung stares forward, a flicker of confusion in his bloodshot eyes. A disembodied voice echoes a question. A sword? A blade of pure, crackling energy stands upright, humming with latent power. A figure shrouded in shadow peers at the sword, questioning its sudden appearance. Since when has that been there? Kneeling, Tang Yungryong gazes up at the glowing sword, a sense of unease washing over her. Strange, I'm sure I've never seen that sword before. The voice continues, a hint of familiarity creeping into its tone, but it doesn't feel unfamiliar. As if a hand, clad in a dark glove, reaches out towards the radiant blade. Tang Yungryong's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on her. It was mine. A close-up reveals eyes burning with an intense, almost feral light. A weathered warrior stands ready, the sword held firmly in his grasp, having trained with the sword for over 100 years. His feet carve swirling patterns into the earth, a dance of ancient power. A face contorts in fierce determination, purple energy blazing in his eyes. I reached it. The warrior unleashes a torrent of energy, embodying the ancient sword form. The sword's beginning unfolds as a burst of blue energy, its form vaguely reminiscent of a blade. The path of the sword materializes, a radiant white energy, tracing an unseen arc below. The swordsman's face is partially visible, his expression unreadable. Muscles tense, the swordsman's jaw tightens, a silent promise etched onto his face. The sword's energy shifts, now a fiery orange, cutting through the air with unseen force. Blinding white energy explodes outward, the sword's power reaching its zenith. The ultimate sword technique is unleashed, a figure silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling blue energy. The swordsman's face is etched with a grim determination. He thinks, all of these were to achieve one thing. The sword's power manifests as towering pillars of orange light, radiating immense heat. The lines of the sword shimmer, a web of white energy connecting all points in space. Doubt clouds the swordsman's face. He wonders, did I draw? Standing amidst shattered stone, the swordsman grips his blade, a faint blue glow emanating from its edge. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shadowed with despair. But the end is so futile. Even having reached the end of the sword, he finds no resolution. He cannot stop the approaching death, and regret overwhelms him. If he could live a second life, he wants to live. In this life too, he's remembered everything. In this life too, he's remembered everything. He's remembered everything. He is a sword master in his past life. And the current life's Tang Yanmyong. A blinding light pierces the darkness. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The light grows, consuming everything in its path. The world is swallowed by the radiant glow. The light continues to burn, an unstoppable force. A voice echoes, declaring, from now on. The light intensifies, reaching a fever pitch. A voice whispers, live a normal life. Meanwhile, sunlight filters through the leaves, dappling the tiled roofs of a traditional Korean home. He stands in the courtyard as his mother asks, where do you think you're going after coming in so injured yesterday? Yamyung replies, don't worry, mother. Nothing you worry about will happen. He smiles, adding, then, I'll be back. The wind rustles through the trees as they wait. The sky is a clear blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Leaning against a tree, Yun Junghyuk remarks, well, we did beat him up quite badly. Tang Jianjil responds, if he doesn't want his mom to see him in a sorry state, he'll show up, right? He adds, still, the kid's got guts. Yun Junghyuk smirks, his hands behind his head. Well, it doesn't matter. If he shows up, we'll beat him up thoroughly. Yun Junghyuk adds, and mock him. Tang Yungryong walks along the cracked earth, her expression unreadable. She says, you're really late. Moonshan, leaning against a tree, says, I thought you weren't going to show up and got worried. The group continues to wait. Tang Yungryong calls out, hey Yamyong, here, hurry up. Tang Yungryong looks expectantly down the path. She notes that Yungryong must have had a hard time. Tang Jianjil asks how Tang Yungryong looks unharmed. Moonshan replies that just that much won't hurt him. Yun Junghyuk asks what yesterday is saying. Tang Jianjil thinks that it's just that much, isn't it? He then suggests that Tang Yungryong may need a hot compress. Tang Jianjil pauses. Tang Yungryong is shown. Tang Yungryong asks what the occasion is. She then says that Yan Myung is calling them by their names today. Yun Junghyuk asks if someone wants to die. He then asks if yesterday's poison wasn't enough and if they should double the dose today. Tang Jianzhou asks why someone isn't paying attention to the person in front of them. A devastating blow lands with incredible force. A face contorts in a silent scream of shock. Jianzhou is sent crashing to the ground. The attacker strides forward, an aura of power surrounding them. The force of the blow shatters the ground beneath Jianzhou. The observers' eyes widen in disbelief. Jianzhou got knocked down in one hit. One of the observers wonders, he was supposed to be untrained in martial arts. So how did this happen? Another observer exclaims, what you guys can do, there's no reason I can't. A figure states with determination, you said you're participating in the clan leader competition, right? The attacker continues to advance, thinking, you're going to enter with this extent of skills? Jianzhou, still reeling from the blow, thinks, what the? This guy? He seems like a completely different person overnight. Tang Munshan is told to calm down as he observes the scene. It seems Tang Jianzhou was caught off guard. They've trained for years for the competition and won't lose to someone like him. Energy surges, crackling with power. Tang Yongryong declares that the opponent should come out after facing her skills. A close-up reveals hands clenched in anticipation. Tang Jianzhou wonders if the level of the participants is like this. Tang Yongryong stands ready. A masked figure stands poised for battle. Tang Yongryong states that the competition for the clan leader is pretty much decided. A close-up shows hands, emphasizing the weight of the decision. The hidden poison hall stands as a testament to the clan's history. Originally, it was the place where the clan leader resided and where major family decisions were made. But since the leader's position has been vacant for a long time, it has now become the council room of the elders. An elder declares that since everyone is gathered, they should start the meeting, referring to the participants for this young clan leader. Tang Yongryong notes that this young clan leader competition seems to have been narrowed down, so they should make the final decision on the participation of Poison Phoenix's son, Tang Yanmyang. Tang Yongryong walks away as she mentions that Tang Yanmyang hasn't officially announced his participation yet. Two figures react with shock as one states that everyone knows he's been openly beaten by other children. He has shown no achievements so far, so there should be no objection to excluding him from the competition, right? Another figure questions if Tang Yanmyang is the blood of the previous clan leader. A man states that excluding him might question the legitimacy of the future competition. An elder listens, understanding what is being said. An elder states that even if he is of the previous leader's blood, now he is nothing but a burden to our family, right? Inside the council chamber, the elders watch with concern. Tang Yanmyang stands defiant, his name echoing in the air. An elder's face contorts in disbelief. Tang Yanmyang, you. Tang Yongryong confronts him. Do you understand what you are doing right now? The elders look on, their expressions unreadable. Tang Yanmyang remains silent, his figure silhouetted against the light. Tang Yongryong's grip tightens on the other person's hair. An elder's eyes widen in shock. Tang Yongryong responds to the elder, I am aware, thank you. But now, I'm not thinking of enduring anymore. A voice booms, to harm a child participating in the young clan leader competition like this. Another voice adds, don't you know it's a serious crime to harm a competitor? Tang Yanmyang replies, I'm well aware of our family rules, but... An elder questions, there's no problem with fights between competition participants, is there? Another elder exclaims, what is this kid saying? What Tang Yanmyang is saying now is being questioned. The elder asks if he really wants to participate in the young clan leader competition. Tang Yongryong asks if that is not enough. Someone suggests checking the open ground outside the main hall. A voice declares that they have just followed the family rule, repaying kindness twofold and revenge tenfold. The scene shifts to a view of the meeting hall. An unseen speaker states that Tang Yanmyang has proven his worth and wants to participate in the competition. Someone exclaims that Moonshan and Jianzhou used to be elders, and that this can't be. They accuse Tang Yanmyang of exploiting the exemption from serious crimes granted to competition participants. Another voice agrees, stating that regardless of legitimacy, it endangers other participants. A different elder says no, and that Tang Yanmyang should be allowed to participate in the competition. Two figures react with shock. One of them questions, the elder? A figure wonders why they should stop Tang Yanmyang if he comes out this confidently, and questions why they would block a legitimate and qualified child who is willing to participate. Tang Yongryong hopes Tang Yanmyang's confidence matches his skills. A voice warns that if he does not become the young clan leader, Tang Yongryong is warned that he will pay for what happened. A grand estate looms under a fiery sunset. Participating in the young clan leader competition? She stood before him, her expression unreadable. It was necessary, mother. Jaihai's tone was decisive, far from a mere whim. Yomyong, a name given with the meaning of surviving as long as possible. Jaihai regarded Tang Yongryong, her gaze intense. I thought you were still a child, but now I sense the presence of a great man. I won't ask how you learned your techniques, nor how you overpowered not one, but 3 children. Tang Yongryong's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. Just answer me one thing. Are you confident about the young clan leader competition? A smirk played on Tang Yongryong's lips. Who do you think I am? Tang Yongryong's voice resonated with dark resolve. I am the son of the poison. Tears welled in Tang Yongryong's eyes, reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She embraces Tang Yongryong, telling him that he has really grown up well and that she is so proud of him. He thinks to himself that his mother's embrace is warm and that he wants to continue protecting his ordinary life. A group of shadowy figures stand together, one declaring that anything that disturbs this life will be eliminated. A close-up of a man's face reveals his intent to eliminate them all. Eliminate. 1 month later. A woman asks if they should just leave it as is, noting that the young clan leader competition isn't child's play. Another man asks, don't you? And states that every moment is precious. The woman replies to let him be, that he must have his reasons, as they've seen. The man states that he's not a child who acts without a plan. Is he? The woman responds, definitely. A panel shows the words, his mentality, courage, and composure. Tang Jiaqui's attitude is unbelievable for a boy of his age. He is asked if he is worried, and it is stated that until now, he and the Dark King family have been protecting Yeonmyeong. Tang Youngryong expresses her gratitude, even taking care of him before the competition. She is really grateful to Jiaqui. By this point, the man with white hair admits that he too can't help but have expectations for Yeonmyeong. A question hangs in the air. Is it really okay for him to not train separately? The scene shifts to an interior, the details obscured by shadow. Tang Youngryong reflects on what she's been doing so far. Eating the clean meals prepared by mother, and getting plenty of sleep. And using internal methods to correct the twisted chi paths. Simply honing strength and skills is not necessary right now. For someone like her, who has awakened to her past life that reached the realm of Swordmaster, such things can be attempted at any time. However, right now, it is essential to fortify the vessel that contains that power, the body. At the tender age of just 12, the full body meridians and pathways aren't heavily blocked with impurities. A sharp intake of breath. As her level increases, naturally, a transformation, rebirth, will occur. Even then, the foundation of the body remains crucial. To maintain balance, she now needs to focus on getting the nutrition and rest necessary for physical growth, balancing the length of arms and legs. Tang Youngryong stands alone, contemplating her training. On the day of the competition, a figure observes the Dark King Hall, deeming it sufficient. Tang Youngryong says goodbye to her mother. Her mother tells her to take care of herself. Jai-hai speaks with another person, saying it was nice. Jiaqui replies, meeting her too, and then says, let's go. The two figures walk away together. Someone reflects on Long Riang, their son. A close-up of a character's face shows a determined expression. The character reflects that he has grown up so well, wishing someone could have seen him. A view of the Dark King Hall. A plate of rice cakes sits untouched. Tang Youngryong eats a rice cake, musing that the Dark King clan leader is away due to the competition proceedings. She thinks they still have about half an hour before the competition starts. Tang Youngryong wonders if Tang Yeonmyeong is the son of Poison Phoenix. A group of martial artists stands in formation. One asks who beat up Moonshan like that. One of the martial artists says that it's a false rumor, and that Tang Yeonmyeong couldn't even learn martial arts. He adds that Tang Yeonmyeong is participating in the same competition as them. Tang Youngryong eats another rice cake, thinking that the standard of the young clan leader competition has dropped. Tang Youngryong affirms that Tang Yeonmyeong is the one. Moonshan is lying on the ground, and someone asks if he is okay. One of the martial artists says that Tang Yeonmyeong suddenly used a hidden weapon. Another says, wait a moment. The martial artist exclaims that it's not a hidden weapon, but just a half-eaten rice cake. He wonders how throwing something like that can be so powerful. One of the martial artists says that it looks like they need to instill some discipline in Moonshan. Someone mentions that Moonshan and his group were beaten. A figure with a dark red ponytail walks away. The camera focuses on two figures, their expressions obscured. A woman with red hair declares that it doesn't matter and that she will experience it firsthand. Someone notes that even with a crippled arm, Moonshan didn't run away. A group is told that as competition participants, they won't run away, and they are ordered to attack altogether. The group rushes forward, intent on killing their target. A character's face is shown with intense focus, possibly preparing for a fight. Energy crackles as a character prepares to strike. Moonshan looks surprised, questioning if the attacker is a competition participant. Moonshan runs, wondering if something has happened. Moonshan, eyes wide, questions the commotion. He groans in pain, lying on the ground, surrounded by others. A figure asks if they have arrived. A woman with a high bun sits atop fallen figures, stating she was getting bored waiting. Moonshan, looking up, says not to misunderstand, stating they were the ones. He continues, asking those who started the trouble to go easy on him. A figure insists they can't just overlook this, Grand Elder. A voice wonders how there can be so many injuries just before the competition. A voice warns that if such a person becomes the young clan leader, worse things will surely happen. Grand Elder Tang Sukjung is shown, his hand to his chin. A voice suggests modifying one of the competition rules. An aerial view shows a large group of people gathered. One of the figures asks how the competition is conducted. The other explains that they undergo 2 to 3 years of training from the common mountain, then proceed to one-on-one duels. Having been asked, the figure responds. One of them heard that the competition details were confidential, so she asks how the other knew. The other figure explains that her father works at the general office, and she got a little tip from him. The figure states that information is crucial wherever you are, before demanding silence from everyone. Tang Jiaqui announces that he is the Dark King clan leader and will be overseeing this competition. He will now explain the order of the competition. The crowd cheers that it's leader Jiaqui, and that he is the youngest leader ever, so impressive. The competition lasts for 4 years, of which 3 years are for practice, including throwing skills. The first year is for finding a suitable practice method for each individual to conduct independently, including hidden weapon skills. For the next 2 years, under the guidance of assigned warriors, comprehensive training is conducted, including poison-making skills. After all the training is complete, the main competition begins. The form of the competition is a one-on-one duel, conducted as a goo poison match. Tang Sukjung stands, his expression grave as he considers the situation. A student looks on, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A group of students stand together, their faces a mixture of concern and apprehension. The words goo poison hang in the air. A jar filled with centipedes and other venomous creatures sits ominously, a visual representation of the deadly competition to come. Tang Sukjung explains that a goo poison match is a personal combat competition where participants fight until only one person remains. He adds that originally, they were supposed to select the young clan leader through one-on-one duels. But due to the unfortunate incidents, numerous dropouts occurred. A voice warns that if they continue as per the original rules, such incidents could repeat. Thus, the competition format has been changed to allow everyone to exert their full power. Tang Yungryong stands, her expression unreadable as shadows loom behind her. Tang Sukjung declares that all this is because of Tang Yanmiyang, emphasizing that this young clan leader position is vital for the future of the Tang family. He continues, stating that it's not a mere child's fight, but a noble ceremony where one risks their lives to challenge their limits. The students look on, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. A man's face fills the frame, his expression fierce, one eye glowing red. A declaration echoes, the victor will possess everything of the Sichuan Tang family. Tang Jianzhou stands with a stern expression. Beside him, Tang Munshan looks equally serious. Below them, Tang Yungryong is seen from a low angle. Tang Xiaoxian glares intensely. Below him, Tang Guklin smirks, a hint of malice in his eyes. Tang Yanmiyang stands tall, his gaze fixed on something beyond the panel. Tang Yungryong smiles confidently, stating that it doesn't seem hard at all. The meeting begins in the Sichuan province, Black Death Alliance territory, Dadamun. A voice expresses gratitude for everyone gathering. The location is revealed to be the Sword Sect main camp meeting room. A man acknowledges that everyone is busy with their own affairs, but asks them to listen to what he has to say. The man states that they are aware of the scheme the Tang family has been plotting recently. He asks if they are referring to the young clan leader competition. The speaker confirms that according to their spies, the Tang family declared the competition a few days ago. He adds that they are leaving them be for now because they still have some use. The speaker continues, stating that the children of the Tang family with the potential to become the young clan leader have left in carriages. He adds that the current state of the Tang family is such that their leader could eliminate them anytime if he wishes. The Black Death Alliance leader, Yu Giljun, is revealed. The man states that it's clear as day that those children are the future of the Tang family. A woman says that if anything goes wrong, it would deal an irreversible blow to the Tang family. She adds that the words of the elder of the Dark Moon Sword sect are indeed true. A man states that although they have declined, the Tang family remains an entity they must be wary of. The speaker asks when they should act, but then states that for now, they will do nothing. The meeting continues. The woman with the sleek bob asked if that wouldn't truly deliver a significant blow to the Tang family. The Tang family's young clan leader competition runs for a total of 4 years. Imagine if, after all that effort, all their carefully nurtured children were to die at the climax of the competition. That would indeed be a fatal blow, like the Jiggle family or the Moyan family. From Yodong, antagonist McKean who stated exactly. For now, let's just track where the carriage is heading and make our move after 4 years. The tracking has already been arranged, and not only that. I've also planted a small seed. Maybe the Tang family will fall entirely into our hands. Common Mountain, Sichuan Tang Family Young Clan Leader Competition Venue. Although the competition rules have changed, the schedule and procedures remain the same. Each group consists of 4, and you are group 7. Therefore, number 27, Tang Aijin. Number 26, Tang Mirio. Tang Yuri notices that someone is missing from their group. She wonders where number 28 is. Someone scolds her for lagging behind. She apologizes, explaining that she was just thinking for a moment. The leader of the group tells her that there's no time for idle thoughts and to make sure not to fall behind. Someone wonders if the leader senses the person tailing them. A presence is felt from behind. It doesn't seem like a passing commoner or an escort from the Tang family. The group has been tailed. Someone asks if this is the place. Someone says there's nothing here. A voice commands group 7 to give the password. The group looks up, surprised. Someone asks if the cliff is speaking. The password is confirmed, Poison King of Hidden Poison. A barrier opens. The group reacts in surprise. A fan opens with a flourish, revealing the start of a new chapter. A symbol appears, hinting at the power and mystery to come. A man stands before a glowing barrier, holding a fan with an air of authority. Jiggle Changshin introduces himself, stating, "My name is Jiggle Changshin. I'm here to assist in your..." A scene of destruction unfolds, depicting the fall of one of the 5 great families, like the Sichuan Tang family. A master of formations has fallen due to the invasion of Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, but the Tang family's support allowed the Jiggle family to barely survive. A path lined with cherry blossoms suggests a journey, as a voice declares, "In return, we prevent." Jiggle Changshan stands with a group, promising to prevent external forces from intruding in this competition. The Jiggle family will assist the proceedings through their formations. 2 figures discuss the Jiggle family's formation technique, with one exclaiming, "You can't." A figure stands before a glowing sphere, pondering whether it's possible to tell the season or space. Tang Aijin observes Tang Yanmiyang, noting that he's not concentrating at all in any of these. Thinking back, he was like that in the carriage too. When they arrive, they'll be moving together for 3 years. The group stands in a hallway. One of the girls asks, "How about you introduce yourselves first?" Tang Yuri asks, "Why you're Tang Yanmiyang, right?" Tang Yuri continues, "I'm Tang Yuri. I've heard a lot about you. No one who came for the competition doesn't know about the fight you had that day." Tang Aijin says, "Aijin, nice to meet you. You're quite famous, you know." Tang Aijin adds, "You're the one who left Tang Yungryong in that state, right? You've got some nerve. You know his great-grandfather is one of the 3 elders, right?" Tang Yuri says, "You might be safe during the 4 years of the competition, but what are you trying to say? Is it my responsibility now because it turned into a goo poison match?" Tang Yuri continues, "It was surprising the rules changed, but I'm not looking to blame." Tang Aijin says, "To argue about it though? Well, whatever has happened, now we're in the same group." Tang Aijin continues, "No, I want to argue about it. Look at that expression. Is that the face of someone who's caused inconvenience?" Tang Yuri asks, "What? Are you mocking me?" Tang Yuri exclaims, "I really want the others might have let you off easy, but not me. I prepared so much for today." She grits her teeth, her eyes narrowed. If this guy causes another problem, Tang Yuri won't let it slide. Tang Yanmiyang raises his hands, palms up. "Oh well." Tang Aijin observes that Instructor Jiggle seems to have disappeared. He was right in front of us a moment ago, but he vanished. Tang Aijin's eyes widen in disbelief. "Where did he go?" Tang Yanmiyang explains that getting lost in the formation could trap them in a spatial rift. Tang Aijin exclaims, "No way, could Instructor Jiggle himself get caught in his own formation?" She pauses, then asks, "More importantly, what about us? How do we get out from here?" Tang Aijin wonders if they stay put, someone will come to rescue them. She then asks if they are trapped here without being able to move. Tang Aijin wonders if there is anyone here who knows about formations. She then questions what someone is doing and why he is so relaxed. Tang Yanmiyang states that by now, they must be panicking inside the formation. He identifies it as the Jiggle family's 7 Locks Phantom Dome formation. Jiggle Changshin states that without the casters, there's no escaping. Tang Yanmiyang thinks to himself that the Tang family's elders would be so petty. Tang Xiaoxian states that they are holding an entire group just because of one kid. Tang Xiaoxian thinks that if they eliminate number 28, they will double the support to the Jiggle family. Tang Xiaoxian wonders how they could ignore such a promise, adding that the competition being unfair only harms the Sichuan Tang family. Tang Xiaoxian believes that their Jiggle family only stands to gain, and a strange noise is coming from the formation. The group stands together, surrounded by the blue energy of the formation. Tang Xiaoxian screams in terror. Tang Xiaoxian exclaims in disbelief, wondering how this is happening. He mentions Instructor Jiggle and wonders what will happen if he leaves them behind. Tang Xiaoxian notes that their steps don't match yet because they're still inexperienced, so they need to be careful. Tang Xiaoxian realizes he made a mistake, wondering how Jiggle Changshin appeared where he was. Tang Yungryong asks Youmyong how he did that just now, and Tang Aijin replies that he cut it. A character asks if they cut the formation, wondering what they are talking about. They add that it is not the time to worry about such things, and that they were lucky to find Instructor Jiggle. Tang Yungryong says that they should not lose him again and follow properly this time. A strange energy swirls, the air crackling with unseen power. Panic grips the group. He disappeared again. One of them shrieks, her eyes wide with fear. A grim expression settles on a face. "See this?" Frustration boils over. Damn it. The voice is laced with anger, a member of the Jiggle family lamenting having to flee within the formation. A disembodied voice observes, "But that kid's eyes, they were the kind that simple tricks couldn't fool." A figure stands amidst swirling energy, a question hanging in the air. How can a child barely 12 years old exhibit such a spirit? A glowing exit shimmers into existence. Found it. This is the exit leading to the training grounds. Panting, the figure struggles to catch their breath. The panting continues, echoing through the forest. Kneeling, the figure gathers their strength. This should be enough. Looking down, the figure mutters, whatever method he used, he shouldn't be able to reach here. A close-up reveals a face etched with determination and a hint of worry. The warrior, Tang Wenjin, Group 7's supervising officer, stands firm. He thinks to himself, "You don't look." Tang Wenjin's expression darkens as he is told, and the participants of Group 7 are nowhere to be seen. A man with a neatly trimmed beard responds, "What happened?" "Ah well, stay calm. I've prepared for this kind of questioning." The bearded man continues, "It seems Group 7 won't be participating in the competition." Tang Wenjin asks, "What do you mean? I've waited for a long time, but the participants didn't show up." The bearded man suggests, "They might have been attacked by bandits or wild animals in the area." The man with the beard says, "Sadly, accidents happen without warning. It seems we'll have to proceed without Group 7. The bearded man's eyes widen, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. Tang Wenjin's face contorts in a sudden realization. Tang Wenjin's eyes widen in horror. "This can't be. The formation." The bearded man exclaims, "Is there an intruder?" Another voice calls out, "Ah no, sir. Wait, let me check first." A blade shatters through a protective barrier. He is blasted by a surge of blue energy as the barrier shatters around him. Tang Wenjin realizes with growing horror that it's broken. Through the shattered remains of the barrier, a figure emerges amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. Tang Wenjin wonders how the Seven Locks Phantom Dome formation could have broken so easily. The intruder's hand is seen piercing through the last fragments of the barrier, one of the Jeagle family's supreme formations. Tang Wenjin's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he stares at the impossible sight. A sinister grin spreads across the intruder's face, a chilling promise of what's to come. The intruder's red eyes gleam with malevolent intent, a predator emerging from the shadows. Tang Wenjin's expression is one of deep worry, a sense of foreboding washing over him. One of the Tang family members exclaims in disbelief, "What in the world?" The Tang family members are astonished by the skill. One wonders how it was possible to break the formation with a short sword. Tang Yongryong states that she didn't break the formation, but only created a gap. She urges the others to hurry up and leave, as it will close soon. The Tang family members question if they are participants of the 7th group. Tang Xiaoxian remains silent, contemplating the skill. The Tang family members ask who Tang Yongryong is. Tang Xiaoxian says he was worried they were attacked like Instructor Jeagle said. Tang Xiaoxian is relieved that they were not attacked. He then asks if they were attacked. Tang Yongryong smiles, saying that they misunderstood them for being lost, but thanks them for marking the entrance. The Tang family members note that there's a Tang of the formation, and they could easily find their way here. They question why Tang Yongryong is lying, and speculate that there must be a reason. Tang Xiaoxian thinks that Tang Yongryong seems to be under the Tang family's orders. Tang Xiaoxian decides to let it be for now, since it's just suspicion. But after the competition, if it's revealed that he collaborated with the elders, he vows to root out the entire Jeagle clan. There was a bit of noise, but welcome for coming safely. The part where your escort was lacking, I apologize on their behalf. Tang Wenjin introduces himself, stating, "Nice to meet you. I am Tang Wenjin, a member of Bangui Brigade, responsible for your training during the competition period." The Bangui Brigade? He heard it disappeared years ago. The Bangui Brigade, a direct military force under the former young clan leader of the Tang family. Then, Tang Yanmyung asks, "But why are you not in the Tang family?" A voice whispers, "You didn't even see him once." Years ago, they fought a desperate battle to protect their master. The young clan leader, Poison Phoenix, fought against Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, and they were disastrously defeated. Now, having failed to protect their master, they are nothing but sinners. A group of masked figures stand in formation. The introduction ends here. Now, listen carefully as I explain the competition rules. One of the listeners wonders if they are sinners. The first year of the competition is a period for autonomous practice. You can train as you see fit and receive martial arts scriptures or teachings based on your performance. Then, the legendary technique of the Tang family, 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain that was lost while fighting Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. Can that also be included? 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain is granted to the one who becomes the young clan leader. Though it's incomplete, the essence has been passed down by the elders. Essence, the necessary information to handle a particular martial art. 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain, the technique that handles numerous hidden weapons like a storm, right? Similar to sword control technique. Maybe I can try to mimic it to some extent? Tang Jinjil states that they will receive the essence of 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain from the elders, one by one. Tang Jinjil continues, questioning whether they can handle 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain through this. Tang Jinjil says he has talked too much and that from now on, they will focus solely on training, whether they train together or individually, doing it freely. One of the students wonders if it isn't natural to be self-sufficient in this forest. Another student replies that they didn't think they'd be training while lounging in comfortable beds. Tang Jinjil states that comfort will not make them strong, reminiscing about his past. Tang Jinjil continues, saying that at their current level, adapting to extreme environments is the priority. He tells them to start their practice based on their own. One of the students asks where they will be staying and where they can sleep, awaiting judgment. One of the students asks if it is okay to live comfortably while sleeping in a nice bed, noting that nutrition is important during the growth period. Another student replies that it seems to them that adapting to this forest environment is unnecessary. The students are shocked by the statement. Someone thinks that the student is the epitome of arrogance, but wonders if that child is the one who broke the barrier. Tang Jinjil tells them to start their practice based on their own. It might be good to verify his abilities. The other students call the student a clueless kid and ask what nonsense he is spouting, questioning who he thinks he is. The students react with surprise to the announcement. If they pass the test, they can stay in the manor inside the formation. A man with slicked back hair speaks, his expression stern. But if they fail? A woman with red hair responds with determination. Let's do that. All right, the test is simple. The team members will surround you and throw hidden weapons. A group of people stand in a forest. The test ends if you manage to block or dodge them within 5 steps. We'll start as soon as your eyes are covered. The woman with red hair covers her eyes with a blindfold. The woman stands ready, a ninja visible in the background. A ninja stands ready with bladed weapons. The students watch with anticipation. Why is no one moving? Her eyes widen slightly. Could it be they're increasing the pressure over time on purpose? A ninja throws a hidden weapon. A flurry of blades and stars fill the air, launched with deadly precision. The projectiles streak through the training grounds, a silent storm of steel. The air crackles with the barely contained energy of the thrown weapons. Each kunai and shuriken flies with lethal intent, a testament to the thrower's skill. The weapons continue their deadly dance, a whirlwind of sharpened edges. Blindfolded, Tang Yongryong stands ready, her senses heightened, preparing to face the onslaught. A voice echoes, counting the number of projectiles. 167, is it? It's a bit much, but it's a simple task, but techniques also contain principles such as depth. Tang Jianzhou watches with a mixture of concern and anticipation. Attachment. The weapons fly, each carrying a piece of the thrower's intent. Many overlook that martial arts isn't just about techniques, but also about principles. Simply, principles like weight, speed, and change are fundamental. She unleashes a martial arts technique, a whirlwind of motion and power. The technique moves with incredible speed and sharpness. For Yeonmyeong, who had already realized these principles through the sword in his previous life, it was a simple task. The technique's power is undeniable. The martial arts of ascension contain breaking, scattering, attaching, cutting, and sharpness. For those who only trained but did not achieve enlightenment, it was a shock. Just by a single movement, all the hidden weapons were repelled? No, they weren't repelled, they were attracted. What did they just witness? All the weapons were neutralized with just one swing. Even he would have been busy trying to dodge. No. Tang Yongryong asks if she passed. The man in the hat wonders if that's actually certain, questioning if the other is a warrior. The woman looks up at the taller figure. Warrior Wonjin is shown in a close-up. The man with the hat thinks, well, the result is the result. Tang Yongryong is told that she has passed and may go to the manor and rest. A monster seems to have appeared. The group discusses recognition and leaving the team behind to enjoy comfort alone. The woman with the ponytail reacts with a sinister smile. Tang Yongryong wonders if the manor offers a different taste of meals, and if they even provide meals in the forest to begin with. The group looks at a long shadow. The group looks forward to something, telling someone to stay right there. The man with the hat thinks it's good that the other team members haven't lost their motivation. It seems the battle has already been decided even before the competition began. The man mused. Perhaps, this child could be the one. He then exclaimed, oops. Tang Yongryong advised, make sure to include meat with every meal. You need to eat well during the growth period. She thought, maybe he can revive the Sichuan Tang family. One of the group members states that it's a good thing the paralysis poison worked. Another member of the group compliments Aijin, stating that her poison-making skills are impressive. It is added that the rainstorm technique isn't ordinary either. The group recalls that it has been about 4 months since they were running away, and the first thing they encountered was a bear. She recalled the lean times, when they couldn't even find prey and had to resort to eating grass roots. They all shed tears when they finally succeeded in hunting. It was tough, but they somehow managed to find shelter. One of them wondered if Yeonmyeong Dang must be living comfortably by now. Another voice snapped, telling them not to even bring him up, though another admitted to being curious. One of the group scoffed, calling their curiosity foolish, and adding that he's probably loafing around by himself. They agreed that once he goes to the manor, he'll get what he deserves. The group exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them. Considering the performance he showed earlier, one of them wondered how strong Yeonmyeong Dang must have become if he has continued to train until now. One of them told the others to wait a minute. They noticed that all the meat was gone. One of them looked around, noticing something in the distance. A bald man with glasses burps, stating he ate well. 2 masked figures block the light. One asks the other to move a bit. The second asks why they are looking at them like that. A voice shouts, really asking me, you pig? The wind howls through the mountains. Gangdong Mountains, 7 Locks Phantom Dome Formation Stronghold. A woman with pink hair looks up. A masked figure holds a knife, facing another masked figure. A masked figure stands ready. 2 masked figures clash. The pink-haired woman looks down, her expression unreadable. The masked figures fight in midair. A masked figure's eyes widen. Tang Yongryong is surrounded, kicking one of the masked figures away. She strikes another masked figure, sending him reeling. Her expression is grim. Tang Yongryong continues her assault with a powerful kick. Her eyes narrow, focused on the fight. The sound of impact echoes through the room. The masked figures are relentless. Blades fly through the air, aimed at Tang Yongryong. One of the masked figures grips a blade, preparing to strike. The masked figures unleash a barrage of blades, glowing with blue energy. Tang Yongryong braces herself for the attack. The blades descend. She prepares to test a new technique, golden rings adorning her fingers. Focusing her energy, Tang Yongryong's eyes glow with an eerie green light. One of the masked figures declares that it is coming. With a burst of speed, she launches herself forward. The masked figures watch, their expressions hidden. The rings detach from her fingers, becoming deadly projectiles in midair. The rings streak through the air, leaving trails of energy in their wake. A close-up reveals the rings spinning rapidly, their edges blurred with speed. One of the masked figures questions if the attack is too random. One of the masked figures is struck, blood spraying from the impact. Another masked figure is hit, the rings cutting through the air with deadly precision. The masked figures are shocked by the sudden appearance of the shurikens. The shurikens move too fast for the eyes to follow. Tang Yongryong looks on, concerned. The whirling line frenzy dance spins with deadly precision. The whirling line frenzy dance continues its deadly performance. One of the masked figures is shocked. This can't be. He neutralized trained members in an instant, controlling the power of such a wide attack to only nick everyone's skin. One of the masked figures asks Tang Yongryong, "Was that technique something you created?" One of the masked figures thinks, "It would be hard to escape if caught. It's an impressive technique." One of the masked figures asks, "May I ask the name of this technique?" Tang Yongryong replies, "I've named it Whirling Line Frenzy Dance." One of the masked figures says, "I see. Using Whirling Line Frenzy Dance must consume a lot of internal energy. How are you managing that?" A book lies open on a table. She spoke of piercing sky eyes and current flow eyes. A figure declared that they had mastered current flow eyes. The words echoed around a stylized eye symbol, questioning if someone had truly mastered current flow eyes. A monstrous figure with glowing eyes wondered how someone could have mastered one of the oldest eye techniques of the Tang family. She recommended piercing sky eyes as ascendant flow eyes, noting that although the essence was missing, she could tell the technique was part of the ascendant martial arts. A figure surrounded by green energy lines claimed they could shoot precisely at the desired point with minimal internal energy. A figure stated that nothing surprised them anymore. "It was about time to tell you," a voice declared. Tang Yongryong stated that in 2 months, kids from your team would come here. They would undergo the same test under the same conditions as you. The truth was, they'd already proven they had the skills to take the test, but they said they'd return more polished. Tang Yongryong looked on. He looked off into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Tang Yongryong mused, "I'm excited to see how strong those friends have become." A stern-faced man considered a drawing. Whether those kids use anything for training, I guess it doesn't matter, he thought. Gazing up at the sky, Yamyang Dang whispered, "Fate." The sword ghost declared, "In my past life, my only connection was my master." Looking at pictures of people, Yamyang Dang reflected, "My origins and actions, connections are forming, which could be considered part of an ordinary life, right?" Yamyang Dang's expression softened. "For some reason, I want to see them soon," he thought. A flurry of voices erupted. "You ate all of it." Sorry, I just kept eating. Let's stop here. In 2 months, we'll be in the manor with Yomyang." "Stop talking about that guy." A lone structure stood atop a sheer cliff face. A single leaf drifted through the air. Hooves thundered on the ground. "On the first day of training, we were just novices." 2 figures stood cloaked in shadow. "We have attained a completely different level of power than before." A figure with long purple hair grinned. "Thinking of meeting Yomyang again, I'm actually excited." The pink-haired figure, eyes wide behind her goggles, vows to split someone's head in half. Elsewhere, a stern-faced observer watches with narrowed eyes. A masked figure declares victory for the 7th team, calling for the downfall of Yomyang. The observer peers through a shimmering portal, their gaze fixed on the group. The pink-haired figure demands Tang Yomyang reveal himself. Her companion wonders why it is so quiet. He mocks, suggesting that Yomyang has run away. "Tang Ijin, you've been quiet since earlier, you?" The pink-haired figure expresses surprise. The focus shifts to the legs of the 2 figures. Tang Ijin reveals that she was hiding to surprise them. The pink-haired figure asks what she was going to do with her head. The eaves of a traditional building stretch out under a bright sky. Tang Ijin asks what they are doing. Tang Yongryong asks if they weren't just talking about smashing heads. Tang Yongryong asks if he won't show her the results of half a year's training, or if she shall attack first. Tang Mirio exclaims that they were just joking, and it was all a joke. Tang Ijin thinks that they didn't even notice him before turning around, and that living in the forest has sharpened their senses. Tang Mirio looks nervous. Tang Yongryong asks what he has done during this time. Tang Yongryong thinks that he's grown taller, and even his face has changed. Tang Ijin wonders what she is thinking, and if it is because she's only seen animals in the forest until now. Tang Ijin tells someone not to be too discouraged, and that even from her perspective, they have become incomparably stronger than before. Tang Yongryong thinks that it's just that they seem less impressive because she is here. The red-haired man smiles, his arm around 2 children. Some things never change. A voice echoes from within the building. "Everyone's gathered, I see." Jianju stands at the head of the table. "You're here, Jianju." A man with a top knot asks, "Shall we get straight to the point? Was there anyone of note in your group?" A man with a top knot states, "Participant number 2 is noteworthy. She has shown a notable growth rate compared to other participants." A figure moves with incredible speed and precision. The text reads, rather than a will to become stronger or survive, it seems she's burning with immense hostility towards someone. A close-up of a face reveals intense emotion and is feeding on that emotion. A man with a top knot says, we can't ignore participant number 10. A masked figure states, who passed the warrior's test in just a month. A figure sits at a table, deep in thought. The text reads, participants number 2 and 10 have certainly stood out, but are there no other candidates? Participant number 18 in our group. After facing number 28, Tang Sukjung thinks they seem quite ordinary. It was surprising enough that he broke out of the formation. But when he spied on his training later, Tang Sukjung was utterly shocked. He demonstrated skills that even skilled masters couldn't perform. However, recruiting participant number 28 is too risky. Tang Sukjung seems to have noticed my scheming. Jianju, you look very troubled. Are you all right? It's probably better not to bring it up. No, my group didn't have anyone particularly outdash. Let's exclude number 28 from the discussion. We need a puppet we can control. How about recruiting number 2? I'll introduce her to my nephew. He's quite a character. I heard number 2 has a disfigured face from a facial injury. It shouldn't be hard to shake the heart of such a child. If we help this child win the competition and become the young clan leader, and then engage her with, we'll officially become the external family of the Tang family head. This will grant us authority to intervene in Tang family affairs. He states that by increasing their influence in the Tang family and securing interests. Tang Sukjung continues, mentioning their family with their main house. The man explains that this is why they supported the Tang family's competition. He adds that it seems they've roughly concluded. Tang Sukjung suggests ending the meeting there. He states that eventually, they'll merge the Tang. The man adds that if he survives the competition, they should tempt him with revenge, adopting him as a son and offering him the position of the Jeagle family's young clan leader. Tang Sukjung laughs, calling it a double victory. Meanwhile, two figures walk across a courtyard. A weapon strikes a training dummy with brutal force. Living in the manor, one of the figures states that they have doubled down on their training. Although the training has doubled, nothing can match the comfort of a good night's sleep. One of the figures asks if Aijin and Yanmyung went to the lab today. The other figure confirms that Aijin stormed in there grinding his teeth. A woman with purple hair looks on, commenting, is that okay? Aijin is the best. Tang Yungryong stands with another person, stating, in poison making, after all. See, this is the poison I put my whole soul into making. Tang Yungryong holds a cup, saying, this can't be ignored, can it? A second speech bubble says, what are you doing now? Aijin drinks the poison. Tang Yungryong exclaims, why did you drink that, you maniac? Tang Yungryong grabs Aijin and shakes her violently, shouting, spit it out, man. Spit it out. You'll die if you keep this up. Aijin's face is shown in extreme close-up, her cheeks puffed out. Tang Yungryong continues to shake Aijin. Tang Yungryong demands, hey, why do you keep shaking the person's body like that? Tang Yungryong continues, shaking Aijin. A close-up of Tang Yungryong's face shows her looking concerned. Tang Yungryong looks at Aijin, thinking, is this poison weaker than expected? She then asks, what are you talking about? That's a poison that could melt even your insides. Tang Yungryong looks down at Aijin, wondering, but why are you still okay? Tang Aijin smiles, seemingly unaffected by the poison. Tang Yungryong's face is shadowed as she wonders if her poison is simply subpar. Tang Yungryong states that it seems like the poison isn't working for some reason. Tang Aijin agrees. Tang Aijin, sitting casually, tells her not to drink her poison as if it's booze. A close-up of the bowl reveals the remnants of the poison. Tang Aijin says that there is no more and that it doesn't affect her at all. She adds that Tang Yungryong has nothing left to feed her. Tang Yungryong slams her fist on the table, frustrated. Tang Yungryong asks if Tang Aijin is immune to all poisons, or what. Tang Aijin replies that it's a bit different from being immune to all poisons. Tang Aijin thinks to herself that it's strange that someone who works with poisons could become poisoned themselves. A skull wreathed in green poison is shown, representing the mastery of poisons. Tang Aijin thinks that if she is named Master of Poisons, shouldn't she be able to control even the poisons that enter her? Tang Aijin realizes that, as expected, the poisons that entered her body were transformed into internal energy and accumulated within her. Within the threshold, poisons become no different from an elixir for her. However, this is also a state that can only be achieved through profound realization. Those who only think of poison as a weapon can't just listen to explanations and try it themselves. She reflects that now, weak poisons hardly increase her internal energy. She thinks to herself, she needs stronger poisons. An elder contemplates, there are too many things to take care of before living the ordinary life he wishes for. He thinks he could take out the elders anytime he wants, but if the Black Death Alliance or the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord were to invade, he thinks he can't guarantee the outcome. But since they've divided Sichuan City, they can't be ignored. The leader of the Death Alliance is called a genius of the era who has destroyed 3 of the 9 factions. If he were his former self, he could easily confront him, but he's not there yet. Tang Aijin thinks to herself that to live as a human, she needs to become as strong as she was in her previous life. If only she could create the Tang family's 10 poisons. You claim to be the blood of the previous clan leader, and yet what do you actually know? Tang Aijin wonders what the Tang family's 10 poisons are. The text refers to the 10 strongest poisons passed down from their ancestors. From the first poison to the 10th, the higher the number, the stronger the poison. But most of their formulas have been lost to time. The 10th poison was so potent that even masters of the transcendent level were affected. The remaining 10th poisons are managed and divided among the elders. Even masters of the transcendent level, capable of undergoing transformation, couldn't handle it, right? The young woman thinks to herself that it is like a poison worth coveting. Someone asks Tang Aijin if she can make the 10th poison, noting that its formulas have been lost and wondering how anyone could just make it. It's a pity, someone says, that her poisons don't even give him a sensation anymore. That's really. Anyway, the 10th poison is so dangerous its use is normally forbidden. Even you wouldn't survive drinking it. A fight breaks out. Someone asks what has been done to him. The man coughs up fire. Tang Aijin asks if he wants to say that again. A voice cries out, a desperate question hanging in the air. What's wrong with my face? A horrifying scream pierces the silence as the speaker is consumed by a raging inferno. The sound of flesh and bone dissolving fills the air. The disintegration continues, the sound echoing with gruesome finality. The sound intensifies, a symphony of destruction. The horrifying sound persists, a testament to the poison's power. The sound of annihilation continues, a grim reminder of the Tang family's 10 poisons. The sound fades slightly, but the horror remains palpable. Tang Aijin's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Debris falls, a visual echo of the destruction wrought by the poison. The text confirms the grim reality. He was incinerated to ashes in an instant. Tang Aijin thinks to herself, marveling at the power of the poison given by her grandfather, realizing that this is the Tang family's 10 poisons. A sinister smirk plays across Yun Junghyuk's face, his hand partially obscuring his gaze. He clutches a small, unseen object, the memory of it burning in his mind. It's unforgettable. This rage and pain, he'll keep restraining it, for now. He lowers his head, a storm brewing within. His eyes gleam with malice. Yun Junghyuk vows, he'll make sure to torment Yeomyong plenty in the poison match. Another half-year has passed. A year has passed since training began for the competition. Refining his martial arts and making up for his weaknesses, the real challenge now begins. Now, they will decide on a team leader. A team leader? Yes, for now, they'll appoint a temporary leader, but by the 3rd year of the competition, they will officially elect a team leader. And the leader of each team will represent them in the Gu Poison match. Though anyone can participate if they wish, it's a life or death battle, so it's best if the most outstanding participant becomes the team leader. Not all participants go to the Gu Poison match. That would mean all the latecomers would die. Well, based on achievements, obviously. Participant 28, Tang Yamyang. Practically, he's not just a team leader, but also a leading contender. But remember, for now, he's just a temporary team leader. So, is there any objection to anyone if number 28 becomes? The Tang family members stand in anticipation. An unseen figure asks if Tang Yanmyang understands, instructing participant 28 to step forward and take the offered item. The box contains a glowing, golden orb. The man identified as the unknown officiant holds the box, stating that it's the Tang family's elixir. The elixir is called the Heavenly Heart Pill. The Heavenly Heart Pill is an elixir made from brewing the root of a 100-year-old ginseng, significantly increasing internal energy, depending on the user's level. The group looks on with curiosity, wondering what the elixir is. The unknown officiant explains that it's a privilege given to the person becoming the team leader, emphasizing that the Tang family has high expectations for them all. The unknown officiant states that the Tang family has high expectations for Tang Yanmyang, especially. The unknown officiant says that by taking the Heavenly Heart Pill, Tang Yanmyang will experience something different. He then asks if there is anything else. One of the members asks if they can't receive something other than this. Tang Yanmyang declares that he doesn't need an elixir and needs something else. One of the members demands, with a mix of disbelief and anger, if they know how much the Heavenly Heart Pill is worth. Another member tells Yanmyang to give it to them if he won't eat it. Refusing an elixir seems unlikely unless one's internal energy won't increase from it. A potent poison. The strongest among them. I want the Tang family's 10 poisons. So what you brought is? They're all just weapons. Is this all? Where's the elixir? I wanted the Tang family's 10 poisons but couldn't get them, so I took these instead. No, you should have brought the elixir, you fool. If Yanmyang has made that choice, we should respect it. He's strong even without it. About that Heavenly Heart Pill. I haven't returned it yet. A few hours earlier, Tang Jiaqui presents the requested weapons. Tang Yungryong asks if the weapons are sufficient in place of the Heavenly Heart Pill. Tang Jiaqui regrets that they aren't a potent poison, but it will have to do. Tang Jiaqui remarks that Tang Yungryong is the only one who would ask for poison instead of an elixir. Tang Jiaqui asks if Tang Yungryong needs anything more. She replies that this is sufficient. Tang Yungryong states that she has one question. Tang Jiaqui asks what it is. Tang Yungryong asks what he is planning to do with the Heavenly Heart Pill. Tang Jiaqui says he should return it to Medicine King Hall, but asks if she changed her mind. Tang Yungryong replies that she just got an interesting idea. Tang Jiaqui is left wondering. That is, if the team members combine forces to defeat the temporary team leader. A group of people look shocked. They agreed to re-elect a team leader and reward him with the Heavenly Heart pill. That's a good idea. It should be enough motivation. Tang Yongryong acknowledges that since it's an investment for the future of the Tang family, there's no need to hold back and feels free to challenge anytime. The deadline is before the start of the goo poison match. Someone orders to bring the shurikens, declaring Tang Yonmyong is done for and to look at them. She thinks that they shouldn't expect her to comply. She thinks that if she becomes the young clan leader, she'll ensure everyone gets a Heavenly Heart pill. Someone shouts for Tang Yonmyong to come out now, as she thinks it looks like she needs to sort out the pecking order. Someone shouts to hurry up, as Tang Yonmyong says she is coming. Leaves fall. Leaves fall. Leaves fall. Leaves fall. Leaves fall. Leaves fall. The leaves continue to fall around the building. A figure cries out in frustration. Tang Yongryong looks up, her expression unreadable. The figure stands over her. The figure's robe billows. The figure demands, "How many times have you lost now?" Tang Ijin remarks, "It's been more than just a day or two, right? I gave up a long time ago." The figure states, "These days, regardless of the competition or whatever, I just live to see Yeonmyung's face." Tang Ijin observes, there's indeed a fun element to watching. Tang Guklin asks, "Right?" Tang Mirio asks, "Will you accept defeat?" The figure declares, "I'm going to take the young clan leader position." The figure says, "Man, we haven't even met other teams yet, but I can't." A firm handshake seals an agreement. The text above reads, "Even imagine you losing." The text below reads, "You won't ignore us once you're the young clan leader, will you?" Tang Yongryong stands with another figure, a traditional building behind them. She is told that everyone has grown tremendously over the past year. Participant number 28 is formally appointed as the team leader. There were no surprises. Tomorrow, the actual goo poison match begins. Tang Yongryong is instructed to make her final preparations. She replies, "Understood." 3 years have passed since they started training for the competition. In other teams, there were withdrawals due to disqualification. The text reads, "And even deaths." Moonchon stands with another figure. Compared to them, all members of our 7th team are safe and have achieved growth comparable to our Bongwi brigade, so take pride in that. Tang Yongryong states that she has warned about the goo poison match several times, but she will warn one last time. Until now, the use of poison in sparring was prohibited, but in the goo poison match, the use of extreme poisons, except for the 10 poisons, is allowed. The goo poison match is a competition where individuals employ their deadliest means. Maximize your capabilities, participant number 28. The text reads, "Goo poison match." A hand holds a box of poisons. The text below reads, "Here, the poison's you." She is reminded that if it were anyone else, they'd be dead from just a drop of elixir suppressing fiery poison. One of the group tells her that it's not her lunchbox. It is remembered that a single drop can be lethal. It is explained that the ocular poison is ineffective unless applied directly to the eyes. As for the 9 sickness, it is stated that that's all for the poison instructions. Honestly, she's not too worried, but the group asks Tang Yongryong if she can promise that she will win. A flashback shows Tang Yongryong fighting. Tang Yongryong thinks that the only ones who could have harmed her by the end of the competition are them. Tang Yongryong walks through a portal. A hand holds a scroll. The day of the goo poison match has come. Lucky her, with the 10 poisons her grandfather prepared. And now a new ally. Tang Yongryong stands in front of a portal. A member of the Jeagle family speaks, mentioning their lineage. A member of the Tang family questions the Jeagle family's offer of help, asking how they plan to assist. The Jeagle family member explains that the goo poison match arena is arranged with their family's formation. The Jeagle family member continues, stating that manipulating the formation to move the Tang family to an advantageous position is very easy for them. The Tang family member expresses skepticism, stating that they wouldn't help without a reason. The Jeagle family member reveals that their family is in a powerless state and needs revival. The Jeagle family member explains that they would like to join forces with the Tang family, but they don't want to lose all their sovereignty. The Tang family member asks what the Jeagle family will do if they go there and reject them all. The Jeagle family member asks what the Tang family wants, stating that they have been waiting and enduring for 3 years just for this day, and now they will kill and take back everything. The Jeagle family member expresses that they can't wait to see the Tang family. Tang Yongryong is identified as Team 1. Tang Jianjil is identified as Team 2. The figure, silhouetted against the Tang family's architecture, expresses disappointment. He had expected more from their strongest military force. A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning if it was all just talk. 3 years were wasted just mingling. Team 3, Tang Gukrin, walks forward, bathed in an eerie blue light. Perhaps there will be some interesting ones inside. A gruesome scene unfolds, blood splattered across the ground, and a kunai lying nearby. Team 4, Tang Hiran, stands alongside Team 5, Tang Jiao, and Team 6, Tang Myangso. A scenic view of mountains and cherry blossoms fills the sky, while someone exclaims. Team 7, Tang Yanmyong, declares it's a perfect day for someone to die. The goo poison match begins. Yun Junghyuk gazes out at the landscape, a contemplative expression on his face. The place for the goo poison match, he muses. Standing on the cliff's edge, Yun Junghyuk surveys the scene below. It would take a while to encounter anyone, he thinks, his eyes narrowed. As expected, number 28 from the 7th group has appeared, Yun Junghyuk thinks. The more he sees, the more Yun Junghyuk feels his potential is being wasted, but since the Jeagle family has made their choice, I need to eliminate him quickly before any variables arise, Yun Junghyuk thinks, a glint in his eye. Yun Junghyuk's expression hardens, a sense of determination settling over him. Feels like, our eyes are meeting. But how could that be? Piercing through to reality within so many layers of formations is. Yun Junghyuk stands silhouetted against the landscape, his resolve firm. Tang Youngryong felt an unpleasant gaze. She wondered if it was the Jeagle family. The participants should not interfere in the goo poison match, but she had heard. Now even in the goo poison match? Whatever they're planning. In the goo poison match, no one except. Let them try whatever they want. Tang Youngryong stood before a waterfall. She could question them after the goo poison match ends. Panting, an unknown figure stood before a glowing formation. If he hadn't quickly withdrawn his true sight eye involved in the world of formations, he would have been blinded. He was surrounded by several layers of formations, and yet he recognized him. Moreover, his swordsmanship cut through the space of the formations, reaching its essence. He had never seen such a level of swordsmanship in his life. Miscalculation. This guy is not someone they can handle. The older man's eyes glowed with a fierce red intensity. If he notices our intentions, he'll surely seek revenge. Sighing, the figure walked through the forest, their footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves. How did it come to this? I don't want to die. I didn't want to die. I just wanted to achieve a decent result. Join the force and provide for my impoverished parents. I plan to agree to surrender and withdraw by mutual agreement. But then, that guy suddenly appeared. A sudden, unseen attack. Forget surrender or whatever. His goal was just to kill us. The team leaders from other groups might still be alive, right? And I'll leave the Tang family. If that guy becomes the young clan leader, if he becomes the young clan leader, the figure clutched a small, red object in their hand, their face obscured by shadow. The injured figure, covered in blood, looks up in disbelief. A figure behind him, face obscured by a hat, asks if he is surprised. The figure with the hat continues, remarking that his lightness technique seemed fast at least. The injured figure is held aloft, internal energy seemingly being drained. The figure with the hat states that he is already caught and questions how pathetic his internal energy is. The figure with the hat declares that he is no different from others, stating that they don't need to do this because they are all from the Tang family. The injured figure expresses shock and disbelief. The figure with the hat states that he never once thought of himself as a person of the Sichuan Tang family. The injured figure cries out in pain. The figure with the hat stands silently. A figure plummets through the air, falling through the trees. A figure with short red hair looks on with a serious expression. He thinks to himself that this cave is just what he needed. With no human presence, there's no risk of being found. The cave stretches before him, but there's nothing of note to be seen. That particular lack of anything alerts his senses. He thinks to himself that they should quickly ascend to the transcendent level here. Now is the time. He thinks to himself that his body has grown, so there shouldn't be any side effects from reaching transcendent. Enlightenment and the internal energy to open the I'm poison meridians. With his past life experiences, he's practically already attained enlightenment. His internal energy has also steadily increased thanks to the poison created by Aijin. So all preparations were already complete. Enlightenment, and the internal energy to open the I'm poison meridians. He destroys the barriers he had placed on his meridians and poison meridians. Green energy swirls around Tang Yanmyung's body, outlining his form in a vibrant, ethereal glow. The accumulated poison refining madness is released, his internal energy bursting out with explosive force. Normally, martial artists experience tremendous pain during this process. Joints break and reattach countless times, the sound echoing in the cavern. He is literally rebirthing into a new body, the metamorphosis consuming him. Having experienced this in a previous life, the second time isn't difficult, though tears stream down his face. Pain. His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light. Pain. 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 It was wise to regularly cleanse the meridians of impurities, sweat pouring down his face. If impurities had remained during the shedding process, it would have been troublesome. He thought to himself that he couldn't go into battle wearing clothes that smelled of filth. Tang Yanmyung looked down at his hand, thinking it was just the beginning, but not bad. He wondered if he should test it out. Tang Yanmyung considered that maintaining a clean and healthy body had been a priority even before participating in the goo poison match, and that there were few noticeable physical changes. However, a green orb of energy pulsed in his hand. Tang Yanmyung began to walk, a white trail following his steps. He picked up speed. The wind whipped around him as he moved faster. He thought that the efficiency of the internal energy wasn't bad. Dust and debris kicked up as Tang Yanmyung moved at an incredible speed. Tang Yanmyung wondered if he should start moving properly now. Tang Gukran sits, a look of boredom etched on his face. He wonders aloud, questioning what has been accomplished in the last 3 years. He continues, questioning if he didn't come here to become the young clan leader. Tang Gukran demands a response, questioning why, if he trained, he is so weak. He curses his luck, lamenting that of all the people to meet in the goo poison match, it had to be this guy. He reflects on his past, recalling that he was an orphan, but raised like the Grand Elder's own grandson. The narration identifies him as Tang Gukran, the Grand Elder's favorite pupil. Tang Gukran sits perched on a branch. He thinks that he thought he had a chance if he struck first. He laments that he couldn't even touch his collar and ended up like this. Tang Gukran thinks that he is really going to die. The rumors said he was monstrously strong. Tang Gukran recalls, wondering why he is thinking of that guy now. Tang Gukran thinks of Tang Yanmyang. He sits, bloodied and bruised, the thought that he hasn't run into him easing his mind. He wonders if he's going insane. The man asks why Tang Gukran is laughing in this situation, wondering if he has something hidden, perhaps some secret power. The man stares intently. His eye narrows as he thinks of someone scarier than Tang Guklan. Tang Guklan says that's a way to make himself even scarier, asking if the man wants him to share something. The man reveals he's actually a spy for the Black Death Alliance. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Tang Guklan's eyes widen slightly. The spy states that now that Tang Guklan knows his identity, he can't leave him alive. The man, Makinjuk, says that Tang Guklan is going to die soon anyway, but he'll tell him his name. He's from the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect. Makinjuk smirks. A stylized image of Makinjuk appears. He looks up, blood streaking his face, a question forming on his lips. Panic rises as he realizes his body won't respond. What's happening? Footsteps approach. A figure wielding a sword appears, recognizing the injured man. He felt a presence and came. Is that a familiar face I see? The figure smiles. You're Jianzhou, right? Nice to see you. The figure continues, a hint of menace in his voice. Have you healed from the last time you faced me? Jianzhou, covered in blood, stares up in confusion. What? Who are you? Years ago, a traditional building stands bathed in moonlight. You want me to become a spy for the Sichuan Tang family? A voice asks. The voice continues. Yes, with your talents, just a few days pretending to be an orphan should attract someone to take you in. Within a few years, the Tang family will start the young clan leader competition irrespective of direct or collateral lineage, weakening their ranks by eliminating other contenders who arrive later. The voice concludes, if you return having completed your mission, everyone in the family will acknowledge you. His face bloodied and bruised, Tang Yanmyang grits his teeth. My insides feel like they're dissolving. A figure asks, did that guy do this? Tang Yanmyang, lying on the ground, wonders, what exactly did he do to me? A figure with red hair looks down at him. You're Yanmyang? That Tang Yanmyang. Tang Yanmyang, battered and bruised, replies, ah no, it's really you. The red-haired figure states, but that guy, he confessed to being a spy, right? The red-haired figure continues, he said so himself. Dark Moon Sword Sect. I heard it clearly. Was he the tale I sensed before entering Gangdong Mountain? The red-haired figure declares, let's capture him first. He coughs up blood, clearly in pain. The woman states that she coated the needle with poison. She wonders what kind of poison causes such a reaction from such a small needle and asks if he has seen any other participants. The injured man confirms that he has. Another voice suggests they should detoxify him first and interrogate him about his purpose. The voice continues, stating that they can detoxify him to extract information, but if he tries to seize the moment. The injured man is from a dark faction like Black Death Alliance. His motives are clear, so there is no need for that. The woman says that he has changed a lot. The woman looks at him intently. The injured man says that they had bad blood, but he seems unfazed. He states that if that were still an issue, he'd be the one lying there now. The woman says that she truly was sorry and asks what this is all of a sudden. The woman stands over the injured man, her expression unreadable. He dismisses the past, stating that he doesn't dwell on it and wants to let it go. The other man disagrees, stating that this won't settle the past. He felt it was necessary to sincerely apologize. Sweat beads on the man's brow as he looks on. A voice shouts, Yomyang, behind you. Yomyang stands, his expression unreadable. Yomyang declares that it's fine, really, no need to fuss over it, but he will die anyway, stating he'll at least take them with him. The sound of rushing wind fills the air. The wind intensifies. The sound of rushing wind grows louder. Yomyang's eyes glow red as he prepares to attack. Yomyang declares that he'll take at least them. The man yells Yomyang's name, warning him to look behind him. He swings his sword downwards, a dark energy swirling around the blade. Tang Yanmyang reacts in surprise, barely able to register the incoming attack. What? Yun Junghyuk continues his swing, the blade arcing towards his target. Yun Junghyuk thinks to himself, I thought I felt. I'm not in the habit of sparing a dying man. He declares, but if you insist on attacking, I'll erase you without leaving a trace. Yun Junghyuk stands directly behind Tang Yanmyang, his sword raised. He wonders, corpse to clean up later? You. Tang Yanmyang is injured, blood trickling from his eye. A voice echoes, you're ruthless. Tang Yanmyang stands over Yun Junghyuk's fallen body, his sword lying broken beside him. The scene is overwhelming. Tang Yanmyang stands over Yun Junghyuk, who thinks to himself, though he was a spy, he was one of the top contenders. The narrator describes the ultimate technique as the Great Darkness Silent Sword Sect's poisonous martial art. The twin sword technique is casually executed, wielding dual swords like lightning. Tang Yungryong asks Tang Jianzhil what he intends to do. Tang Jianzhil seems confused by the question. Tang Yongryong notes that it is just the two of them left, wondering how they shall decide the outcome. Tang Jianzhil states that if Tang Yongryong allows it, he will surrender. Tang Yongryong thinks that there is really no choice. Tang Jianzhil admits that he doesn't know the way out. Tang Jianzhil asks if there is no need for a send-off. A close-up of Tang Jianzhil's face shows his shock and injuries. Tang Jianzhil thanks someone for sparing his life. Tang Jianzhil says good luck. The narrator wonders what in the world has happened. The scene shifts to the Dark Moon Sword Sect headquarters. A spiritual bead rests in a weathered hand, a device capable of sensing life and death, even from afar. The bead pulses with a dark energy. The message rings out, just died. The man clutches the bead, his expression grim. This bead was implanted in the youngest, meaning. The words echo with finality. The youngest has died. A child born between me and a servant. However, he had more talent than any of his brothers. After discovering this, my wife feared he would take the heir's place and tried to kill him more than a dozen times. That's why I made him live as a spy in the Tang family. I haven't done much as a father. At least, I'll settle his grudge. The man's face is filled with rage. The time to bring down the Tang family is nearing. Let the chief contact the other sects. The man declares that from this day forward, no one bearing the Tang surname will return alive from Gangdong Mountain. Running day and night, the man notes that not a soul is to be seen, nor a blip on his spiritual sense. No matter how vast the formation world, it doesn't make sense. Unless the formations have been manipulated to prevent approach. Something feels off. It doesn't seem like that Dark Moon something family is cooperating with the Jeagles. If the Jeagles seek to benefit from assisting in the competition, they plan to increase their influence within the Tang family in the long term. Predictable people. Jeagles, your arrogant plans will cost you dearly. Lying on the ground, he thought the night sky was magnificent. He wished he could show it to his mother. He wondered how his mother was doing. His eyes closed. He was found. Someone stood over him, a silent question hanging in the air. But he wondered who this guy was. He recalled requesting to meet either the last survivor or Tang Yanmyung in a vulnerable moment. Anyway, he didn't seem like Tang Guklin. He thought the person was handsome. The auburn-haired woman muses, considering the situation. She thinks that Jeagle's family Changshin's nephew should be something like this. The other figure stands silently, listening intently. The auburn-haired woman takes out a pill and ingests it. A pity about the face, but what can you do, she thinks. Anyway, this guy has to die. A purple aura surrounds her as the words, arsenic poison appear. The auburn-haired woman says, don't resent me too much. After all, the competition ends when only one remains. The other figure holds a blade, stained with blood. He says, you must have been prepared. The auburn-haired woman replies, I'm not sure if you were prepared though. The auburn-haired woman's hand trembles. She coughs up blood, the poison taking effect. The other figure asks, are you the one cooperating with the Jeagle family? He continues, while others competed against each other, you were probably in a safe place. And your plan was to attack the last vulnerable person remaining at the end, wasn't it? The auburn-haired woman, eyes wide with shock and pain, wonders, what kind of deal was made? He knew I was coming. The figure demands, if you want to breathe, answer quickly without hiding anything. The interrogator looms, their presence heavy with menace. Their eyes burn with a crimson light, a silent promise of pain. Under the moonlight, the scene unfolds. The figure stands, suspended in the air. Damn, if only I hadn't dropped my blade in panic. Wait, could you be? Tang Yongryong? How does this guy know my name? After all the trouble you've caused me. You haven't changed one bit? Should I disfigure your entire face this time? Oh, damn it. The plan has completely gone awry. Number 28 cut through the formation, making it difficult to see the inside clearly. Although I managed to induce the elimination of all but number 2. It was fine until number 10 swiftly took out the competitors. The momentum halted as she met number 28, standing victorious over the fallen fighter. A voice mused, if numbers 2 and 10, whose skills are similar, had fought, the outcome might be uncertain. Was there any chance number 2 could win against number 28? Considering the time it took for number 10 to kill his opponents, it seems unlikely. If number 28 wins, all our plans will go to waste. What to do now? The attack came from outside the formation. A figure sensed a significant number of energies. A vast army marched forward, their destination unknown. There's Gangdong Mountain in sight. But, talking about the final sect, don't you think using full force against the newcomers of the Tang family is a bit too much? Jung Yiansong, Chanjin's sect leader, declared, just you and my disciples alone. Total over 200, and, with additional. The number exceeds 300, doesn't it? I am aware that facing the Tang family with such a force might seem excessive. The Gangdong sect's territory on Gangdong Mountain made the alliance a necessary measure. Their influence far surpasses that of the now-collapsed Tang family. Jung Yiansong observes that if their forces were fewer, they would certainly be defeated. With this many troops, they'd also carefully watch the situation. Plus, once they realize they're not targeting them, they'll likely choose to stand by. Indeed, but what about the spy you mentioned earlier? The man stands with his arms crossed. Was someone I cherished. Jung Yiansong declares that there has been enough chatter, and it is time to set off now. Dark Moon Sword Sect leader Ma Kinho. Why is he here? Unless involved in the competition, he shouldn't have been able to find this place. Could there have been a spy? Regardless, I need to report this to the Bangui Brigade for action. Wait a minute. Could this be? If we could use their hands to kill number 28, wouldn't our plans remain hidden from the Tang family? A close-up of the man's face. Tang Yanmyung shouts, his expression a mix of anger and surprise. The assassin thinks to himself, realizing he underestimated his opponent. The assassin prepares to strike, concealing a dagger behind his back. The assassin's eyes narrow, focused on his target. Tang Yanmyung notices the red liquid on the dagger and wonders if it's poison. The assassin notes that he has never seen such a bright red poison before, realizing that Tang Yanmyung is distracted. The assassin sees his chance and prepares to throw the dagger. The assassin dashes forward, ready to strike. The assassin throws the dagger, aiming for Tang Yanmyung. The assassin's hand releases the dagger, sending it flying towards its target. The assassin yells, determined to kill Tang Yanmyung. Instead of answering, the assassin, making unnecessary attempts, the assassin wonders if the substance is poison, noting its color is similar to the poison on his blade, but there's hardly any. The assassin demands Tang Yanmyung say a single word as he attempts to force his mouth open. Tang Yanmyung's face contorts in pain and fear as the assassin continues his assault. The assassin suggests they revisit the old days for a bit. Tang Yanmyung struggles against the assassin's grip. Tang Yanmyung cries out, begging the assassin to stop and promising to talk. The assassin suggests Tang Yanmyung might as well taste it to know what kind of poison it is. It's one of the Tang family's 10 poisons. The assassin stares at the vial in his hand. Called Fire Dragon's Poison, one of the Tang family's 10 poisons. The assassin wonders if it's one of the Tang family's 10 poisons, and if they weren't meant to be used recklessly. The assassin decides to consume the poison himself, thinking it would be a waste to let her consume it, like throwing pearls to swine. My elixir. Tears streaming down his face, the assassin begged, since I've confessed, let me go. He continued to plead, I surrender. I'll surrender. The assassin offered, no, I'll even help you fight against the other participants. A voice responded, haven't heard your full answer yet. The voice pressed, are you in cooperation with the Jeagles family? His eyes glowing with an eerie green light, the assassin was asked, if so, detail what promises were exchanged with them. The voice threatened, hesitate, and you're getting fed the fire dragon's poison, understand? The assassin revealed, yes. They proposed a marriage alliance under the condition of merging the Jeagles family and the Tang family, to ensure steadfast loyalty to the end. He continued, indeed, proposing a marriage with the future young clan leader. The assassin finished, Jeagles family's leadership must be planning to maintain their status this way. The assassin looked up, his expression unreadable. She must have eagerly accepted the marriage proposal, a dream she could only dream of. He wonders what to do with them before drinking from a vial. Kill them? Beat them? The sound of liquid being consumed echoes. Someone asks what he is doing. No matter how you look, I won't give it to you. The fire dragon's poison. He drank it? By the heavens. Oh, this is unexpectedly. Flames erupt around the assassin. He laughs maniacally. The flames intensify. Idiot, to bring Tang family's 10 poisons to your own lips. Of invulnerability, can't handle the Tang family's 10 poisons. Burned to death right there, Tang Yanmyung. He continues to struggle against Tang Yanmyung under the moonlight. But, the assassin thinks, sweat beading on his brow. Why isn't the strength in his grip weakening? His own grip begins to weaken. A question mark appears beside his face as his orange eyes widen. He gasps. It suddenly became very spicy. The assassin continues to struggle, but Tang Yanmyung's grip remains firm. Tears well in his eyes as he wonders, could it be happening? A narration box explains, in the Tang family, there's a legendary state said to be different from the body of invulnerability. The narration continues, immune to all poisons and capable of killing dozens with just a breath or a drop of blood. The realm of the poisoner is shown. The assassin recalls, I heard from my grandfather that such a realm really exists. Tang Yanmyung holds the assassin upside down. The assassin thinks, but you a poisoner. The energy around them intensifies, crackling with a dangerous power. The assassin, kneeling on the ground, grits his teeth. You surely didn't hope to take my life with your murderous intent, did you? I'm not of such a soft temperament. Tang Yanmyung studies the energy swirling around him. The energy from the poison refining madness has changed. This so-called Tang family's 10 poisons. It's as if you've mastered the martial arts of both yin and yang. The energy coalesces into roaring flames. The flames engulf Tang Yanmyung, bathing him in a blinding light. If it contained the power of the blazing sun, would it feel like this? Thanks to you, I gained something good. The assassin watches, a look of shock on his face. The world around them is bathed in a golden light. Tang Yanmyung stands amidst the sudden brightness. It's the middle of the night, so why does it feel like the sun has risen? The ground trembles beneath their feet. Tang Yanmyung's expression hardens. The formation is changing constantly. The environment shifts again. Is it being deactivated because the competition is over? The intense energy begins to fade. He narrows his eyes, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. That can't be right. Strange presences have appeared in droves. 200. No, just over 300. Considering the numbers, something's fishy for our family. If they deliberately invited them inside the formation, are they planning a massacre? Well, having practice targets come to me is a lucky break. He walks forward, a grim determination hardening his gaze. In the goo poison match, surviving. His eyes glow with a faint green light, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Is meant for. A voice echoes through the courtyard, demanding, "What did you just say?" The man's eyes widen as he shouts, "There are intruders?" Another voice presses, "Have you identified who they are? How large is their force?" The response comes, revealing, troops. Leading them was Dark Moon Sword Sect leader, Mak Inhu. Master Jeagle's expression hardens, a flicker of concern in his eyes. A grim voice echoes, "Dark Moon, why are those who should be in Sichuan here? And how did they find this place, hidden by the Seven Locks Phantom Dome formation?" Another voice questions the delay, "No, this isn't the time. Shouldn't we hurry to stop them?" That's the thing. Master Jeagle hesitates, admitting, "Why the hesitation, Master Jeagle? I never anticipated such an event." They've entered the inner world of the formation where the goo poison match is taking place. The man's face is grim as he states, "As you know, we made it impossible for ourselves to intervene in that place." A woman's voice cuts through the tension. "We have no choice but to rely on the remaining clan kids currently engaged in the competition." A figure stands silhouetted against a fiery sky, a somber voice declaring, "We can only hope that those who remain will overcome the crisis well." The scene shifts to a battlefield littered with fallen warriors, a testament to the brutal goo poison match. A sense of uncertainty hangs heavy in the air, marked by ominous red question marks. Dust motes dance in the air, illuminated by unseen light. A grizzled warrior, sword strapped to his back, mourns. "My youngest," he whispers, grief etched into every line of his face. A figure stands in somber silence, head bowed in mourning. Young Yiansong, judging the surroundings, states, "It seems we've entered correctly." The wounds suggest the victim was struck by something like a poison needle, taken down one-sidedly with little struggle. The warrior's face contorts in anguish. He couldn't even die a warrior's death because of the poison. A commanding voice cuts through the silence. "Everyone listen." Young Yiansong orders, "Search thoroughly and find those Tang bastards." The search party moves with ruthless efficiency, their movements blurring with speed. Young Yiansong believes, "Surely some have noticed us and are hiding." The order rings out, "Report immediately upon discovery." Among all the people here, the man with the white hair and horns declares that no one bearing the Tang surname will survive. A voice booms, declaring that Gangdong will survive. A figure observes that someone is unusually displaying their killing intent. One of the men suspects that the body they saw earlier could have been a spy planted by the leader. A man grimly states that even a needle coated with poison could kill with a single strike. The man with the ponytail states that the Tang family is feared. A character is warned to be careful of hidden weapons if they ever encounter them, to which he replies that he will keep that in mind. A group of figures stand ready, their expressions grim. A figure lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. The man realizes that it is a poison needle. A character shouts that it's an ambush, ordering everyone to draw their swords. A sword is drawn, signaling the start of the conflict. Tang Jianzhou shouts, searching for the hidden enemy. He demands they stop hiding and come out honorably. He warns his disciple not to let their guard down, realizing the attack is coming from above. Silhouetted figures rain down a barrage of green energy. Tang Jianzhou's eyes widen in horror. He cries out, "My goodness!" as he begins to fall. The poison takes hold. Tang Jianzhou gasps, "This can't be." The green energy streaks intensify. The poison needles find their mark. The air crackles with lethal energy. The poison needles protrude grotesquely from the faces of the fallen. Tang Aijin stands amidst the carnage, her expression grim. She thinks to herself, "Isn't it? Single palm, blazing poison technique. Its lethality is exceptional." Tang Aijin stands over the fallen, green energy swirling around her hand. She knows that against mere foot soldiers, it's best if you have enough poison. A figure lies on the ground, surrounded by a sickly green energy. Thanks to the stream technique, it doesn't take much internal energy to shoot the poison needles. It's the best combination. A lone figure walks through a field of bodies, the setting sun casting long shadows. A close-up reveals the vacant stare of a fallen warrior. Now, shall we look for those who went east next? A group stands over the carnage. "We're all dead." Another body lies still. "Why yes, that's right. There were no external injuries, but there were signs of being struck by something like poison needles." The lifeless eyes of another victim stare up at the sky. It surely looks like they were killed with the same extreme poison as the first corpse we saw. A figure looks up, the horror of the scene etched on their face. A leader with spiky hair and a stern expression is addressed. "Leader, this is..." Reporting from the Western Lookout. A group points in dismay. "The East has been annihilated too." Not a single group survived. That means a line of figures moves through the landscape, the weight of the recent annihilation heavy in the air. It's been just over an hour since the search started, and nearly 100 have fallen to the same method. This could possibly be the deed of just one person, leader. Certainly, if there were many capable of such acts, the situation would be even more horrific. It's not just any mediocre fighter. Undoubtedly, a master from the Tang family has infiltrated. We are being hunted. Zhang Bangjiu, I will pass the command to you. A wave of realization washes over the man's face, his eyes widening in alarm. I cannot afford to lose more disciples, so I'm entrusting this to you. The group continues their search, the setting sun casting long shadows across the landscape. Not a hint of presence, it's eerily silent. With the sun setting, it will be night in an hour or two. If we can't find the ambusher by then, we might be annihilated. The man with spiky black hair grimaces, his expression tight with concern. He thinks to himself, we're only suffering losses without any gain. It might be better to withdraw and regroup before the damage escalates. The spiky-haired man speaks to a shadowed figure, his tone urgent. The man with spiky black hair narrows his eyes, a question forming in his mind. Who decided that? A red-haired figure stands before a crowd, their back turned to the viewer. The red-haired figure sits perched on a tree branch, their expression unreadable. I wasn't planning on letting you go. The red-haired figure looks down at the spiky-haired man, who is now wide-eyed and fearful. He wonders, when did he? The spiky-haired man's eyes widen further, sweat beading on his brow. I didn't feel anything at all. He realizes, everyone. He manages to dodge an unseen attack, the word dodge echoing in the air. The spiky-haired man's face is contorted in shock and fear. What? Two figures lie on the ground, one bruised and battered. Without even a moment to sense the presence, one thinks. The red-haired figure stands silhouetted against a fiery sunset. Are you the leader? The spiky-haired man's eyes are wide with terror, his face slick with sweat. A voice echoes, declaring a state of high alert. Tang Yungliang thinks to herself that she didn't notice him coming down, concluding that it must be this guy. Tang Jiaqui observes that this guy is the root cause of the massacre, but he doesn't seem to be an old master. Tang Jiaqui is surrounded by green energy, looking surprised. Tang Yungliang wonders if this could be void absorption. Tang Jiaqui exclaims that it can't be, as the realm of void absorption is something that only a high master who has reached enlightenment can use. Seeing him not attack again, but retrieve it indicates that it's a technique. Tang Jiaqui thinks to himself that it consumes a lot of internal energy, and to come forward instead of using the element of surprise is an arrogant decision, adding that such a young guy has reached an incredible realm. Tang Yungliang thinks to herself that she's never heard of someone like him in the Tang family. Tang Jiaqui asks whether she's heard of him or not, doesn't matter. Tang Jiaqui declares that a man destined to die today need not know his name. A young man is in a hurry to meet his end. If dying early is your wish. The muscular man's power intensifies, the air crackling with energy. His eyes burn with dark intent. He unleashes a blinding blast of energy. The energy surges forward, a destructive wave. The man clenches his fist, ready to deliver the final blow. I shall kill you right now. Tang Yanmyung braces himself, a red aura flaring around him. The energy slams into him, a deafening roar echoing through the forest. The muscular man smirks, confident in his victory. To simply deflect my maximum power technique. Tang Yanmyung remains standing, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Surely, this isn't your maximum power, is it? A confident smirk spreads across Tang Yanmyung's face. I'll give you time. The muscular man's expression hardens. So try to raise it to your maximum. After the Spear Point sect fell, one of the 9 factions, to the Black Death Alliance, Zhang Jinbong willingly entered under the Union's fold. He was told that his expertise in staff techniques was admirable. The man before Zhang Jinbong offered to refine his staff technique. Zhang Yinsong's specialty, the peak-shaking staff technique, was transformed. Zhang Yinsong held the staff aloft, the energy around it crackling with power. Zhang Jinbong stated that he didn't quite fancy the name. The man with the red eyes wondered if it shouldn't reach the heavens. And so, the Black Death Alliance leader bestowed upon it the name Heavenly Quake Palm. However, the man wondered if peak-shaking staff meant to resonate the peaks. The woman wondered if he was bested by such a youngster. The man's chest heaved as he prepared to unleash the technique. At that, Fire Dragon's venom. Among the deadliest venoms is one that contains the breath of a fire dragon. If one could control this venom with the madness of a venomous aura, the sword chi filled with the intent to cut through anything would be known as sword force, while the venom chi filled with the intent to permeate everything would be venomous force. The Heavenly Quake Palm is demonstrated. A nearby figure wonders what this incredible yang energy is. Burning Ji is unleashed. The technique is shown in action. Heavenly Quake Palm. The technique is visualized. It collapsed. A figure screams. A hulking stone golem stands amidst a fiery landscape, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Tang Yanmyung observes the scene, remarking, useful. A foot descends with crushing force, obliterating the stone golem. Tang Yungliang holds a glowing orb in her hand, explaining, the venom chi imbued with heat should thus be called fiery venom force. Tang Yungliang's expression hardens. A voice echoes across the battlefield, asking, who wants to be the next to burn to death? A vast army stands ready, their weapons glinting in the fading light. A scarred man walks forward, declaring, since I have no intention of letting any of you live, who killed the youngest? Tang Jianjil observes, it would be more comfortable to die first. Tang Yanmyung stands silhouetted against the setting sun. Tang Sukjung addresses someone off-panel, stating, "The disciples, the guardian of the formation, and the one." A close-up reveals a man's face, his eyes glowing with power as he declares, "You won't even leave your ashes." The figure, wreathed in green energy, declares his dominance, in Gangdong, or anywhere else in the world. Tang Sukjung orders his subordinates to spread the Charyun formation and surround their target. Having lost too many disciples and allies, a man clenches his fist, not ignoring the death of the youngest. A figure warns to be wary of poisons and hidden weapons. The command is given, focus on depleting his strength. Tang Sukjung's subordinates move to surround their target. The man's face is etched with grief and determination. Tang Sukjung vows to not render their sacrifices in vain, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. The order rings out, "You must be eliminated." The red-haired figure observes the Charyun formation, a distant memory of training surfacing in his mind. The assassin recalls a past fighting style. He considers testing something different this time. A group advances. The sound of battle echoes. A warrior shouts, "Stay alert." Panic spreads through the ranks. A soldier cries out, "My lord, behind you." Fear contorts his face. The battle intensifies, a whirlwind of blades and blood. A body lies lifeless on the ground, surrounded by a pool of crimson. The warrior with the glowing blue eye wonders, I missed his movement. The pink-haired warrior questions, what in the world is his identity? A blade flashes, arcing towards its target. An enraged voice booms, "This bastard! How dare you attack my brothers?" He extends a hand, declaring, "Let me borrow those swords." The swords shatter into countless pieces. Tang Yanmyung stares in disbelief. Destruction rains down. The assassin's hand continues to manipulate the shattered remains. Someone mutters, "Such a monster, to destroy swords without even touching them." The assassin scatters the shards of the broken blades, controlling the resulting force. He focuses his intent. Spin. The shards begin to spin. The spinning force intensifies. A silent question hangs in the air, punctuated by the visual echo of shattered weapons. What? Someone gasps, recognizing the deadly art. It was surely the pinnacle of Tang clan's hidden weapon techniques. He stands amidst a whirlwind of razor-sharp shards. The words echo in the air. 10,000 heavenly flower rain. 10,000 heavenly flower rain. Impossible. Another cries out in disbelief. The air crackles with lethal energy. The assassin is at the center of a storm of destruction. Each shard sings a song of death. The technique is a whirlwind of destruction. Unparalleled against lesser foes, someone declares. Blood splatters across the ground, a grim testament to the technique's power. He declares, "I shall name this technique Iron Shard Volley." He unleashes a brutal attack, a spiked ball of darkness hurtling forward. "Now, after using your men to exhaust my strength, isn't it your turn to step in? Fool. Let's see how long that spirit lasts." The assassin prepares his next assault, drawing twin blades wreathed in golden light. There's no need to be frightened, regardless of his achievements. With the Taiwa twin sword technique and the silent sword technique bestowed by the Union leader, dark energy crackles around the assassin as he prepares to strike. "I'll grind you to dust." That line, for the second time. The assassin's swords blur as he unleashes a flurry of attacks. "Shut up." He stood amidst a scene of carnage, blood splattered across the ground, and a prone figure lying defeated at his feet. "I'll crush you." With a guttural cry, the assassin lunged forward, his blade aimed at his unseen opponent. "You." The momentum of the attack carried him forward, the blade a blur of motion. The assassin's dark robes billowed behind him as he pressed the attack. Switching tactics, he drew a knife, his eyes narrowed with lethal intent. With a savage yell, the assassin pressed his attack. Unleashing a flurry of blows, the assassin executed the Taiwa Silent Sword 10, a whirlwind of deadly strikes. The assassin continued his sword dance, a blur of motion and lethal intent. His face contorted in a mask of fury, the assassin screamed in rage. The assassin unleashed the Taiwa Silent Sword Final Strike, a technique of devastating power. The assassin continued his relentless assault, his movements a symphony of death. The final strike landed, a burst of purple energy illuminating the scene. The assassin's blade flashes out from its sheath with blinding speed. Zhang Jinbong gapes, struggling to comprehend the sheer velocity. How? The assassin demonstrates the technique, the short sort of blur of motion. The assassin states, "I have some expertise in swordsmanship." Zhang Jinbong realizes, "Grasp the flow and intention of your sword." Anyway, was that supposed to be done this way? Zhang Jinbong is shocked. "You, how can you?" The assassin asks, "How can you wield the silent sword technique?" Surrounded by a swirling purple aura, Tang Yanmyung wonders how. Tang Jianzhou asks how he is able to handle the silent sword technique. He calls it the silent sword technique, assuming it was made since the sword has such murderous energy. Tang Jianzhou wonders if it doesn't particularly have a difficult energy. He asks what? Tang Jianzhou recalls that even he was only able to handle it after he mastered the ultimate twin sword technique. Tang Yanmyung states that it's not difficult. Now that Tang Jianzhou thinks about it, the guy he killed a few hours ago was also using this technique. He asks if that means Tang Yanmyung is part of the Dark Moon Sword sect. Tang Jianzhou states that he knows Tang Yanmyung is under the Black Death Alliance. It's well known that the Black Death Alliance transforms it into rising martial arts that suits the user, no matter what martial arts skills a user has. The scene shifts to a building. Tang Jianzhou says that's why people from all walks of life forsake their former lives and devote themselves to the Black Death Alliance. He asks, what are? Tang Jianzhou asks what Tang Yanmyung is trying to say. Tang Yanmyung says that he's trying to say that he's disappointed over something as trivial as this technique. He wonders if this isn't something anyone can imitate as long as they can handle murderous energy. Tang Jianzhou states that it seems that Reinju didn't have much faith in Tang Yanmyung, right? Tang Yanmyung, blade in hand, declares that he will show an ability in return. He warns not to be amazed after seeing it. From behind, Tang Jianzhou questions what ability he is referring to. Tang Jianzhou wonders what Tang Yanmyung is trying to do. Green energy emanates from Tang Yanmyung's blade. The green energy intensifies around Tang Yanmyung's hand. The green energy swirls. The green energy reaches a crescendo. Tang Jianzhou exclaims in shock. Tang Jianzhou realizes what is happening. The figure with the reddish-brown ponytail prepares to strike, dual swords glowing with green energy. The ponytail figure leaps forward, closing the distance between himself and Tang Jianzhou. A surge of green energy intensifies. The figure continues his assault, swords aimed directly at Tang Jianzhou. Tang Jianzhou murmurs, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He wonders what skill he has at his disposal. The green energy intensifies, distorting the air around it. The figure with the ponytail continues his advance, the force of his movements kicking up dust. Tang Jianzhou's eyes widen as he realizes something is wrong. Is this all because my body isn't like before? There's no way. He thinks that the power of the silent sword technique is different from that of a normal sword. However, in front of Blade River, it's rendered powerless. The figure handles the blade's energy with such ease and has even used Blade River with it. This means Tang Jianzhou realizes what this guy is capable of. Yun Junghyuk observes, noting that someone has reached the final stage. He wonders if that is important. He realizes he has to dodge. Tang Yanmyung is being annoying. He wonders how he thinks he's going to get away when he's just running around here. Tang Yungryong declares that it's over the moment she catches him. She states that she is a member of the Tang clan. It would only make sense to kill him the Tang clan way. Tang Yungryong flies through the forest. Tang Yungryong continues to fly through the forest. He wonders who in the world raised such a monster from the Tang clan. Yun Junghyuk wonders how someone who's reached the final stage came from the collapsing Tang clan. He thinks that Ryanju won't sit back and just watch. He watches as rings of energy hurtle towards him. What is that? The rings slice through the forest, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The rings slice through trees as if they were tofu. The forest floor is littered with the remains of the trees. Tang Jianzhou notes the unusual speed of the rings. That speed is also unusual. He cries out as the rings close in. Act dash. Tang Jianzhou realizes he cannot escape by running. I won't be able to get rid of these rings by just running away. He steels himself, resolving to face the threat head-on. I'll just have to deal with them. The rings continue their relentless advance. Tang Jianzhou's eyes glow with determination as he prepares to fight. Bring it on. The rings close in, their speed increasing. Tang Jianzhou braces himself, ready to meet the attack. He grits his teeth, facing the onslaught of energy rings. Tang Jianzhou blocks the attack, but the force cracks his sword. He exclaims, a place like this? Grunting in pain, blood splatters as the energy rings find their mark. The rings of energy continue their relentless assault. Again, Tang Jianzhou manages to block, sparks flying from the impact. The rings of energy close in, a silent threat. Another strike lands, and Tang Jianzhou cries out, more blood staining his robes. The rings hover, waiting for their next opportunity. With a final burst of strength, Tang Jianzhou blocks them all, shouting, how do you like that? I blocked them all. Despite his success, blood streams down his face as he thinks, did you think the Dark Moon sect would die to something like this? Tang Jianzhou stands in the field, the rings of energy surrounding him, a testament to his resilience. Though wounded and missing an arm, Tang Jianzhou resolves, though I've lost an arm, as long as I stay alive, I can plan for the upcoming days. He thinks to himself that this bastard must have wasted a lot of energy from using that skill just now. A figure walks away in the distance, as if expecting to be complimented. Even after using such an elaborate technique like that, Tang Jianzhou realizes his opponent isn't even the least bit tired. The blades are spinning while stuck in the ground. The blades continue to spin, creating a whirlwind of destruction. Tang Jianzhou's face contorts in a mixture of shock and frustration. The blades are spinning while stuck in the ground. Tang Jianzhou looks up, his expression a mix of awe and apprehension. Just who in the world is this bastard? Tang Jianzhou wonders. After leaving everything behind as a Tang clan student, putting my all into the Black Death Alliance, and making a name for myself, someone like me couldn't even hurt a hair on his head. Just what in the world have I been doing? Tang Jianzhou asks himself. Swords fall from the sky, a grim reminder of past battles. The impact of those conflicts still resonates. A gloved hand clenches, a symbol of the resolve to come. The fallen serve as a stark reminder of the cost of failure. Tang Jianzhou thinks, I tried experimenting with different techniques, so I did gain something out of this. The bodies pile up, a testament to the battles fought. Jianzhou reflects, once I become heir of the head, it'd be nice to teach this to the people under me. Tang Jianzhou looks towards the horizon, contemplating his next move. He wonders, shall I leave this place now? His gaze hardens, a decision forming in his mind. Since there are loose ends, I have to tie when I get out, he thinks. He draws his sword, the blade gleaming with a deadly purpose. Green energy crackles around him, a sign of the power he wields. He remembers the faces of those who wronged him, the elders who drove mother in a corner, the Jigak family who plotted to take over the Tang clan. He recalls. Kneeling before a looming figure, Tang Jianzhou vows, I'll set everything right. His eyes glow with determination, the green energy reflecting his unwavering resolve. A tooth. For a way. Tang Jianzhou offers his apologies. For the sake of fairness, he explains, they made it impossible for anyone to intervene. He never expected the situation to become like this. A man in the crowd exclaims, it can't be. Tang Jianzhou thinks to himself that those are just lies. However, he has to keep quiet until the work is done. Since the entrance was completely sealed after they entered, Tang Jianzhou believes there's no way anyone can make it out of the competition ground alive. After the men who were deployed outside the unit have been subdued and questioned, the people inside have been confirmed. The Great Darkness Silent Sword Sect and Dark Moon Sword Sect. And since there are over 300 soldiers in there, even number 28 will have a hard time coming back alive. Though it's a waste of talent, Tang Jianzhou thinks they cannot be caught that he got in the way of their plans and the competition. Other candidates who did not participate in the war are the future of the Tang clan, so at least they. A close-up of Tang Jianzhou's face reveals his inner turmoil. The group senses a familiar energy. One of them wonders what it could be. Someone exclaims that it's Yan Miyang. Another person says that he won't lose that easily. A woman asks if anyone is hurt and wonders if everyone was worried. A figure states that until the competition is over, Yan Miyang is the only one who has hurt them. They also mention in number 28. Someone wonders just how in the world. The group of martial artists stare in disbelief. This is impossible, one thinks. Another wonders what in the world the 300 soldiers were doing. What about the Dark Moon Sword Sect? They couldn't even deal with a young bastard like him? The red-haired martial artist looks on with a serious expression. His red eyes glow with intensity. The group continues to stare in disbelief at the scene before them. One of the martial artists is visibly shocked. The red-haired martial artist maintains his serious gaze. Another martial artist expresses that he just can't believe this. The remnants of a destroyed formation crackle with residual energy. One of the martial artists wonders how in the world he could cut it down, even with the 7 Locks Phantom Dome formation. The destroyed formation includes the 7 Locks Phantom Dome formation that was put onto his clan and the unit that was made for the battle. It's no different from the 8 earthly laws and punishments. Normally, even a master will be caught. But he just slashed through all that? Tang Jianzhou watches with a concerned expression. Tang Yongryong clears her throat. Tang Yongryong stares intently. Tang Sukjung thinks to himself, if I could, I would just kill him immediately, but I shouldn't do anything I can get blamed for until I become the head. Tang Yongryong says, I caused much worry, Warrior Wanjing. I'll take care of the elderly in the Tang clan first. Tang Mirio says, it's a relief you're safe, but what happened? Tang Yanmyang, visibly shaken, asks, in there? What happened to the rest? The aftermath of the destruction. The aftermath of the destruction. Tang Aijin asks, what's that? Is it an earthquake? Someone shouts to look there. A crack is appearing. Light emanates from the crack. The unit that was containing the 7 Locks Phantom Dome formation is breaking down. The crack intensifies, energy flaring. The light grows brighter as the crack widens. Tang Yamyang wonders what is happening. Tang Sukjung sees something in the fragments. He realizes what this is. Tang Sukjung's eyes widen in shock. Tang Jianzhou states that's what happened in there, as they can see. The destruction spreads across the landscape. The devastation continues. Some of the fallen wear different uniforms, but most are part of the Dark Moon Sword Sect. Did he seriously take on all these people by himself? This is ridiculous. Even I would find it difficult to deal with more than 30 of them. Master, over there. So it was true that Mak Inhu led the army. That double sword sheath on his back. Judging from the descriptions, I'm certain that's Mak Inhu. Even Mak Inhu is not a match for him. Just what? There were simply many of them. They weren't that hard to deal with. As expected of Tang Yanmyang, this bastard. He's already beyond the existence of the head. He dealt with everyone by himself when there were more than hundreds of them. On top of that, the Dark Moon Sword Sect is pretty famous. That means he's already beyond the final level. Why are you all proud? The man grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. He curses Yanmyang under his breath. He clenches his bandaged fist, remembering his defeat. He thinks that he ended up becoming deadweight because his arm got ruined. A member of the crowd remarks that Yanmyang alone got that strong. The man's face contorts in rage as he hears Tang Yanmyang's name. He recalls being called a piece of trash who used to get beat up because he couldn't even learn martial arts. He fumes, wondering how someone like Yanmyang could have won as the tournament concludes. The announcer declares that the sole winner is number 28, Tang Yanmyang. The announcer shouts for anyone to come forward if they have any objections to the results. The man's hands are wrapped in bandages, stained with blood. He thinks that the only thing he can do right now is. The announcer asks if there is no one who objects to the results. The announcer states that if there are no objections, every process has concluded to a fair end. A booming voice echoes across the training grounds. The man declares that the tournament is over. The warriors are ordered to immediately gather. The same voice commands the warriors to gather before the winner, Tang Yanmyeong. The warriors assemble, their faces grim as they await the next announcement. One warrior expresses disbelief at the sheer number of warriors present, the feeling overwhelming him. The man acknowledges Tang Yanmyeong as the winner of the tournament. Another man, facing away from the crowd, declares that they appoint Tang Yanmyeong as their new master. It is revealed that there are 82 members aside from Tang Wonjin. The warriors greet Tang Yanmyeong as the new head of the Tang clan. The warriors shout their greeting to the new head. The warriors kneel, showing their respect for their new leader. Tang Yanmyeong stands tall, the symbol of the Tang clan emblazoned on his back, as he accepts his new role. The group observes that he's being treated. One of the group asks if they also have to speak formally to Tang Yanmyeong now. Another replies that they aren't sure. Across the land of Seishan, the man thinks that if he's able to grow even more across the land of Seishan, the man thinks that once again, they might be able to regain the reputation of a prestigious clan. He knows what they want. The woman thinks that it won't take long to make it become reality. The woman says to trust her and wait. The weight of those words imprints his position on them. He is the true Tang clan's head. The text says that they will follow the winner of the tournament, Tang Yanmyeong. The woman says to get ready. The text says that they're going back to the main house. The soldiers march forward. From above, figures scatter across the grassy field. A figure with white hair stands between two others, questioning, why? Just why? The figure's face contorts in anger, demanding, why do you get everything? A red-haired figure declares, no matter what, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil. Red eyes blaze with fury as the figure vows, at the very least, I will bring you down. The night sky stretches above. Clouds drift across the dark expanse. A mountain peak rises, crowned with an ancient structure bathed in the sun's glow. Fallen figures lie scattered on the ground, defeated. Heavy footsteps approach, the sound echoing in the silence. Joint Sec Tihyo stands amidst the trees, questioning, did they already leave? He appears tired. A figure lies prone, a sword resting beside them. I came as soon as I heard of the situation. Tihyo is addressed. The speaker insists that he can't just go alone like that. A dark figure looms behind Tihyo. A voice declares that now that he's at the top, he must act the part. Tihyo remarks that he can't hear a thing, finding it strange. Hyunso states that it would be impossible to sleep next to a mountain of corpses. A wide shot reveals a landscape littered with bodies. Hyunso says that even he would leave the area immediately. He adds that the unusual thing is that more than 300 people have been killed. The speaker wonders if it's because an old eagle is better than a young crow, as expected of a clan that used to be prestigious. Tihyo explains that as far as he knows, there were less than 100 members of the Tang family located on the mountain. He finds it strange since the mountain is an open area, and it wouldn't make sense that something this big happened without them knowing. Someone asks if they're saying that they're moving while purposely avoiding them. Hyunso asks what their reason is for avoiding them. He continues, noting that the Tang family even sent them valuables in honor of the tournament, unless they are hiding something. Tihyo remarks that he didn't know the Tang family's blade technique had declined this much, wondering just how many people have been killed by a short blade. Hyunso reacts with surprise, asking if Tihyo is saying these corpses are the work of one person, his eyes widening. Tihyo replies that they don't know for sure, anyway. Looking at the scene, Tihyo says that it's definitely surprising, with a short blade, and that it deceives his eyes. He adds that though most of them show signs of being defeated by learned sword techniques. Hyunso continues, saying that seeing those who couldn't even draw their weapon means they were dealt with in a matter of seconds. He adds that there can't be many with skills like this, right? Tihyo states that he doesn't see any signs of mastery, which is why everything is all over the place. He declares that he must meet this person, and that they should go to Sichuan. The man with the top knot exclaimed, pardon? You're gonna go to Sichuan? You can't. He wondered what would happen if they accidentally ran into them on the way there. The gray-haired man stated, have you forgotten that I've reached the top? It won't be difficult to protect myself, so don't worry. The gray-haired man added, that's not the case for me. The man with the top knot wondered, even if he is a fool, do you really think he'd hastily just start a fight with me? Though, master. The man with the top knot sighed, who can beat your stubbornness? Let's go back to the family clan first. Shouldn't you at least say something to the head? The gray-haired man agreed, you're right, let's head back. The narration stated, and for the joint faction, things are really tough right now. Master was planning on visiting the master of the Tang family, who caused such a disaster. Since the Tang family is in a familiar situation as us. The man with the top knot wondered, is he planning on having the Tang family deal with the Black Death Alliance, and then defeat the demonic cult? The narration stated, I believe the Tang family has been ruined for a while now. The narration stated, so I don't know if things will go as planned. I really hope. The figure fell. Tang Suk-jung writes calligraphy, the brushstrokes precise and deliberate. The warriors have brought the participants of the competition. It seems the competition ended faster than expected. Then again, with that child Youngryong's skill, and with the fire dragon's poison she has, it wouldn't be too hard to win the competition. But, sir, of the people who have returned, I do not see the miss. What? Who do you think will win this competition? Wouldn't Tang Gukren, being the leader's disciple, most likely win? But isn't there also the granddaughter of Sam Jangro? I heard she trained like crazy after her face got messed up. Those people are. A group of warriors walks towards the Tang family estate. The Tang family symbol is prominently displayed on the figure's clothing. The announcement rings out. The competition participants have returned. A traditional building stands tall against the sky. One wonders how quickly the competition ended. Another agrees, remarking on how fast time flies. They then wonder who the winners are. The crowd wonders who knows the results of the competition. The crowd wonders who the man is, noting they've never seen his face before. The women exclaim that their eyes might fall out. A man shouts for Soy. The man continues to call out for Soy, wondering where she is. A woman raises her arm in excitement. Someone expresses relief, having heard many people died. Deputy Commander Jungil is identified, and it's noted he has a happy expression. One person says they are not sure and don't expect too much. Someone shouts that Myung-hoon is over there, calling out to Soyeon. One of the men states that he doesn't see Hwaelan. Another man says that he doesn't see Myung-so either. The woman thinks that they're the parents of the people who died in the competition. She also thinks that her mother must also be worried about her. The woman looks on. Tang Youngryong wonders what she should do if she goes home and her mother doesn't recognize her. Tang Youngryong is quite curious about her shocked expression. The group arrives at the General Administration Department. A close-up of two characters. The man asks if the other sees the guy with the glasses over there. He is relieved that his Yuri is safe, stating that he's his. Tang Youngryong asks what the other is doing, already asking her to take good care of her father. The character states that, of course, he can't just let go of an opportunity like this. One of the characters tells the other that she's way too honest. The character states that it seems wrong to say it himself, but he has the skills. Figures clad in dark robes stand in silence. One remarks that another has been unable to get promoted because he doesn't suck up to anyone, which is why he's involved with the temple. The pink-haired figure muses that things aren't bad for her either, as those who've been in touch with the elders can be a distraction while she takes charge of the reins. The figure with glasses thinks that it would be better to find people who are on his side. One of the figures states that she'll have to find out more about Aijin and Mirio, adding that if she remembers correctly, it's Aijin. A figure praises the warriors and the Jiggle family, saying good work to everyone, including Mirio. Tang Kism, head of the Tang family, smiles widely. One figure says it's been a while, head, and asks if he's been well. The other responds that he's still the same. A figure states that he will not forget how the Jiggle family assisted the main house. A close-up of hands shows one figure saying that they just helped with what they could. One figure says that it felt so relieving to have the 7 locks Phantom Dome formation. The other responds that he was able to comfortably send the participants to the competition thanks to that. One figure says that though it broke, the other responds that that's right. The pink-haired figure states that now that she's given the elders a heads up, they should go to the elders' house now, adding that the warriors may now disperse and rest. After many years of escorting and completing missions, the fatigue must have piled up. The man declared that they would not be going to the elders' house. The man's expression is intense. Tang Wonjin introduced himself, stating he was temporarily put in charge of the honor guards. Tang Wonjin believed the conditions of the competition mentioned the stealth and poisons hall. The man questioned the statement. Someone ordered everyone to disperse immediately. The man threatened to punish them for protesting. Tang Wonjin thought they were protesting and telling them not to talk back to the elders. The man said they were protesting and questioned if there was anyone in the main house who had more power than the family head. The man is looking at someone. The person asked who in the world the man was. An intense gaze pierces through the shadows. The sky stretches out above Tang Yomyang. A traditional building stands bathed in sunlight. A voice booms, demanding, "What are you talking about?" A man questions if he heard correctly, while another asks who the winner of the competition is. Sweat beads on a man's brow as he listens intently. A clenched fist emphasizes the speaker's intensity. Someone wonders how someone like that could beat Youngryong. The discussion turns to the fire dragon's poison, with speculation that she wasn't even able to use it. Tang Sukjung states that someone lost again to Tang Yomyang, a being whose quality and hard work is acknowledged, but someone didn't believe the position of head would be given to this child. Before the start of the competition, when that child was seen, one of the elders expresses his disbelief. He is certain Tang Yomyang couldn't have beaten Gukren. Another elder slams his fist on the table, declaring it impossible and insisting that Tang Yomyang must have used some trick. An elder states that even though they've decided to forget what happened during the war. Second elder Tang Myongxing shouts, questioning if they shouldn't at least get to the bottom of this. Fourth elder Tang Jiryong agrees, wondering how someone like Tang Yomyang could beat every potential candidate and win. Another elder suggests that they might be able to find an answer if they all question him. An elder asks where Tang Yomyang is right now, stating that he is certain they were called to visit the elder's house. Second elder Tang Myongxing is shocked. He stammers, that's. Fourth elder Tang Jiryong states that only the family head can order the heir. An elder asks if they still insist on punishing them as protesters in their place. Second elder Tang Myongxing is shown with a close-up of his face. Second elder Tang Myongxing shouts that Tang Yonmyong has not been officially acknowledged as the heir yet, and he cannot believe someone like him is the winner. Tang Sukjung states that if you get on the elder's nerves, enough. Tang Ijin is shocked. Tang Yonmyong is surrounded by green energy. Tang Youngryong wonders what this is and states that it makes no sense. She thinks that if she irritates him any further. A silhouette of Tang Yonmyong is surrounded by green energy. Tang Ijin exclaims that he will die, whatever those lazy elders think. Two figures discuss that they will follow the terms of the competition and go to the Stealth and Poisons Hall. Tang Ijin thinks to let them know, with the competition coming to an end. Tang Yonmyong states that their reign is also over. The man with the blue streaks in his hair looks up, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern. Tell the elders to come themselves? Did he really say that? A figure with pointed ears delivers a stark message amidst a swirl of green energy. Go and deliver the message. Your era is over. The elder with the ornate headdress clasps his hands, a grimace twisting his features. Why yes, that's right. I can't bring myself to say just that. A fist slams down on a wooden surface, the impact echoing with suppressed rage. How dare that young fool? Surrounded by crackling orange energy, the figure stands firm, a declaration etched on their face. Even the poison phoenix had to be cautious in our presence. The elder strokes his beard, a calculating glint in his eye. This might actually be good. He hasn't been officially recognized as the branch leader yet. One man leans in, his voice low and conspiratorial. It's enough to question his attitude and strip him of his qualifications. His companion nods in agreement. Let's go to the Stealth and Poisons Hall, as he suggested. The man with the long mustache considers the situation. We need to assess his capabilities. The warriors, clad in dark armor, stand ready. The warriors that are waiting outside listen. Prepare now to move to the Stealth and Poisons Hall. The fourth elder's venomous sword troop stands in formation, their swords glinting in the dim light. Follow the elders as instructed. The fifth elder's shadow troop, faces obscured by masks, stands silently, awaiting orders. The elder with the long white beard looks down at the approaching figure. Master of the Blue Dragon, you called for me. The figure acknowledges the command. A voice expresses outrage at someone daring to challenge the authority of the elders. A group of figures in black robes proceeds forward. Another figure demands that the rascal be shown the true reality. A disembodied voice wonders who the true master of the Tang family is. The Tang family estate looms in the background. Tang Jiaqui, the King of Darkness, is announced as the winner of the Tang family successor competition. A red-haired figure confirms the news. The red-haired figure reflects on Tang Jiaqui's uniqueness, noting that his aura is now incomparably stronger. A silver-haired figure anticipates that his sister will be pleased. Tang Jiaqui stands beside another figure. The other figure, Poison King Tang Jihyok, father of Tang Moonshan, reacts to the news of the competition. Tang Yanmyong is asked if he really thought he could win the competition. He is told that it would be good if he just survived. Tang Youngryong vows that after the competition, she will make sure that Tang Yanmyong and his mother pay for what happened to her son. Tang Jiaqui thinks to himself that it might not even take 4 years to be able to take that compensation from Munshin's arm. Tang Jiaqui is told that he definitely said that. Tang Youngryong states that now Tang Jiaqui won't. Tang Jiaqui is told that he should be careful with every word and deed while staying at the Tang house. Tang Jiaqui is told that he might end up disabling his son's remaining arm as well, and that he has been holding a grudge. Tang Yanmyong is shown in a panel. A character asks if Tang Yanmyong is here. Tang Jiaqui reacts to being called the son of Poison Phoenix. Tang Youngryong questions if Tang Jiaqui is the Poison Phoenix. The man with the slick back hair states that there are things one might want to ask. The pink-haired girl stands with a stern expression. She declares that everything can be settled later. The man wonders if he is truly the son of that person, and if that's true. The warriors of the Tang family fight against a horde of enemies, blood splattering across the battlefield. The warriors of the Tang family fought with their lives, and although their vigor was equal, spears impale a burning structure, a testament to the devastation. The landscape lies in ruins, consumed by fire and destruction. The warriors react in shock to the unfolding events. The resistance from them was stronger than expected. The pink-haired girl cries out in horror, realizing who is responsible for the destruction. Lord. The battlefield rages, a chaotic dance of fire and steel. A voice echoes, demanding, "Have you not finished yet?" A figure, silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, commands, "Release them." Despite the dangers, the soldiers push forward, disregarding even the deadly poison techniques employed against them. The cost of their advance is steep, many risking and meeting death on the blood-soaked ground. Tang Sukjung's aged face is etched with concern. He recalls, "I requested support from the elders to counter the intensified attacks of Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord." A grim-faced soldier remembers the elders' decision. Inevitably face destruction. It wasn't accepted, if they had even given their forces. The memory continues, the soldier lamenting, "We could have reduced the damage." An elder's voice booms with accusation. "You almost destroyed the family. If we had just followed Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord's intentions, we could have avoided damage." The weight of the decision hangs heavy as the Tang family faces the consequences. If we fall too, the family will. The soldier reflects on the elder's choice. Unable to step onto the battlefield, accepting the deposition from the position of head elders despite the injustice. It must have been to protect the young lord under her care. A soldier states, I believe you must have also noticed. The elder speaks of lineage and duty. Who the current master is the child of, to us, who failed to fulfill our roles that day. Figures walk towards a traditional building, their purpose unknown. It's as if another chance has come their way. This time they must. A figure shouts, stop. One of the figures wonders whose voice it is. One of the figures suggests they go out and see what is happening. The traditional building looms in the background. Honor guards, do they really think you can defy the elder council and be safe? A close-up of an older man with a white beard and red eyes. Where is Tang Yomiang? As the young master predicted, all the elders appeared. I didn't expect that their own forces would also be mobilized. Is it because they feel their positions are being threatened? An authoritative voice cuts through the tension. Doesn't my word sound reasonable? Bring Tang Yomiang here now. The elder, framed by masked figures, declares, there's no. You dare to claim the seat of the future leader of the family. That should not be occupied without our permission. A figure steps forward, stating, need to fuss, I am here. The figure continues, addressing someone directly, you. A younger member of the family expresses surprise. Sir Third Elder? And other elders as well. The elder reiterates his point, emphasizing the need for permission to occupy the seat of leadership. A figure defends their position. I have already proven my qualifications by winning the competition. The figure challenges the elders, asking, what more do you need? Another family member reacts with shock. What? As I heard, you have a nasty nature. What kind of language is that to use in front of the family elders? The focus shifts to a character identified as branch leader. The elder demands, if you want to live, you must confess everything that happened within the solitude exam. A figure reflects on the situation. I heard that what happens in the competition is unspeakable. It seems the weight of the family rules is lighter than expected. Tang Xiaoqian asks if they think he gained an unfair advantage. A voice booms, declaring that they came all the way from the Jigals. Tang Jianzhou states that if there was outside interference, how can they say the competition was fair? Tang Xiaoqian declares that he ended the competition by killing them. Tang Aijin states that their intervention was after the competition, so fairness isn't an issue. Tang Xiaoqian is enraged by what Tang Aijin just said. Tang Yamyang suggests that if they find it hard to believe, why not go to Gangdong Mountain? Tang Xiaoqian states that if the Gangdong sect hasn't cleaned up, the bodies should still be there. Tang Xiaoqian yells, die. Tang Xiaoqian unleashes a burst of energy. The energy surges around Tang Yamyang. Tang Xiaoqian attacks with a powerful blast of energy. The blue energy coalesces, crackling with destructive power. Tang Jianzhou and Tang Jiahai watch with horrified expressions. The energy engulfs him, his silhouette barely visible within the blinding light. The blue energy intensifies, threatening to consume everything. The raw power of the attack is almost tangible. Tang Xiaoqian sneers, calling him a fool. Tang Jianzhou watches in disbelief as the attack continues. Tang Xiaoqian questions if they find it hard to believe he would do all this himself. Tang Sukjung looks on with a grim expression as the energy attack continues to devastate the area. The landscape is shattered, reduced to rubble by the force of the blast. Tang Aijin asks if he brought all this on himself because his granddaughter is dead. How could this be? The attack, a demon-killing poison, was blocked with just one hand. The technique possesses a toxicity that robs one of sight and hearing upon contact. How could it be thwarted so easily? Could it be? The reddish-brown-haired figure holds up a hand, seemingly unharmed. Has he surpassed the internal strength I've cultivated for decades? Impossible. You dare to mock me, an elder? The reddish-brown-haired figure holds up a small, intricately designed red cylinder. That's. The reddish-brown-haired figure holds the red cylinder aloft. Do you know what this is? The reddish-brown-haired figure extends his hand, offering the cylinder. The poison bottle that you gave to your granddaughter came from my hand. The cylindrical bottle sits innocuously. The bottle shatters, erupting in a burst of energy. The force of the blast sends a nearby figure reeling. The explosion engulfs the area in a fiery inferno. A group of masked figures watches from a distance. If it were just a simple poison bottle, one might overlook it. But this is the Tang family's top 10 poison. The characters' robes are singed by the blast. The Tang family's top 10 poison leaves a lingering inferno. Tang Aijin wonders what the contents of that bottle could possibly be. A guard confirms that they call it Fire Dragon's poison. It's Fire Dragon's poison. No wonder the elder felt such a strong fiery energy as the bottle burned. The storage is managed by the third elder. In the Tang family, it holds more value than any gold or treasure. The guard states that he shall bury it in the burial brigade. He wonders if the Tang family's top 10 poison is so trivial that it can be used for personal greed. Absolutely not, from what he knows. It is dangerous enough to challenge even the most skilled warriors in the martial realm. And with its recipe being lost, the remaining top 10 poison is all the more precious. Thus, using the top 10 poison for personal gains warrants severe punishment. An elder asks what they are saying now. An elder barks, How dare they mention severe punishment to an elder of the clan? He demands to know what they are doing and orders to seize those men. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. Even if you hold the title of elder, do not think you can evade the clan's rules. You will die honorably. At least, in the afterlife, your granddaughter awaits you. Amidst the raging flames, Tang Yomyang's expression is one of shock and disbelief. A monstrous, fiery beast roars, its eyes burning with intense heat. An elder's face is etched with concern as he questions, what right do the elders have to act so boldly? Tang Yongryong's eyes blaze with determination. You have to judge the seat of the family head. A voice declares with unwavering resolve, I will decide where I stand. A man's face contorts in outrage. Truly outrageous. Who else can stand so boldly before? A figure gazes upward, their expression unreadable in the shadows. The fate of the Tang family may change here. A voice exclaims, how dare? Grand Elder Tang Sukjung bellows, what are you doing? You dare to kill a senior of the clan. Can't you restrain that man right now? Tang Xiaoxian speaks to another figure, that your disciple has endangered the Tang family. Tang Sukjung asks, what are you talking about? Did you really not know? Tang Sukjung's face is a mask of disbelief. That he was a spy for the Dark Moon Sword sect? What nonsense. She questions the framing of someone, her expression conveying disbelief. Tang Xiaoxian demands evidence of a conspiracy with the enemies, his tone sharp and accusatory. Tang Xiaoxian's face is contorted with anger as he speaks to Tang Yongryong, who looks back at him with a mixture of concern and defiance. He states that he will need you. A close-up reveals the intricate details of someone's clothing, the question why, hanging in the air. A hand clenches into a fist, as a voice declares that they are the sole witness who can prove he is a spy. Tang Xiaoxian recounts fighting Tang Gukren before meeting Yeonmyong in the isolation hall, claiming those wounds as evidence. A muscular man stands tall, his expression fierce and unwavering. It is stated that the wounds could not have been made by poison arts or stealth techniques. A flashback shows a figure using a sword technique, the scene bathed in a cold, ethereal light. Tang Xiaoxian is seen with another person, who dismisses his claims as mere guesses and speculation. It is revealed that most of those attacked by him were badly mangled. Tang Xiaoxian explains that the relatively intact bodies were very similar to the sword technique that this child had faced, adding that the child confessed to being a spy before trying to kill him. Someone recalled that he called himself Mak Injuk. It was questioned if Mak Injuk wasn't the name of a discarded bastard, the child born to a maid, as rumors say. A figure wondered if it was really him. He thought of using her as a witness, but never expected her to step forward first. She stated that she owed him her life, and it was only right to repay it. He thanked her, stating this will make things easier. Someone questioned if Gukren, that child, was really a spy. She stated that's not the important thing right now, and if she stayed like this, she wouldn't be safe either. Elder Junryong yelled to block that man. Someone questioned what Elder Paryong was doing, asking if he didn't plan to avenge the third elder and not just watch from the sidelines. He was told not to act rashly. He stated evidence has already been presented. She stated she didn't know anything about it and questioned if her situation wasn't different from the third elder's. Someone questioned if his status was so light that he could just ignore it, even if Tang Gukren becomes the family head and the Tang family falls into the hands of the Dark Moon. The Grand Elder is asked if he will continue to claim ignorance. Someone calls out for the elder to wait. A close-up of a face shows intense emotion. Energy gathers around a figure. The Grand Elder is told that he cannot escape the accusation of harboring a spy. It is stated that normally, one's dantian should be destroyed to cripple their martial arts. But since there's no evidence of collusion, the punishment will end here. Tang Xiaoxian expresses his appreciation for the mercy shown. Someone thinks that it was so fast they couldn't even see it with their own eyes, questioning if he is also skilled in swordsmanship. The formless poison, among the Tang family's top poisons, is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and extremely poisonous. As befits its name, the opponent won't realize they've been poisoned until the symptoms manifest, though not as potent as the complete formless poison. He states that it's a formless poison he's crafted over half his lifetime. No matter your skill level, you won't survive the poison's potency. A close-up reveals a stern expression. A tiger-like figure snarls, promising to kill without anyone knowing what hit them. The dust settles, revealing Tang Yomyong standing over the fallen Tang Xiaoxian. The crowd watches with bated breath. The camera focuses on Tang Yomyong's back. A close-up reveals Tang Yomyong's narrowed eyes, a storm brewing within. Tang Xiaoxian, struggling to rise, spits out, "You really do all sorts of things." Tang Xiaoxian's eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Could it be? Tang Xiaoxian reaches out a bloodied hand, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Another figure exclaims, "What is this madness now? Didn't you say with your own mouth that you would consider mercy?" Tang Xiaoxian continues, his voice rising in anger. "And now you claim you have the right to ascend as the family head?" One of the onlookers interjects, "Wait, just a moment. What is that?" Tang Xiaoxian lies on the ground, blood pooling around him. The camera focuses on a fallen bottle. The object fallen next to the hand. Is it a poison bottle? Tang Yonmyong looks down at the fallen Tang Xiaoxian, his expression unreadable. Utterly disgraced, Tang Xiaoxian begs for mercy, pleading with the family head. Flashback. Someone attempts to assassinate the family head and disrupt the clan, using a technique that feigns stopping blood flow to launch a poison attack. The traitor is caught and punished severely. Green energy crackles and swirls. A close-up reveals the intensity of the moment. The weight of the accusation hangs heavy. The scene is awash in red. Back in the present, Tang Yomyang stands before the assembled family. Tang Xiaoxian lies defeated. The faces of the elders are grim as one declares that no one is above the laws of the Tang family, and that any who disregard them will be personally executed. Two men discuss the decline of the Tang family, noting that its collapse would not be surprising. Tang Yomyang promises to ensure that the members of the Tang family are not exposed to the threats of evil sects or demonic cults. The speaker requests that the elders not be asked, but all those present instead, so that they can live in peace in the land of Sichuan. Tang Jihai demands an answer. A voice demands acknowledgement as the rightful family head of the Tang family. The question hangs in the air. What are they saying? Tang Xiaoxian urges her to calm down and speak slowly. She asks if it's true. Yomyang's name is spoken. The question is asked if he really won the family head contest. Tang Jianzhou wipes his eyes, stating that's not all. He adds that the elders judged and acknowledged him as well. Tang Sukjung declares he can't forget that scene, referring to everyone at the Stealth and Poisons Hall. Tang Xiaoxian listens intently. Yomyang stands before the Tang family residence. A figure acknowledges him. He has truly grown up splendidly. Moreover, he resembles the young lady from his youth, doesn't he? Longyang, if you were alive to hear this news, can you repeat what you just said? Of course. I'll tell you as many times as you want. He would have been so happy. I wanted to rush to mother and tell her of my survival, but there were mountains of tasks to handle. As per the family head's orders, subsequent events and issues will be handled at the Stealth and Poisons Hall. The elders looked displeased, but none openly showed their dissatisfaction. Though it's clear the family head's character is exceptional, his experience is not yet vast. How about I act as a regent until the family head finishes growing? Only Elder O expressed concerns. Elder O's words make sense. They don't want to lose their power using my lack of experience and years as an excuse. Let's decide later who will take over the regency. So easily? If there's no further discussion, we shall conclude the transfer of authority here. They won't make it easy, though. Moreover, following the investigation, the smuggling of fire dragons poisoned by the third elder was proven true. Truly, the status before the contest has diminished. The management of the 10 poisons has been reassigned to the Stealth and Poisons Hall. The elders, having lost most of their authority, were left with only their respective military forces. The military forces will continue to be managed by the elders. However, from now on, the elders should bear the cost of maintaining the military forces themselves. If there is a budget allocated through the vice director, remove it. Their affiliation due to the death of an elder, no one has taken responsibility, so the two forces will be combined into the Shadow Troop and will be assigned to Stealth and Poisons Hall. A ninja-clad figure stands alongside another warrior, their faces obscured. Though there were those who voiced discontent with their treatment. Forget the privileges you once had. Your military strength is negligible. Since the Direct Command Troop and Sovereign Spirit Troop have lost. Neglecting duties with unreasonable excuses or causing friction with existing external warriors will lead to severe punishment. It wasn't hard to silence them. A few days later, the Tang family compound stands serene under the sky. A voice calls out, "I heard you called for me, family head." The hem of a green robe brushes against the floor. Tang Xiaoxian thinks to himself that using force and legitimacy to topple the Elder Council is something to consider. He finds it pointless to relay the contest's circumstances to the elders. The contest is all somewhat, but still, Tang Yomyang's mouth goes dry. Tang Xiaoxian fears that one wrong word could lead to disaster. Tang Yomyang reflects that he has been busy these past few days and neglected someone. Tang Yomyang states that there's something he'd like to ask. Tang Yomyang wonders if he is really number 28. Tang Xiaoxian asks why someone is so surprised, wondering if it's because of the clothes. He notes that the subordinates have been fussing about dressing appropriately for the position. It seems that even though he isn't officially the family head yet, Tang Yomyang is declaring who owns the Tang family. Tang Xiaoxian wonders what this request is. It's been heard that the defensive formations of the Jiggle family are so remarkable that unwanted guests can't even enter and wander for life. A figure breaks through a barrier, their eyes glowing green. Tang Xiaoxian reflected on his recent experience, finding it somewhat different. Still, he desired to have that formation installed here. He wanted it to keep the riffraff of evil away. A figure with a beard apologized, explaining that the main clan's formations could not be installed without the head's permission. The figure added that installing formations required precious items passed down as family treasures, and maintaining it required several formation masters, which the main house may not have the capacity for. Tang Xiaoxian listened intently. The figure with the beard continued to explain. The figure with the beard continued. So about installing the formation. The figure with the beard paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. The figure with the beard's eyes widened in shock. What is this? He wondered. He recoiled, his face contorted in disbelief. The figure with the beard demanded, "Family head, why are you doing this?" He realized, "I already know your deal with Tang Yongriao." He extends his hand, his expression hardening. You chose not to block it. Tang Xiaoxin's face contorts in fury, his eyes blazing. Did you think I would just overlook it? Green energy swirls around Tang Xiaoxin as he explains, I won't say much. Install a defense similar to the Jiggle families in the Tang family's main inner quarters. Tang Xiaoxin's voice drops, laced with menace. Let this suffice for now. However, he clenches his fist, his gaze intense. Does this still sound like a mere suggestion? Tang Xiaoxin's face fills the frame, his expression a mask of fury. You should have heard of our family rules. His eyes glow with an eerie green light, power radiating from him. That's why. Tang Xiaoxin's voice drips with cold menace. The elders met their death by my hand. I will count to 3. If I don't hear a positive response by then. Figures kneel in supplication, their faces etched with fear. I will personally go to the Jiggle family and hold Jiggle Changsun accountable for this incident. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a fiery landscape, a scene of destruction and despair. What? I'll leave it to your imagination, what comes next? Tang Xiaoxin's profile is grim, his jaw set with determination. His face contorted with rage, Tang Xiaoxin roars, I will do it. He clenched his fist, knuckles white with suppressed fury. I will, so please. A voice, choked with desperation, pleaded, Ugh, please spare our family members. Tang Xiaoxin's lips curled into a thin, cruel smile. Good. I trust you'll proceed quickly. His eyes burned with cold calculation, a predator watching its prey. A traditional building stands tall. Tang Aijin states that she wanted to call them earlier, but there was more to handle than expected. Tang Aijin asks what they were called for. Tang Youngryong wonders aloud. Tang Youngryong asks the reason they were called there. Tang Mirio kicks her feet up on the table, stating that if that's the case. A voice tells them to just be formal, kids, noting that they switch gears very fast. Tang Mirio, still on the floor, asks what it is. Tang Mirio asks what they said. Tang Youngryong states that their father is definitely capable, right? She adds that they've caught a golden opportunity, so shouldn't they seize it? Tang Youngryong wonders what the power of the family head is. She says that's what she wants too, but wonders if it's okay to confirm it just like that, as there must have been opposition. She adds that silencing the opposing voices wasn't difficult, but it would be troubling if what? Tang Youngryong says what was said wasn't sincere. She adds that if he shows off their connection and neglects his duties, or secretly embezzles. Hands crossed in denial express a firm stance. Tang Mirio states that since it's decided, they should help their father adapt to the chief officer's duties. Tang Xiaoxin says that if Yuri's father shows the capabilities he demonstrated, he will devote himself to the safety and prosperity of the Tang family, remembering the days when he was at the bottom of the chief office, when the chief prioritized only his own safety. Tang Youngryong understands, stating that there's no need to worry then. Tang Mirio says that's why she called Tang Aijin. Tang Youngryong says that if there are those with outstanding abilities but are ostracized or rejected due to lack of connections with the elders, they should tell him. Tang Youngryong plans to take them under him. Tang Aijin asks if it's odd to keep those close to the elders. She then asks if she isn't related to the Medicine King Hall and how that place is. A clenched fist emphasizes the tension. Tang Youngryong says that it's related to Youmyong too. A close-up of eyes reveals a sense of shock and realization. A figure states that the ones involved in their father's poisoning were. The words the Medicine King Hall appear on screen. Text fills the panel. Tang Youngryong questions if she heard correctly about the Medicine King Hall. A woman with pink hair and glowing eyes prepares to strike. The woman with pink hair declares that she will split their heads if they lay a hand on the family head's family. Tang Aijin tells someone to continue with what they were saying. The Medicine King Hall is secluded within the main house, so much so that even the Elder Council's influence cannot reach it. All studies of medicine and toxicology are conducted there, and they maintain their finances through treating patients and selling medicinal materials. Even after the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord incident, the Tang family was able to survive thanks to the Medicine King Hall's robustness. The Medicine King Hall earns the funds necessary for the Tang family's maintenance costs. The Medicine King Hall was his grandfather. Tang Youngryong asks if he was dismissed for some reason. Tang Aijin confirms that is right and asks Mirio if she knows about it. During the time their grandfather was the leader, someone visited him daily. The text reveals that Tang Longriang, originally named Ha Longriang, was the father of Tang Youmyong. It was his father. As resentment towards the Medicine King Hall increased, Tang Longriang always stood up against those who slandered it. However, since his father was a scholar without internal strength, the aftermath of turning a verbal fight into a physical one was evident on his body. Without internal strength, if one is hit by an attack carrying inner force, they can't dissipate the energy and end up suffering deep internal injuries. So Tang Longriang still fought back, despite everything. That's when things exploded. A dispute broke out with vice leader Tang Il. He was caught by Tang Longriang making unspeakable slanders about his mother. Clearly, it was the vice leader's fault. Instead of reflecting, he even tried to use martial arts when he was losing the argument. And it was only when his grandfather intervened that he could be stopped. Because of that incident, Tang Il was excluded from being a candidate for the next leader. Did he harbor resentment then? Resentment and poison him then? A scene of violence unfolds, blood staining the floor. A voice recounts. Yes, after that, he killed my father and began to overturn the Medicine King Hall. Aijin's expression hardens with anger. She declares, my grandfather too, was poisoned by him and imprisoned. Another woman reacts with shock, her eyes wide. Such things happened, and it wasn't made known. Even if it's a secluded place, that's no excuse. A young girl stands beside an elderly man behind bars. The voice continues, ever since he was poisoned, my grandfather has not been in his right mind. Therefore, even if I explain the situation, no one would step forward to help. The group sits around a table, the weight of the revelation hanging heavy in the air. A figure is seen running. The voice explains, I entered the contest. During the 3 years of the contest, they wouldn't kill someone who knew the truth about the incident. Aijin clenches her fist, determination etched on her face. I want to go see my grandfather's condition right now. Tang Yeonmyeong looks down, a shadow of regret crossing his face. I'm sorry, Yeonmyeong. It seems hard to find the talents you seek in the Medicine King Hall. A skeletal figure lies behind bars. A voice asks, do you know why that vice leader kept your grandfather alive? The figure from panel 6 is seen again, now older. The voice continues, it would have been easier to silence him by killing him. If I'm right, perhaps. The speaker's face is obscured, but I'm too afraid to. A new voice reveals, there's a secret division within the Medicine King Hall that even the elders don't know about. A mythical creature engulfed in flames is shown. An inner pill made from a mythical creature known to live in lava. Fiery energy ascends, reaching towards the realm of fire. The box is named the 10,000-year fire carp. Tang Mirio's eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming, 10,000-year fire carp. Tang Aijin asks, her expression doubtful, does that actually exist? Tang Youngryong replies, it's not that simple. About 100 years ago, there's a tale that tells the lesser lord of the fiery sun palace took the inner pill of the 10,000-year fire carp and achieved tremendous. Fiery energy ascends to the realm of fire realm. Even though the fiery sun palace has now vanished into history under the influence of the heavenly demon sect. Tang Aijin continues, it might be an exaggeration, but it's true that he reached the realm of fire realm by taking the inner pill. The story has been passed down to later generations like us. Tang Mirio, her eyes wide, states, the inner pill of a mythical creature inevitably contains strong poison. If taken without neutralizing the poison, 9 out of 10 times it leads to death. If you clumsily attempt to remove the poison, it could diminish the efficacy of the pill. Tang Youngryong says, except your grandfather, the Tang Xiaoxian explains, current leader's goal is to consume the complete inner pill and ascend to fire realm. Afterwards, he plans to lead his followers out of the Tang family and become the head of his own sect. A group of figures stands together, their intentions unclear. He declares that the current leader's actions are nothing less than rebellion. A voice muses that even if a foolish man gains strength beyond his level from the inner pill, it is still foolish. The realm he seeks to achieve without true enlightenment is precisely the fire realm. A disembodied voice reflects that during the 3 years they spent together, they never noticed because he never showed it. Despite what happened, a character still smiled in front of them. First of all, thank you. It must have been hard to talk about. I'm truly grateful you spoke honestly. Tang Yeonmyeong states that if they purge the current members of the Medicine King Hall and restore their grandfather's strength. A character asks if the Medicine King Hall can function properly as before. Tang Yeonmyeong asks Aijin to give him her answer. Hands clenched tightly. A character states that they don't consider themselves less capable than the current leader. A character says, okay, that will do. She wonders aloud about dealing with the Medicine King Hall. Tang Jianjil agrees, suggesting they head to the Medicine King Hall right away. Tang Jianjil asks if Aijin is sure, reminding her that she hasn't visited her mother since coming to the main house. He assures her that her mother will understand. Tang Jianjil states that as the family head, he cannot leave a conspirator to his own devices, and above all, Aijin declares that she will completely erase the Medicine King Hall. Tang Jianjil adds that she will erase the Medicine King Hall that she used to know from the Tang family. The Medicine King Hall stands tall, its architecture a testament to its purpose. A set of wooden doors, adorned with intricate designs, remains closed. The man's brow furrows. This is an annoying development, he thinks. A glowing orb rests on a decorative stand. It was before he was even born, so he wouldn't know that he dealt with his father. She's not the type to abandon her own grandfather. However, she must value her own life above all else. While he can kill her anytime, the problem is the inner pill. To fully absorb the inner pill's energy and reach the fire realm. Which disrupts my plans. Should I try removing the poison myself? No. If I mess up, I could lose the entire inner pill. I need to find a better solution. CH Chief. Quiet. What's all this noise in the clan? The F family head is. Chaos erupts as people are restrained. Let go of me. Several figures lay defeated on the ground as one stands over them. The standing figure commands, what on earth are you doing? Don't let a single one escape. The lower half of a figure strides forward. A voice booms. The family head is rampaging through the hall. A close-up reveals a face filled with rage. Two figures, their faces contorted in anger, shout, why are you doing this to us? Have you forgotten where you are? One figure asks Aijin, Aijin, did you find him? Aijin replies, no. Aijin's face is filled with despair. I searched everywhere in the Medicine King Hall. There isn't a trace of my grandfather. A figure stands over several kneeling figures, demanding, Speak. Where have you hidden my grandfather? Two faces are shown, contorted with anger. A figure, weapon raised, declares, one Jin. Yes. A figure stands amidst a flurry of weapons. A chorus of voices demands to know who is trying to deceive them with shifty eyes. A man warns not to test his patience, suggesting they go ahead and keep pretending, stating they only need one mouth to talk anyway. After the contest began, the current leader instructed them to imprison the former leader in Noke. The entrance to Noke looms, a dark and foreboding gateway. Aijin exclaims that they imprisoned her grandfather in a place like this. A voice explains that this place was made to isolate those suspected of being infectious, but due to its cold and damp environment, it was closed because it worsened their conditions. Aijin declares that she and someone else are going into Noke. A member of the Bangui Brigade is ordered to clean up and wait at the entrance, and they respond that they will obey the family head's orders. A group of people begs the family head to show mercy, pleading that they were wrong. The group screams in terror, invoking the family head's name. Aijin notes that it's deep, wondering if it was carved into a cave, and concludes that Noke is a fitting name for this place. She and Tang Yongryong descend into the depths of Noke, the air growing colder with each step. They continue onward, the path ahead shrouded in shadow. Tang Yongryong notes that this is the entrance to Noke. Tang Yongryong hopes that Aijin's grandfather is okay, wondering what if they are already too late. Tang Yongryong reassures Aijin, stating that he is alive. A surge of green energy pulses through the area as Aijin finds her grandfather. Tang Yongryong cries out in shock. Aijin announces her presence, calling out to her grandfather. Behind bars, a figure lies weakened, surrounded by faint green energy. The figure remains slumped against the bars, seemingly unresponsive. The figure cries out, calling for his granddaughter. Aijin is shocked by her grandfather's weakened state, noting that he wasn't like this before the contest. Tang Yongryong attempts to calm Aijin, reminding her that they came to save her grandfather. Tang Yongryong asks what else they used. A person explains that the poison affects the brain, meant to make one an idiot rather than kill them. The poison is not strong, but it spreads throughout the body. The voice continues, saying that the poison penetrates the brain, making antidotes ineffective, and without early intervention, there's no proper way to. Tang Yongryong states that it will be simple, before questioning what is happening. Someone instructs to just hold him steady. Hands are placed on Tang Sukjung's chest. If Aijin injects his inner energy into his grandfather's body, it devours all the poison within the body. Aijin notices something happening to her hands. The poison-devouring frenzy has absorbed extreme poisons many times. It's best to avoid causing further harm to the old man's frail body and just absorb the poison. His breathing is returning. Tang Sukjung's eyes remain closed, but his expression is softening. His complexion is improving too. The old man's eyes flutter open. Where am I? He croaks. Tang Sukjung's eyes widen as he recognizes the figure before him. Oh, isn't this my granddaughter, Aijin? Tang Sukjung's eyes focus, a flicker of recognition in their depths. Longriang, is that really you? Tang Sukjung asks, his voice still weak. So, you are Longriang's son and now the family head. A figure responds, yes, that's. A man states, I heard the situation from Aijin. You looked after my father. Truly, fate works in mysterious ways. Tang Sukjung thinks to himself about a child who couldn't. A voice muses that Longriang's son has grown up wonderfully with a young lady. Longriang's son thinks that if only someone had lived to see this, he hopes the news reaches the heavens. Even though he is a feeble old man, Longriang's son may devote himself to serving the family head. Tang Sukjung is grabbed. Longriang's son states that the reason he came here today was to arrange new positions for the leader and Aijin. Longriang's son says that now, they should go out, as there are people waiting to see him. Another character wonders how that old man can stand so firmly, and if he could be the family head. A character asks how someone can mercilessly harm the members of the Medicine King Hall. Another character states that he's the one who killed the elders without hesitation, and a clash of forces won't end well. He continues, asking if they don't know that the Medicine King Hall earns the funds to maintain the Tang family. Bodies litter the ground. Longriang's son asks if they really wish for the Tang family to collapse, and even after seeing where he's coming from, if they plan to play dumb. Is that enough for your last words? A close-up reveals a bloodshot eye. Tang Sukjung listens as someone asks about messages. Tang Sukjung is seen with another person. A chef appears to be in distress. Someone shouts to move aside. The chef lies on the ground, thinking that if he stays here, he'll die. The chef curses, wondering how he made it this far up. A figure is on the ground, unable to move, realizing it was a needle. Someone states that it's the heart-severing flame poison, and it was made by Aijin. Someone wonders how about it, isn't her? Someone on the ground is told they probably can't even hear him now, and that they have skill enough to replace them. Chefs are attacked and left on the ground. A voice declares that they will now deal with the remaining ones. The Bangui Brigade affirms their allegiance. A battlefield is littered with bodies. Tang Sukjung stands with two others. The order is given, erase the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall had fallen. One man stated he was serious about visiting the Medicine King Hall, and another man asked if everyone was killed. Rumors spread among the clan in an instant. One man wondered if the Tang clan was only able to survive this long thanks to the Medicine King Hall. Another man stated to get rid of the place that funds them. What were? A glowing orb sat in a box. Someone asked if they were going to take it right away. Someone stated that someone like Tang Il might appear if they just leave it like this. Another person stated that after a few days, when the poison effects. A man with red hair stated that if the effects have worn off, he'll deliver it to them. Another man thanked him, but stated he'll just take it as it is. Someone stated that if they're not going to use it immediately, it would be best to keep it here. Another person stated it's alright, he's going to use it soon. The man with red hair stood with his back to the viewer. Indeed, it has a poison so strong that it's visible to the naked eye. Someone wondered how they could get rid of something so precious. The man with red hair held the glowing orb. A hand held the glowing orb. He observes that it is an extremely potent fiery poison. As expected of a spirit that lives in lava, however, it's nothing comparable to the demonic fire dragon from before. If an ordinary man took it in an unrefined state, the power might have burned them from the inside. More importantly, it's such a powerful poison. So this is how you check the strength of 10 poisons. Was it really made from a dragon's breath? It'd be best to look more into the 10 poisons. I can definitely feel the power of the spirit. Alright with this. Tang Il prepares to open the door. Tang Youmyong asks, Mother, it's Youmyong. May I come in? Then, Tang Il opens the door for Youmyong. Youmyong reflects, I thought I would never be able to come here again. He raised his hand, a silent vow etched on his face. Tang Il remarked, I really did get lucky with my child. Tang Youmyong replied, this place belonged to you in the first place. Of course, I should be here. However, a shadow of regret flickered across his face. He wondered how worried his mother must have been this whole time. Tang Il expressed, I'm so grateful that you safely returned to me. Tang Youmyong stated, of course, I'm your son, after all. In his past life, he remembered only reflecting on regret before his upcoming death. And that was because he had no one to share his happiness with even after reaching the end. His past life alone was enough for a life full of regret. Tang Youmyong vowed, from now on, I must protect this life. Tang Il asked, by the way, have you met the Bangui Brigade? She added, yes, they came this morning saying they would help move my things. The faces in the crowd were familiar, bringing back memories of times long past. Tang Il asks Youmyong Dang what the box is. Tang Youmyong replies that it is something he brought to give her. Tang Jihai takes the box. Inside the box rests an inner pill from the 10,000-year fire carp. Tang Jihai realizes that Youmyong Dang knew what it was, and that she just has to use it. Youmyong Dang says that it would be right if she, who is going to lead the clan, takes it. Tang Jihai states that she has no use for the inner pill now. Youmyong Dang asks if he can have her hand. Since she has nothing more, Tang Jihai can increase with this orb. Tang Jihai realizes that it's right if mother. Her eyes widen as she realizes something about the fire realm. She wonders if he can really reach the fire realm. Tang Jihai thinks to herself that her son being in the fire realm is something she should be praising, but she continues her internal monologue, thinking that if someone realizes this and attacks the Tang family, it would affect their life, including her father's share. She asks that he watch over her as she grows. Tang Youmyong presents the inner pill to Tang Jihai, who gasps. Tang Jihai thinks that the inner pill is slowly dissipating and that she must hurry, mother. She wonders what she is thinking about. She thinks that even if her child is up in the fire realm, it's natural for a mother to protect their child. She decides that it would be rude to reject the pill when it was brought for her. Tang Jihai continues her internal monologue, thinking that even if this child becomes clan head, that won't stop her. She asks her son if he knows what she was called when she was younger. Tang Youmyong asks his mother to pardon him, asking what she means. Tang Jihai thinks of herself as Sichuan's top beauty, and the Poison Phoenix. A flashback shows Tang Jihai in action. Tang Youmyong is surprised to learn that it's a title given to the most famous member of the Tang family. She exhales, the effort of the cultivation taking its toll. Someone remarks, noting how shocked they've been. Tang Youngryong speaks, wondering what others think, and if they find her impressive as well. After increasing her strength and ingesting the inner pill, Tang Jihai went straight into cultivating. Tang Jianzhou and Tang Aijin watch her progress. Tang Jianzhou reflects on how shocked he was, realizing his mother had been hiding her strength. Tang Jihai continues her cultivation, surrounded by a faint glow. A Fire Realm Master is able to detect even the smallest movements, which is why there's no point in hiding their power. Tang Jianzhou thinks to himself, impressed that she could hide it from him, who is up in the Fire Realm, as expected of his mother. She's already reached the state you're at before the liberation of power. And now that she's reached its peak, she'll be absorbing the spirituality of the inner pill. Tang Jianzhou hopes that perhaps his mother will also be able to overcome the limit, which means she'll be facing a problem soon. Bathed in ethereal blue light, Tang Jihai begins to internalize the pill's power. The method of absorbing the inner pill is surprisingly simple. You slowly take the spirituality of the inner pill and absorb it into your body. Then, you internalize spirituality. This process is repeated until all of it is absorbed. However, will it be possible to be able to absorb that whole amount? Even now, the spirituality of the pill is slowly disappearing. What should I do? At this rate, it'll disappear completely before I absorb even half of it. The energy glows intensely around her hand. Tang Jihai's expression is one of concern as she struggles to absorb the pill's power. Enlightenment. Tang Jianzhil states that enlightenment doesn't come. Tang Jianzhil explains that one must observe their surroundings, analyze it, reason with it, and imitate it, as that could become an opportunity for enlightenment. A voice declares that this time, they'll give her a little push. Youmyang's energy surrounds Jihai. The inner pill glows with intense energy. The inner pill and Jihai are touching and fusing together. This is the Tang family's poisonous, vital azure radiant heart technique. Jihai sees something. Jihai thinks that she doesn't have to internalize it little by little. Jihai thinks that she should rather change it into something familiar and absorb it, and that she doesn't have to necessarily go through the cultivation process. The inner pill is told to come back to her. Jihai thinks that she was blessed with such a good son. A hand gently touches another, fingers interlacing. A smirk plays on the man's lips. The man with the ponytail maintains his smirk. Mother has reached the fire realm. Inside the stealth and poisons hall, members of the clan gather. Dark King Tang Jiaqui remarks that they are having a family meeting first thing in the morning. Poison King Tang Jihyuk wonders why he is bothering so many people. Poison King Tang Jihyuk questions when the clan head is coming. One of the clan members thinks that even if he is the clan head, he shouldn't make them gather and wait like this. Tang Youmyang smiles, stating that he'll be here soon. It is announced that the clan head is entering. The clan head arrives. The clan head states that he called everyone to discuss something very important. The clan members listen intently. One of the clan members says that they should have a proxy head until Tang Youmyang is of age. The clan head asks why they assume he'll be picking one of the elders. The clan member is surprised and asks who else it could be. Two figures stand in the background as support Tang Jiaqui and another person look on. Support Tang Jiaqui's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. Support Tang Jiaqui exclaims, that's. A man muses, it's been decades. How could this be? In terms of who deserves it, wouldn't she be perfect? The narration states, the Council of Elders forced her to take responsibility and dragged her down from the head position. A woman says, I see a lot of familiar faces. A woman stands tall, a slight smile gracing her lips. The woman's expression is serene. Tang Jihai states, I apologize for the late greetings. My name is Tang Jihai. A woman in a bath says, I'm glad I've ascended to the fire realm, but... Tang Jihai continues, I can't get used to the gunk that's leaving my body. I ended up acting disrespectfully to a servant due to that. Two servants stand nearby. She reflects that she is still not used to this strength, but it will get better with some time. Ascending to the fire realm has made it so that she can understand Youmyang better. It is noted that Youmyang has already reached the highest state in the fire realm. Currently, it is heard that only the owner of the Black Death Alliance has ascended to the fire realm. Jihai wonders what in the world happened during the competition. She thinks she'll be able to talk about a lot of things with her son for the first time in a while. She closes her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. Tang Jiaqui says, well, it's all. Tang Jihai thanks him. Tang Jiaqui asks Youmyang how he entered the fire realm, adding that he still can't believe he's reached that state. Tang Jiaqui thinks that state at his age is remarkable. He understands she'd be curious, wondering what excuse he can give her. It'd be hard to believe he was able to reach enlightenment due to memories of his past life. Tang Jihai says she can try using the competition as an excuse. She asks if he heard about how one of the 10 poisons was smuggled out. Tang Jiaqui says that's right. He heard the winner of the competition was awarded the fire dragon's poison. Tang Jihai confirms that she drank the fire dragon's poison, and then trails off. She adjusted her robes, stating that she was fine, despite taking something so recklessly. Jihai recalled that though she ended up getting addicted to that poison during a battle with the souls, after reaching enlightenment from absorbing the poison, she was able to reach the fire realm. Tang Jiaqui was surprised. Tang Jiaqui expressed that it was a relief she accepted it so quickly. A flashback began. The servant who was helping her during her bath heard this. The servant realized that she was getting rid of the Medicine King Hall. Jihai realized that it was also related to her father. The flashback continued. The conversation between Jihai and Tang Jiaqui continued. Tang Jiaqui realized that it was what he expected. Tang Jihai admits she had her suspicions, but that Aijin must have had a hard time as well. Tang Jiaqui asks what kind of request is being made. Tang Jihai explains that she has lived in this family as if she was dead, because she was scared of losing her only child after losing her husband. Tang Jiaqui says that if she allows it, there will be no one who dares covet her place anymore, and that this mother will protect her. Tang Jihai wonders about the poison phoenix, noting that she looks exactly the same after all these years, and questions if she has perhaps really ascended. A full shot of Tang Jihai in her robes. Tang Aijin calls out to Sister Jihai. Tang Youngryong asks everyone to kindly extend their heartfelt congratulations, stating that Tang Jihai is her mother. It is declared that she will be the new head of the Tang family. A close-up of a character's back. Someone realizes that the head is not a proxy. Tang Jihai thanks everyone for gathering here today. Though she is the head, she is only acting as one until the true head comes of age. Since the true head has entrusted this onto him. The plan is to fix the base of the Tang family that was ruined. Then, the family meeting will begin. Since then, Tang Jihai's actions were truly unconventional. Tang Hoyol was appointed as the Surgeon General, while while Tang Aijin was appointed as the second surgeon general. Yuri's father, who was appointed as the general manager, was ordered to start a full investigation of Gazan. He immediately found the elders' embezzlement books. It was decided that the property recovered from this investigation was enough to be used for the clan's maintenance fees for the time being. Tang Jihyuk, the head of the Stealth and Poisons Hall, was replaced. Most of the elders who embezzled from the family were removed from their positions. And even if they weren't an elder, but still used their position. All of this happened in just the span of a few days. She really is amazing. The Tang clan compound sprawled beneath a vast sky, a testament to generations of history and ambition. The clan's inner problems were solved thanks to Mother, he mused, his gaze distant. At first, he had just wanted to live an ordinary life with Mother. But he suddenly began to get surrounded by many things. Faces of those he now had to protect swam before his eyes. Guards who trust and follow him, their loyalty unwavering. And the hundreds of members of the Tang clan, their fate intertwined with his. He had so many things to protect now, a heavy weight on his shoulders. Before, it was hard to just keep his body healthy. Since it was a time when he was resentful that he was even born, so that no one dares covet the Tang clan. He would become even stronger, a vow whispered on the wind. Whether it's the Black Death Alliance or whoever else, no one will ever be able to hurt the Tang clan. A gathering of figures stands in silent agreement. A voice echoes, relaying information. The voice said, I heard the Tang clan has a new head. The Tang clan's headquarters stand tall. Tang Jiakui contemplates the situation. He thinks. Then again, they can't leave the seat of head empty forever. A woman in a red and black outfit speaks. Mak Inhu was defeated by the head. He was quite famous and well known for being strong. Yeo Seal Ryan, the transforming heart sect leader, says, please root them out before the Tang clan can regain their old reputation. Yu Kil-jun, the Black Death Alliance leader, is also present. A woman asks, why should I do that? She then asks, pardon. The woman continues, since killing Mak Inhu is the same thing as challenging you. A menacing voice booms, leave the Tang clan alone because I will use them one day. Yu Kil-jun says, he disobeyed my orders and attacked them. Rather, it was him who expressed opposition against me, right? Tang Jiakui states, it's rather a relief that he died to the head. After all, if he came back alive after doing something like. He mused that he would have punished Mak Inhu himself. But aside from that, it was quite interesting that someone killed him. He wasn't someone that could be beat so easily. The man ordered a letter be sent to the Tang clan. The Sichuan meeting that will be held soon. The Tang clan head is also invited. A mysterious group had come looking for the boy. A child with the aptitude for poison. The worst assassination group in the history of Murim. Poisonous Moon Shadow sect. They kidnapped children from all over the world and trained them as assassins, antidote in time. The kidnapped children were subjected to brutal training. They fed them poison to prevent them from escaping and administered antidotes periodically. The boy grew up to be an assassin, and before long, he saw the gruesome state of his comrades who died from not receiving the antidote. Realizing that the plague in his village was caused by the poison sect. It wasn't him who brought the plague. From that moment on, the boy pushed himself to become stronger. No matter how dangerous the mission. He took it and completed it without hesitation. The boy achieved the feat of assassinating even the absolute masters. Excellent performance. Thanks to you, the sect's reputation is sky high. No matter how many hidden weapons there are, they will just bounce off the body protecting energy. Energy counters energy, and if hundreds of hidden weapons enveloped in energy form a storm. Even with body protecting energy, it would be impossible to handle hundreds of energy attacks. It is truly an ultimate technique created for battling masters at the Fire Realm. It must be much more powerful than techniques like Whirling Chaos Dart or Iron Whip Dart. But no matter how skilled a master is, maintaining that level of energy must be difficult. Yeo Seal Ryan wonders how one could maintain that much energy. She sighs. Tang Yanmyung states that the answer lies in the vein sealing concealment. The technique is as follows. Compress all the internal energy, flowing through the meridians and concentrate it into one of the 12 main meridians. Then, use true energy to block the flow of internal energy and seal it within the meridian. This way, the internal energy doesn't flow and is encapsulated by true energy. Tang Yanmyung thinks to himself that it is such a method. Of course, you can't use the sealed internal energy immediately, so your current power will decrease, but with accumulated experience and insights, it can be rebuilt easily. Tang Yanmyung stands near a table, listening as Tang Aijin sits on the floor and says, your sister is dying. Shouldn't you have gone to a doctor first instead of coming to me? Tang Aijin looks up, her expression grave. We've already consulted several doctors. This isn't something that medicine or medical techniques can fix. Tang Yanmyung looks concerned. What do you mean? Did she suffer internal injuries? Tang Aijin looks down, tears welling in her eyes. A narration box states, the 9 severed meridians, a terminal condition. A narration box describes the Northern Sea Ice Palace. There was a peculiar martial arts sect that used terminal conditions. Northern Sea Ice Palace. The narration continues, which were considered both a skill and a blessing for those born with extreme energy. The narration box states, however, those who didn't practice ice arts suffered from terminal conditions. Tang Yanmyung stands next to Tang Aijin, who asks, so you and your sister are their descendants? The narration box explains, long ago, the descendants of the Ice Palace settled in Sichuan and married into the Tang family, which was the most powerful family in Sichuan at the time. The narration box concludes, learning ice arts can free one from the terminal condition, but this is the Sichuan Tang family, which deals with poisons and hidden weapons. There are no practitioners of ice arts or related information here. The ice arts passed down from distant ancestors have long been lost, Tang Yomiang states. There is a way, but it's considered a hereditary condition that appears once every few decades, but unfortunately, that's my house. The building looms in the distance. Tang Yomiang and Tang Aijin stand together, observing something. Oh no, her condition has worsened since we left the house. Sister, please open your eyes. Yeoseo Ryan lies still within the tank. The room is cold enough to freeze. It's more severe than I expected, Tang Yomiang thinks. Mirio, pay attention. Tang Yomiang states that he cannot guarantee her sister's life. Tang Aijin exclaims in disbelief, as she learns that her sister has been resisting the cold with her innate energy. The sister's body is encased in what appears to be ice. Tang Aijin realizes that her sister has reached her limit, blocking all consciousness and focusing her energy on her veins. She can't believe it. Tang Aijin asks if that means there's no way to save her sister. It's not that there's no way, but Tang Yomiang explains that they can artificially release the cold from her body. However, if her sister can't withstand the process or if he gets overwhelmed by the cold, Tang Aijin is shocked by the implications. Tang Yomiang wants to help, but he can't risk a friend's family member's life. Tang Aijin is told that she needs to decide. Tang Aijin must decide whether to look for another way or trust Tang Yomiang and try his method. She declares that she came all this way. She can't because there were no other options. Tang Yomiang tells her not to give up without trying, but it's dangerous for him too. Tang Aijin cries out to save her sister. Tang Yomiang says alright, let's do it. Tang Yomiang asks if it has to be like this, and then answers yes. Tang Yomiang thinks that this is too embarrassing. Tang Aijin lies in a medical bed as Tang Yomiang looks on. Tang Yomiang states that the clothes get in the way of extracting the yin energy, so there's no other choice. It's better to be a bit embarrassed than to die. Tang Yomiang prepares to extract the yin energy from Tang Aijin. The cold is removed from the 9 meridians, the glabella, philtrum, heart, lungs, arms, legs. He focuses, directing the flow of energy to Tang Aijin's lower abdomen, one section at a time. Tang Yomiang manages to remove the cold from the glabella. He thinks to himself that he can still manage. He grits his teeth, thinking that he can't stop now that he's started. The extraction continues, the blue energy swirling around Tang Yomiang. The resistance of the cold is skyrocketing. Tang Yomiang clenches his fist, determined to push through the increasing resistance. The energy intensifies, a bright blue light filling the room. He grits his teeth, realizing it won't come out easily. Tang Aijin calls out to Tang Yomiang, her voice strained. So far, Tang Yomiang continues the extraction, his face etched with determination. He managed to extract the yin energy from the 6 meridians in the upper body. But now the cold has exceeded what his body can handle. If he continues, he'll freeze to death first. Damn, it would be easier if it were a poison. Wait, poison? Come to think of it, Aijin's grandfather from the Medicine King Hall. It was mentioned that the reason for the poison in spirit pills is that medicine and poison are essentially one. It becomes poisonous when the concentration or quantity exceeds what the human body can tolerate. Even the yang energy, essential for life, can become a fire dragon poison. A 10,000-year fire carp turns into fire poison if it exceeds what the body can endure. Then this excessively strong cold, enough to freeze to the bone, can be considered a cold poison. Poison purification technique. The extracted cold energy begins to react violently. The energy coalesces into a monstrous, icy form. A voice observes that if the cold recognizes the energy as poison, it will simply gorge itself and cease to be a threat. A command rings out, devour it. Tendrils of darkness reach out, beginning to consume the cold energy. The devouring intensifies, streams of energy flowing into the darkness. The icy form shatters as it is completely consumed. A voice notes the sudden warmth. The cold within her body begins to dissipate. She gasps, a look of surprise on her face. The warmth spreads through her. Her eyes widen, a mixture of shock and relief washing over her features. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. Sister? She stands, looking down at the figure before her. Recognition dawns on her face. Mirio? Is it really you, Mirio? Tears stream down her face, a mixture of disbelief and overwhelming joy. She embraced Mirio, holding her tight. So that's what happened. Then, this is the person who saved me? That's right. By the way, Yomiang. It's fine. He's concentrating, so let him be until he wakes up. It's almost like a miracle drug. Tang Yomiang sits in meditation, surrounded by swirling blue energy. It's beyond the body's capacity to absorb internal energy. If left like this, the energy will naturally dissipate, but this is a perfect opportunity to absorb all the cold and attempt to open up the closed meridians. One meridian is already filling with internal energy. Tang Yomiang wonders how many meridians will fill once all the cold is absorbed. For meridians, that's beyond imagination. I've gained about 4 times the internal energy I originally had. It's unfortunate that my immediate achievement has decreased, but it can't be helped. I have no choice but to supplement it by drinking poison. Tang Yongryong stands beside another woman, both looking at Tang Yomyong. Tang Ijin hesitates, saying, well. Tang Yongryong smiles, stating there's no need to be so flustered, as Mirio explained everything to her. A character's legs and feet are shown as they say they don't know how to thank him enough. Tang Jianjil states that as the family head, it's his duty to take care of his family, asking if Miso and Mirio are okay. Tang Ijin looks up, wondering whom. Tang Jiaqui's eyes glow as he shouts, "You bastard." Tang Jiaqui demands to know what was done to his daughters. Tang Ijin says it's not like that, Dad. A character apologizes, saying they didn't know he saved their daughter and was disrespectful. Tang Jianjil says he didn't realize he was the family head and that he made a grave mistake. He thinks that anyone would have misunderstood the situation, and no words can express how grateful he is. He vows that his daughters won't die before him. He settled here after falling for a woman from the Tang clan while running a trading company. He recalls that his wife also suffered from the terminal condition and passed away. He laments that he spent all his savings searching for a cure to save his daughters, but it was all in vain. He expresses his gratitude that the family head stepped up to help. Another man states that from now on, if the family head calls for him, he'll rush to his side for any task. Tang Jiaqui replies that he only did what he had to do. The other man notes that it seems quiet inside the trading company. Tang Jiaqui says that since the Tang clan's power declined and the Black Death Alliance took over, they rarely go outside the city. The other man understands and suggests they discuss this later. Yomyong is leaving. A woman asks if he is leaving already. She says that they haven't properly thanked him yet, since the Tang clan's power declined. The woman thanks Yomyong for saving her life, family head, and says that her family and she will never forget this grace. She wonders if something went wrong while treating her terminal condition. A scene plays out where people thank someone profusely, promising to repay them. Yomyong wonders why all of a sudden. It seemed like he was quite bewildered. Yeoseal Ryan repeats her concern, wondering if something went wrong during the treatment. Tang Ijin asks why she feels sad seeing him go. Yeoseal Ryan denies it, but admits it was obvious. Tang Ijin says, very, and wonders what she should do. Tang Ijin tells her sister not to worry. Yomyong thinks, I've never seen anyone prettier than you. Tang Ijin asks if he's also conscious of her sister. Yomyong thinks about family. He stands with Tang Ijin, a serene smile gracing his lips as they share a moment of quiet companionship. A memory surfaces, a younger Yomyong, full of boundless energy, sword in hand, chasing after a playful companion. Another vision flickers, a gathering of faces, some familiar, some lost to time, all united in a shared purpose. A tranquil scene unfolds, 2 figures silhouetted against the sunset, their bond as deep and still as the waters before them. Yomyong's eyes close, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. He thinks, I even imagine grandchildren. A hand clutches a pouch, the weight of responsibility heavy in its grasp. He reflects, to think I would feel nervous just by looking at someone in my life. The Tang clan's estate stands as a silent testament to a legacy both grand and fragile. He wonders, is this what an ordinary life feels like? Yomyong gazes upward, a complex mix of hope and resignation etched on his face. His brow furrows with concern. I hope there's a chance to visit again. The issue is, a man speaks of the clan's decline. Since the Tang clan's power declined and the Black Death Alliance took over, we rarely go outside the city. He asks, the Black Death Alliance again? A figure emerges from the shadows, radiating an aura of menace. The text reads, the Black Death Alliance and their leader, Yu Giljun. A legion of masked figures stands in silent formation, their presence a chilling reminder of the encroaching darkness. Although they didn't directly bring down the family like Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, their subordinates intruding on the contest, and such, they are certainly a bothersome presence. As long as they remain in Sichuan province, they will inevitably clash one day. This is Black Death Alliance territory in Sichuan province. The man wonders if the Tang clan's influence has been growing uncontrollably lately. The woman, drinking, asks if that is all there is to it. Regardless of what happens to those people, it's not her concern. Those people? The leader's orders are absolute, Simhua Home Master. So, it would be best to stay quiet until Yeep Inji's anger subsides. Cowardly bastards. At the Fire Mastery realm, or close to it. All he says is to watch and wait. With her current self, she can't even avenge Mak Inhu and Zhang Yinsong. She can't do anything. She finds herself unable to move, a frustrating stillness gripping her limbs. The man orders a letter be sent to the Tang clan, and that the family head be invited. The upcoming Sichuan gathering is mentioned. With that, a smile plays on her lips. Even now, when she closes her eyes, she hears Mak Inhu's cries for revenge. Unless he eradicates the Tang clan, his anger will not subside. Oh, to it, Tang clan's family head kid. The back of a person's head is shown. Hall Master, please, forgive me just this once. Hall Master, please, look forward. A woman's face is shown with glowing eyes. A stage will be prepared for you. Under the pale moonlight, the traditional building stood silent, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within its walls. The air thick with unspoken tension, one of the figures seated at the table asks, "Uncle, what should we do about this?" Tang Sukjung, his face etched with weariness, retorts, "Why are you asking me that?" Former Poison King Tang Jiok's voice rises in anger. "If you think about it, it's all because of you and your father. Why bring that up now?" Tang Sukjung's expression hardens as he says, he couldn't even gauge the opponent's strength and kept making enemies, and now. Another voice, laced with resentment, accuses, "You and your father are ruining everything I've built my entire life. Disgusting old man. Can't even stand up to the head of the Tang." The speaker's anger intensifies. "Family. It's all because of that guy." Tang Yonmyong, his eyes burning with resolve, vows, "I will definitely heal my arm and take revenge." Tang Sukjung asks, his voice laced with concern, "What do you plan to do from now on? Like the other elders, it's even hard for us to maintain our force." The unseen speaker slams a fist on the table, the sound echoing the simmering rage. A figure with a masked face stares intently, their gaze unwavering. Tang Sukjung declares, his voice heavy with resignation, "We'll leave the family. This is the place. It's where they store the Tang family's extreme poisons and 10 toxins, the Poison of Poisons warehouse." Originally, this place was managed by the third elder, but due to neglect, it was transferred to Tang Yomyong and the Poison Hall. "Greetings, young master. You've worked hard. Young master, before you go in, take this. What is it?" "This will block the toxic air inside the warehouse. Just holding it in your mouth will filter out most poisons and keep them from invading your body." Tang Yomyong scowls. "I don't need it. You said it has to be held in the mouth, right? Many people, including the third elder, have probably held and sucked on it. It's cleaned after each use, so you can rest assured." Tang Yomyong reiterates, "I said I don't need it." He holds the poison-repelling pearl in his hand, refusing to take it. Even if he's immune to poison, they insist he should take it. With a resolute nod, Tang Yomyong steps through the gates of the Poison of Poisons warehouse. A guard watches him enter. Inside, a guard lies unconscious on the ground, a discarded poison-repelling pearl rolling nearby. The warehouse is well-maintained, filled with shelves of various toxins. Tang Yomyong's footsteps echo as he ventures deeper into the warehouse. He thinks, "They were worried before letting me in. If an ordinary warrior entered without the poison." Tang Yomyong notes, "Though, my inner strength has decreased due to my meridians being sealed by the poison vein stimulation technique. The concentration of the poisonous air is definitely different." He feels his inner strength replenishing. Of course, for someone like me, who has mastered the poison refining heart technique, it's as pure as a clean area. This is a poison bath. His eyes narrow. But this alone is far from enough to use my martial arts like before. Tang Yomyong considers his options. "It seems I should consume poisons equivalent to the 10 toxins. According to family regulations, I can't use the 10 toxins for personal consumption." A flicker of something crosses his face. Tang Yomyong looks off into the distance, a strange feeling washing over him. What is this strange feeling? His eyes glow, the air around him visibly distorted. Only that part of the airflow is distorted. The distortion takes the form of swirling energy, as if. He wonders, it's like a formation? Tang Yomyong observes, it doesn't seem to be the Jigul's family's formation. He decides, I'll just check it out. The air crackles with energy. Tang Yomyong's eyes widen in surprise. A passage appears before him. A passage? He notices a talisman with prohibited and sealed written on it. Tang Yomyong realizes, it's not the Jigul's family's formation. This is a magician's formation. A magician? He recalls, in his previous life, his master had connections with several magicians. Just as his master was obsessed with the sword, they were obsessed with sorcery. Two figures stand amidst flames and talismans. He considered the ultimate goal, mastering sorcery and transcending human limits to become immortal. Yomyong Dang remembered being thrown into a formation created by a magician as training. It was a place full of beasts whose names he didn't even know. Magicians are typically selfish and only engage in things that interest them. Why is there a magician's formation inside the Tang family? Magicians are inherently selfish creatures. They are always obsessed with spirits and demons, seeking immortality. How did he build a relationship with them? It's simple. If you beat them up every day for no reason, they eventually beg to have a conversation. Yomyong Dang doubted anyone in the Tang family thinks like his master. There must be something in the Tang family that piques a magician's interest. If the poison is leaking out despite being sealed with hundreds of talismans, it must be something with incredible toxic power. Originally, he intended to transcribe the 10 toxins recipe if it remained, but this seems more interesting. Someone has entered the seal. He muses that he is not an inconspicuous guest, wondering how much time has passed. A voice echoes from behind a seal, declaring that it doesn't matter and demanding to be released. Tang Yomyong stands before a jar wrapped in talismans. He observes that a jar wrapped in talismans seems ominous, wondering what kind of poison requires such measures. Tang Yomyong prepares to cut through the talismans with precision. He notes that the rebound force created by the main force is tremendous. Tang Yomyong thinks he just needs to cut through each one with precision. He resolves to cut through the talismans on the jar too. Tang Yomyong begins to cut through the talismans. The magician continues his work, slicing through the protective seals. Tang Yomiang successfully cuts through the talismans. He reflects that his inner strength has certainly decreased due to the poison vein stimulation technique, thinking that normally, he would have finished this with a single strike. The jar pulsates with a sickly green light, its power growing with each passing moment. The poison is much thicker now that the talismans are removed. Tang Yomiang thinks to himself that he doesn't mind though. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface of the jar. He thinks to himself, let's see what's inside. From within the swirling green depths, a silhouette begins to coalesce, its form still shrouded in shadow. The creature speaks, its voice a raspy echo from a forgotten age. It says, how long has it been since I've seen the light? Tang Yomiang's eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face as he hears the voice. With a final surge of power, the jar shatters, the creature within declaring that it is finally free. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, sending shards of the jar flying in all directions as the creature is released. The remnants of the jar scatter across the floor, the seal now completely broken. Tang Yomiang recoils, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He wonders what the released energy surges outward, a wave of raw power unleashed upon the world. Tang Yomiang is thrown back by the force of the blast, his eyes wide with alarm. The speed of the creature catches Tang Yomiang off guard. Fast, he exclaims. Tang Yomiang prepares to strike. He thinks, I have to strike first before it gets me. Tang Yomiang is surprised by the creature's reaction. Oh, quite a sharp reaction, he observes. The creature speaks, its voice echoing through the chamber. As a reward for releasing me from the seal, I'll kill you without pain. The creature continues, its tone condescending. Who, what are you? Insolent fool. You are before the pinnacle of poison. The creature reveals its true name. I am Jingo Poison, blue-horned white snake. The air crackles with energy as Tang Yomiang faces his opponent. Jingo Poison's voice echoes, laced with a hint of surprise. Jingo Poison? He questions. A disembodied voice, presumably Jingo Poison, acknowledges Tang Yomiang's skill. You managed to block the spread of the poison by sealing the vital point in an instant. Impressive, it booms, before adding a note of concern. But how long can you hold out? The monstrous snake head of Jingo Poison looms, its voice dripping with malice. I'll slowly melt your arm this way. The energy around Jingo Poison intensifies, swirling like a dark vortex. Jingo Poison's voice rises in disbelief. This energy is the poison-absorbing aura. Why do you have it? What's your relationship with the Wanderer Saint? Jingo Poison's voice echoes, revealing a connection. He's my ancestor. Jingo Poison's voice rises in panic. Wait. Stop absorbing the poison. At this rate, I'll be utterly destroyed. A desperate question follows. Why should I? A close-up reveals the intensity in Tang Yomiang's eyes, a silent determination etched on his face. Tendrils of blue energy emanate from Tang Yomiang as he declares, I will absorb all your poison. Jingo Poison's voice trembles with fear and realization. This bastard, he's really aiming to destroy me. Desperation colors Jingo Poison's tone as he pleads, wait, then let's make a deal. The spectral form of Jingo Poison materializes, his voice filled with a desperate plea. A deal? Yes, a deal. I just want to escape from this seal. If you spare me. He proposes, his voice echoing in the chamber, that he will become Tang Yomiang's guardian spirit. A wall covered in talismans stands between them as Jingo Poison asks if becoming a guardian spirit wouldn't be beneficial. The blue-horned snake asks if Tang Yomiang can feel his internal energy increasing with his poison, and at a rate far beyond the norm. Absorbing the poison, Tang Yomiang notes that it surpasses his previous internal energy. Jingo Poison suggests it's better to use him continuously rather than absorb all the poison now. Tang Yomiang states he doesn't need it, and has no interest in keeping alive someone who was his enemy, adding that he can replenish poison elsewhere. Jingo Poison pleads to be spared, saying he's lived for hundreds of years trapped in poison, staring at a wall. The blue-horned snake says that as Tang Yomiang's guardian spirit, he'd be bound to obey him. Tang Yomiang stares intently at Jingo Poison. Tang Yomiang says he'll believe him just this once. He warns that if Jingo Poison tries anything funny, he'll destroy him on the spot. The blue-horned white snake assures him that it won't happen. Tang Yomiang asks what he needs to do for the snake to become his guardian spirit. The blue-horned white snake admits that it doesn't know anything about spirit arts. The snake glows with a bright, ethereal light. Tang Yomiang wonders what this is. The blue-horned white snake explains that his spirit will be bound to Tang Yomiang's soul, and that's how it will become his guardian spirit. Tang Yomiang is surrounded by a bright light. Meanwhile, it has been a while since the family head entered the poison library. Tang Jianzhou worries that Tang Yomiang might be in trouble, while Tang Yongriang laments that they are doomed. One of the figures states that they need to go in and check, but the other reminds him that they are not supposed to enter carelessly. One of the figures says that they can worry about punishment later, and that they can't let the future leader suffer. A figure is seen in a place like this. One of the observers wonders who could possibly stop such stubbornness. A light begins to emanate from within the poison library. Tang Jianzhou wonders what has happened inside, feeling a strange vibration. The light intensifies, distorting the air around the library. The observers are shocked, one exclaiming about the family head. The radiance surrounds the family head, its nature unknown. The light coalesces into a tangible form. The guardian spirit aura manifests as a dragon scale. Unlike the usual guardian spirit aura, it feels like a tangible outer layer. Thanks to making the poison-absorbing snake his guardian spirit and filling all 12 meridians, it was possible. This is an unbelievable fortune, but from now on, he'll need to control the output. Everyone's attention is overwhelming. A surge of power emanates from below. The white dragon spirit asks Tang Jianzhou, "Really? Do you need to be concerned about those below you?" The spirit continues, stating that the wanderer saint flaunted it openly. Tang Jianzhou scolds the spirit. "Didn't I tell you not to reveal yourself recklessly?" The white dragon spirit states, "No one can see it unless I reveal it." The spirit adds, "Besides, with such a strong aura, no one would dare to attack you." The white dragon spirit sighs, "Still, it's too eye-catching. I want to live a somewhat ordinary life this time." The spirit continues, "This time? You speak as if you died and came back to life." Tang Jianzhou asks, "By the way, can you really do that?" Tang Jianzhou presses, "What do you mean? There's a reason you've been given such power." The white dragon spirit replies, "I want to live a life just like your ancestor and my previous master, the Wanderer Saint." The spirit concludes, "Those with power are followed by destiny." He thought back, a slight grimace twisting his lips. "Were you exploited back then too?" The memory clearly still stung. "Don't even mention it. He was even more inflexible than you." The image of a large jar filled his mind, a stark reminder of his past imprisonment. He mused, the weight of the past pressing down on him. "Because he deemed me too dangerous. So there's a reason for your connection with the exorcist. Just thinking about it. He was a highly ranked spirit." The thought continued, a flicker of pride mixed with the bitterness. Desired by many exorcists as their guardian spirit, the ancestor helped seal him. He wondered, a new question forming in his mind. Could it be that my ancestor was like my master? The young man's expression darkened as he considered the implications. "By the way, he said there's a reason for my existence like this? Does it have to?" He continued to ponder, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Do with awakening memories of my past life? I can't be sure, but it seems likely." His eyes widened in sudden realization, a gasp escaping his lips. "What is it?" A voice echoed in his mind, urgent and demanding. "You need to come out immediately. In Sichuan, near the main house, there's an attack by the evil faction." A fighter, battered and bruised, cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn, we were almost there." A group of riders, members of the Justice faction, spurred their horses onward. "Where are you rushing off to, fellow members of the Justice faction?" Riders on horseback traverse the landscape. The text declares that Sichuan is the territory of the Black Death sect and the evil faction. One man urges Hyunso to run, promising to hold the enemy off. His companion scoffs, questioning how he could stop them in his current condition. Sweating and injured, Palace Lord Zhang Tichen thinks he cannot handle hundreds of evil faction members in his injured state. A man with a large sword observes that since they've reached Chengdu, they must have sought help from the Tang clan. One of the men states that the leader has isolated the Tang clan in Sichuan. The other man says that if he captures them and offers them to the leader, he'll be granted the ultimate martial arts, calling them a bastard and declaring he'll deliver them. Footsteps approach. One man wonders who the two in yellow robes are. The other responds that they appear to be martial artists from the Justice faction. A man realizes that the ones on the opposite side must be from the evil faction. A man orders to escort the Justice faction members. They seem to have come as guests. A figure is seen wearing a green robe. The man notes that those robes belong to Tang clan martial artists, who have come to help them. He observes that there are only 4 of them, and while their spirit is formidable, the enemy has hundreds. "The person you're carrying seems critically injured," someone says, requesting they step back. "I'll take care of him," Tang Jianzhou declares. "There are over 200 martial artists chasing us," another says. "I appreciate the help, but there's no need to worry," a man states. "What?" Tang Youmyang asks, confused. "Wait, shouldn't. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." "Palace Lord," someone asks, "why are you blocking my way?" "I think it's him," someone says. "The one who won the Tang clan's contest and returned. The new family head of. Who looks like a pretty boy. Are you really planning to face us? Such arrogance. The remnants spared by the leader's mercy. Yes, I'll uproot you once and for all." The blue-horned white snake snarled, his red eyes gleaming with malice. "You were the ones who started this, so the leader won't blame us for this." Entering the palace on horseback, the imposing figure surveyed the scene. Standing amidst the debris, the Palace Lord Zhang Tichen's expression hardened. "Listening to your nonsense is annoying." The silhouetted figures stood in formation, their intentions unclear. A nearby man's eyes widened in fear. "Uproot us." The Palace Lord's gaze intensified, his green eyes narrowed with determination. Crossing his arms, Zhang Tichen declared, "I'll uproot you first." The Palace Lord lies still, his eyes vacant. Is he dead? One of the masked soldiers wonders when he threw the poison needle. Another admits he didn't even see him do it. A hand holds a set of needles. A flurry of needles flies through the air. One of the masked soldiers asks if he threw a bunch of them in the air. The needles drop. The needles fall, leaving trails of green energy. A masked soldier looks on in shock. Everyone falls. Tang Yonmyong wonders if he rushed out and didn't apply the poison, but it's having the same effect as if they were poisoned. Tang Yonmyong reveals that his poison seeped into their needles, adding that there are few in this world who can withstand his poison. Tang Yonmyong smirks, thinking that he is more useful than he looks. The man gapes, unable to believe the assassin skills displayed before him. He wonders if this is the one who overwhelmed the 300 warriors from the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect. Over 100 soldiers have been wiped out in an instant. Tang Jianzhil and Tang Yongryong observe the scene. Tang Jianzhil thought the Tang family was declining, but Tang Yongryong mentions that no one mentioned this. A figure holding a weapon tells the others not to panic, stating it's just one guy, unless that kid has reached the fire realm. A red-haired man shouts that he won't have enough energy to use that technique multiple times. A green-haired figure leads the charge, yelling to follow him and take him down, after over 100 soldiers were wiped out. The red-haired man yells, "Die." A powerful impact resonates. The force of the blow explodes outward. A hand clenches, ready for the next attack. The red-haired man remarks that the dragon scale is pretty effective. Tang Jianzhil and Tang Yongryong recognize the 10,000 heavenly flower ring. Tang Yonmyong prepares for battle, a determined look on his face. He thinks to himself, so now it's my turn, huh? A voice muses about the Tang family's secret techniques, saying, I heard that the Tang family's secret techniques were lost after the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord's invasion. Tang Yonmyong stands amidst fallen enemies, surveying the scene. He realizes, I was mistaken. A voice declares, the Tang family's strength is still solid. Tang Yonmyong looks at another character, asking, are you still here? Another voice says, if they handle the Black Death Alliance as Sabak intended, we can. A character compliments Tang Yonmyong's skills, saying, oh haha, the young lord's skills are so impressive, I couldn't look away. Another character responds, is that so? Let's discuss this further back at the main house. A character reacts with surprise, exclaiming, why yeah? A voice warns, we really shouldn't make enemies with the Tang family. A few days ago, the scene shifts to the outskirts of Sichuan. A character expresses relief, saying, it's a relief we didn't encounter any trouble from the unorthodox factions on our way to Sichuan, Sabak. Another character adds, I heard that since the Tang family's fall, Sichuan has been overrun by the unorthodox factions, but it's pretty quiet. A character reacts to the name Sabak, repeating, Sabak? Another character asks, why is Sabak so tense? Is the food to your liking? It's a small place, but I come here often. Tang Jianzhil and another man look on, the latter scoffing at what he perceives as arrogance. A close-up reveals the speaker's intense gaze as he recalls wiping out the Changxiang sect, Ami sect, and Jiancheng sect with his own hands over 10 years ago. He adds that the joint sect only survived because they were far from Sichuan. Tang Jianzhil suggests following him, stating there's a place nearby for a quick match. A man shouts, Sabak no? If anything happens. He demands not to be made to sit still after hearing that. A figure grips a sword, declaring that he won't be stopped and will show that reckless bastard. He proclaims that the joint sect's martial arts are the best in the world. Someone recalls how he ended up fighting the Black Death Alliance leader. Another voice notes that a fight is different from what he saw earlier. It's said that the Black Death Alliance leader, who chased them earlier, was terrifying. Figures are seen falling through the air. Tang Jianzhil tells Hyunso to stand back, warning him to be careful. A white-haired figure smiles, declaring, let's start. A flurry of motion as the fight begins. The battle intensifies. The joint sect's ultimate technique begins to unfold, a whirlwind of motion and power. Zhang Tichen wonders if the attack is powered by internal energy, impressed by the idea of using the resonance of inner energy to drive out other energies. The protagonist's speed intensifies, becoming a blur. He thinks to himself that he can't keep up with his own eyes. The narrator observes that this is a fight between warriors who've reached the fire realm. The sword descends with incredible force, poised to strike. Zhang Tichen grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure against the onslaught. The sword crashes into the earth, sending tremors through the battlefield. Zhang Tichen, face contorted in rage, is told that his energy is not at its best. Tang Yonmyong declares that he will show Zhang Tichen the joint sect's ultimate technique. The true power of the demonic sword technique is unleashed, engulfing the area in a blinding light. Zhang Tichen is told to push it higher, as Sabak is overwhelming him and might take down the Black Death Alliance leader. Zhang Tichen, a sinister smile playing on his lips, is surprised by something. Tang Yonmyong stands ready, his stance a coiled spring of potential energy. He deliberately blocks. Zhang Tichen realizes, at the last second. It's as if he's testing him, even though he's from the unorthodox side. Zhang Tichen's eye narrows, a glint of resolve hardening his gaze. All right, he mutters, preparing the demonic sword technique. The palace lord prepares his secret technique, the blade of his sword gleaming with inner power. I'll end your arrogance right here, he vows. Zhang Tichen smirks, a cruel amusement twisting his lips. So that's how you use it. Unleashing the demonic sword technique, Zhang Tichen sends a blast of pure energy hurtling towards his opponent. The energy expands, a blinding wave of destruction. The blast continues its relentless advance, consuming everything in its path. Using the secret technique of the demonic sword, someone cries out, "Es Sabak." Sabak exclaims, "Did you see that, Hyunso?" "I, Sabak, defeated that you bastard." Sabak observes, "I saw, Sabak, but we need to leave quickly. This commotion is too big. This technique requires more precision than I thought." It's fitting for the joint sect, one of the major orthodox factions, using internal energy amplification through intent, Jang Tichen realizes. He raises a finger, a swirling orb of energy gathering above it. Jang Tichen explains, even though it's called the demonic sword technique, it's basically a powerful internal martial art. Sabak and Hyunso watch with wide eyes. Sabak wonders, however, it's not the usual mixed energy how. Jang Tichen's eyes glow red as he continues, "Why are you so surprised? If you understood the principles, you'd know it doesn't have to be exclusively a demonic technique, right?" Sabak realizes, that's definitely the secret technique of the demonic sword, called it. A surge of energy erupts. Red streaks of power emanate from Jang Tichen as he prepares the technique. A golden aura surrounds him as Jang Tichen declares, "I will call this the divine subduing technique." The speaker recounts that leader Yu Giljun of the Black Death Alliance utilized the martial arts of the Orthodox faction. It seemed that he had adapted the martial arts for his own use, a figure muses. Although the gathered energy was different, the technique was unmistakably the essence of the demonic sword technique. Furthermore, the power of that finger technique surpassed the demonic sword technique. If senior brother hadn't used his remaining internal energy to block it. The conversation continues indoors. That Taoist, Tihyo, was definitely in the fire realm. He managed to comprehend such a master's martial arts in just one duel. The family head is revealed. "Senior brother and I have come to the Tang clan for one purpose. Please cooperate with us in the great martial tournament of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a religious and militant group located in Xinjiang. It was once powerful enough to rival all the 9 great sects and other martial arts factions." The older man states that he refused. The younger man explains that this isn't something he can decide on his own and will consult with the family head before returning. One of the men states that is what he said, and now they are waiting outside. The other wonders what they will do if they can't persuade their senior brother. The older man suggests they just wait for now. The younger man says that this is a different matter, but the narrator observes that the situation is different from what they expected. As they traveled there, they observed the Tang clan's buildings and martial prowess. The narrator notes the training warriors and the atmosphere among the clan members. One of the men states that it's completely opposite to the rumors that they were ruined by Heaven's brilliance demon. The other agrees, saying he saw it too, and that there must be some driving force that revived the clan. The narrator states that the state of the Tang clan is quite something, and that they must somehow bring them to their side. One of the men says that he has come to escort the 2 Taoists. Tang Jihyun introduces herself as responsible for the general affairs of the Tang clan. The narrator states that the family head has commanded him to bring the 2 of them. A building welcomes them. Tang Jihai asks if they've come to request their cooperation against the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult before introducing herself. She sits at the head of the table, flanked by 2 advisors. The acting family head of the Sichuan Tang clan speaks. A palpable presence fills the room, unmistakably from the fire realm. It's understandable how the Tang clan regained its strength. The family head's martial prowess is astounding, and the acting family head is also at the fire realm. It wouldn't be surprising if they regained their past glory immediately. Tang Jihai leans forward, her expression serious. Since it's about eradicating the evil sects, isn't it right to help in the name of justice? The acting family head's gaze intensifies. Reconsider. Yomyong, you said you refused earlier, right? Tang Yomyong stands firm, his expression unreadable. Do you? He responds, his voice measured. Yes, mother. Still think the same. Why, family head? Yomyong continues, his tone hardening. I understand the threat of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, but into chaos. He explains that the Black Death Alliance and the evil faction are separate issues. From what he's learned, the Black Death Alliance does not harass the common people of Sichuan. They collect protection fees, but they also eliminate bandits, acting almost like the orthodox factions. Tang Yomyong's senior brother, Tang Jianjil, states that they have no justification to attack first in this situation. He asks what Tang Yomyong is saying. A figure mentions acting in the name of justice. Tang Jianjil states that he heard no one from the orthodox factions came to help when the Black Death Alliance and Heaven's Brilliance Demon Cult invaded and isolated the Tang clan. Tang Jihyun states that he understands prioritizing the safety of one's own sect and clan, and that he is not blaming them for that. Tang Yomyong states that when Kunlun falls, Gongdong is next, and asks if they don't see that he's desperate. A hand clenches into a fist. The family head's words aren't wrong. Tang Jianjil states that they preach righteousness but only act when their own sects are threatened. He adds that the family head is right and apologizes for not considering the Tang clan's position. Tang Jianjil wonders why Tang Yomyong isn't angry, as he usually would be. He admits he was short-sighted and that it's only natural to refuse when they only talk about sacrifices in the name of righteousness. Tang Jihyun states that they are willing to pay a fair price for their help. He asks Tang Yomyong to reconsider, stating they're seeking cooperation, not just asking for help. Tang Yomyong states that since they put it that way, he can't keep refusing. Tang Yomyong asks how much they are willing to pay. A character with glowing eyes looks on. Two figures walk towards a traditional building, its architecture suggesting a place of importance. The man's face contorts in a strange expression. One of them says it would pay several years' worth of their sect's maintenance costs in one go. The other laughs, stating that if it can save their sect, it's a small price to pay. The man with the shaved head is told that he must be confident to offer such an amount. He thinks to himself that the family head's martial prowess was impressive. It's uncertain whether the family head is equal to or even above that level. One of the men wonders if it's impossible to hide one's level from a senior brother's sensing ability. Tang Jihai thinks that if one could deceive even those at Wagyong, it would be a different story. They wouldn't have realized that he's maintaining the state of open meridians. Tang Jihai thinks that he's a more perceptive Taoist than he appears, wondering if the Fire Realm is really just that. He concludes that this isn't just. Someone is thinking about extracting money, wondering why they changed their mind all of a sudden. Tang Jihai mentions the Black Death Alliance's good deeds to the Taoists, but he doesn't trust them. Tang Yomyong thinks that it's true that order has been maintained in Sichuan after all the major factions fell, all because of one man, Yu Giljun. The only reason they're classified as an evil faction is that they didn't join the Orthodox faction. Their foundation is no different from bandits, ignoring righteousness and cooperation and pursuing personal gain. The current order in Sichuan is only temporary, maintained by Yu Giljun. Since the Tang clan's decline and the Black Death Alliance's takeover, they rarely leave the city. If things go slightly wrong, they push out their business competitors and plant spies to bring down other clans or invade them. So their fundamental nature hasn't changed. The current order is a temporary phenomenon. If Yu Giljun were to disappear one day, the evil factions that grew under his rule would be unleashed onto Sichuan. Tang Jihai states that she understands the point and asks what the plan is. It's simple. We just need to prevent them from moving north, Tang Jihai says. However, with our current strength, we can't completely block the Black Death Alliance, can we? Instead of blocking them from the outside, we'll disrupt them internally so they can't move out. You're planning to infiltrate the Black Death Alliance's main camp? It makes sense, but breaking through to that point will be challenging. It was an invitation to the Sichuan Gathering. Past, the Sichuan Gathering is now a tournament where the young masters of the evil factions compete. A figure grips the hilt of a sword, resolving to attend the Sichuan Gathering and confirm their true nature. A disembodied voice speaks, suspecting that they haven't abandoned their evil ways. A young man with fiery eyes vows to kill them all. A voice instructs Yanjiang, upon reaching the Tang clan, to make sure not to do anything that might offend the family head. The sound of hooves echoes. A man reminds someone that the fate of their main family depends on them. A figure with a sinister smile assures their uncle not to worry. If the Tang clan's family head is truly such an. A young woman with light green hair smiles widely. Jiggle Yanjiang, the Jiggle clan's young lady, vows to win them over, no matter what it takes. One of the men wonders about their friendship and setting up a formation. Another man admits he doesn't know much about formations, but it must be costly, wondering if the Jiggle clan is well off. The man with the long gray beard asks if the Tang clan is covering the materials and costs. Another man states that he heard the Jiggle clan is covering everything. According to the family head, the Jiggle clan was very cooperative. Those guys, did the Tang clan find a weakness of theirs? The man with the long gray beard listens intently. Yanjiang, will you be able to do this well? Jiggle Yanjiang states that she knows herself well, adding that there isn't a man who won't fall for her beauty. Yes, you remind me of my sister, who was called a beauty in Hubei. Capturing a young man's heart shouldn't be difficult, she thinks. Over a decade ago, the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord attacked the Jiggle clan, aiming for his sister. Thanks to her noble sacrifice, the main family narrowly escaped destruction. Driven by the shame of being reduced to a mere plaything for one night, she ultimately threw herself to her death. Tang Jianzhou cannot allow such a tragedy to befall their main family ever again. Jiggle Yanjiang declares that they can maintain their lineage. Tang Jianzhou pleads with Jiggle Yanjiang, saying that the future of their family depends on her. Tang Jianzhou is startled, having heard that something happened during the family head contest. Tang Jianzhou exclaims that the formation of their clan was a great help. Tang Yongryong smiles, stating that as the family head, she is truly grateful that they are setting up a defensive formation for their outer grounds. Tang Yongryong wonders if the family head could be the family head's mother, noting that like mother, like son, they truly have a blessed lineage. A man with gray hair is overwhelmed by her presence and zones out. He greets the Tang clan's family head, introducing himself as Jiggle Chongshin. Tang Yongryong apologizes for not being aware of his ascension, but notes that he wasn't here when she ascended, so it's understandable. Tang Jianzhou states that she must be weary from her journey and asks her to rest sufficiently before beginning her work. Jiggle Chongshin thanks him for his consideration. Tang Jianzhou looks at Jiggle Chongshin and Jiggle Yanjiang, wondering who the young lady is. Jiggle Chongshin explains that she is his niece, brought to strengthen the bond between their clans. Jiggle Chongshin instructs Jiggle Yanjiang to greet the family head. She wonders if the man is the Tang clan's family head. Jiggle Yanjiang is seen with a questioning look on her face, wondering how a person can look like that. Tang Jianzhou exclaims that Jiggle Yanjiang is perfect husband material. Jiggle Yanjiang apologizes for the late greeting. Jiggle Changshin thanks the family head for saying that Jiggle Yanjiang is still very beautiful, even though it's late. Jiggle Yanjiang thanks the family head for the compliment. Tang Youngryang says that Jiggle Yanjiang is like looking at her younger self. Tang Jianjil says that Jiggle Yanjiang is very beautiful, and when he first saw her, he thought she was the family head's sister. Tang Jianjil continues, saying that with such a beautiful and kind mother, it's no wonder the family head is so admirable. Jiggle Yanjiang thinks that it feels good to hear such kind words, even if they are just flattery. Tang Youngryang hopes that since Jiggle Yanjiang and Tang Youmyang are the same age, they can get along. Jiggle Yanjiang is delighted to hear that, thinking about her older brother. A voice notes that the main family has never shown much affection. Tang Youmyang yawns, looking bored. Jiggle Yanjiang is ignored, and she wonders how he could ignore a beautiful girl's sorrowful story. Jiggle Yanjiang thinks it's strange that men aren't tripping over themselves for her, and wonders if the family head isn't interested in her. Tang Jihai thinks about her husband. Tang Jianjil feels like he failed. Someone reflects that this is the first time they've faced such humiliation, noting that he didn't even glance their way. Someone is asked what they are doing in front of the guest. Jiggle Yanjiang vows to make sure he notices her, no matter what it takes. In the Black Death Alliance territory, someone asks if the Tang clan's family head was heard. Someone is participating in the Sichuan gathering, and another wonders what other factions won't sit still considering what he's done. The Simhua Hall is the Sichuan gathering preparation site, and the first page details the budget needed for this gathering. The second page lists the participating factions and families. The man with blonde hair reads the report, stating that it is sufficient for the Simhua Hall master. He notes that normally, Great Void Immortal Hall would be hosting this year. The woman with black hair appears to be having a hard time, but is doing well. She states that it's nothing, and she is just doing her duty as a servant of the leader. It seems the leader threw aside the report and went out. The old man laughs, saying that he's always been a free spirit. A hand reaches out. A young character calls out, "Uncle." The young character exclaims that she wants to go see the Sichuan gathering this time. The young character asks what's gotten into her, as last time she said it was too bothersome. The young character says that he heard on the way here that the Tang clan's family head is participating in the Sichuan gathering. The other character confirms that's right. They say all the women in Chengdu are lovesick over him. How handsome can he be? The other character asks if that isn't an exaggeration. If it's true, then I have to make him my husband. The other character says that she says things that would shock her father. The woman with dark hair tilted her head, her expression a mix of curiosity and determination. Anyway, can I go see it? She asked. A deep voice responded, a hint of amusement in its tone. All right. Even if I said no, you'd go anyway. Moreover, two figures, their faces beaming with excitement, discussed the situation. Who could stop the will of the Black Death Alliance leader's daughter? A comb runs through strands of hair. Oh my, look at your beautiful hair. One sister asks, were you really bedridden all this time? The other sister replies, last time, when Youmyang was here, he was so obvious. If you have any beauty secrets, share them with me. The sister asks, sister, what do you think about Youmyang? A close-up shows the sister's reaction. She asks, huh? What? Why are you asking? The other sister replies, when his name came up, your breathing changed. Are you using? The sister asks, sister? Huh? About what? The sister states, Youmyang is going to the Sichuan gathering, so we won't see him for a while. One sister says, the Sichuan gathering is basically a meeting of the evil factions. Isn't it too dangerous? The other sister replies, that's not the most important thing. One sister asks, what if Youmyang meets a girl from one of the factions there and falls for her? She continues, sister, can you handle that? The sister says, that would be. You wouldn't like it, right? The sister states, then let's go to the Sichuan gathering. She tells Mirio to go ahead. Tears well in Mirio's eyes as she thinks, the family head doesn't want it, so she can't force him. A sharp retort echoes in the room. Someone demands to come outside with him, a stern look etched on his face. A voice declares that someone is amazing. He wonders why she is so clueless about other things, emphasizing her decisiveness. He questions why his sister can't go. It's like you're pushing away an opportunity that's right in front of you, she thinks. Her eyes widen, realizing it could turn into a battlefield. He asks what is going on. He says that if his sister comes along and ends up exposed to a danger he can't protect her from, who does he think will be held responsible? He declares that this isn't a game, and besides, this is Black Death Alliance territory, so you might even have to face their leader. Aijin stands with two figures. Aijin asks who the person is with him as the figures greet the family head. A masked figure clasps their hands together, ensuring a safe journey. Tang Youmyang says that he will be counting on them. Tang Jihai asks if they are leaving now. The figures greet the family head. Tang Youmyang says that there is no need to be so formal. The two stand together. Tang Youmyang says that whatever path they choose in life, he wants to support them, but not to push themselves too hard. He adds not to worry, asking whose son they think he is. Tang Youngryang says that he is Poison Phoenix's son, of course. The figures say to stay safe and take good care of the family head, adding that they will carry out their duties. Tang Youmyang says all right, off they go then. Tang Youngryang looks up. She gazes up at the entrance to Sichuan Hainyang, the archway framing the bustling city beyond. The main thoroughfare teems with people, a vibrant tapestry of merchants, travelers, and locals going about their day. The path stretches long and winding, leading deeper into the heart of the city. Tang Yonmyang observes the lively scene. Wow, it really feels like a festival. Tang Jianzhil frowns, his gaze distant. It wasn't like this the last time I came. You've been here before? Tang Jianzhil gestures vaguely. It was quite a big company in Sichuan back then, you know? Tang Jianzhil continues, his expression grim. Factions took over. The business has shrunk a lot. Tang Jianzhil's voice takes on a thoughtful tone. If our clan grows, it would be advantageous to have a trading company for financial stability. Tang Jianzhil's eyes narrow, a hint of steel in his voice. The elders embezzled funds, and the medical wings profits forever. It's becoming clear that we'll need to deal with the evil factions. Tang Jianzhil turns to Tang Yongryong, a strange request in his tone. Once this is all over, come see me with your father. Tang Yongryong looks up, confused. Huh? What? The demon-slaying sword rests in its box, gleaming softly. Tang Yonmyang is presented with the sword. The green-haired character stares intently. The green-haired character explains just how amazing the blade is, adding that his master was the one forging it, but he passed away from illness. The smith took over and finished it. The smith asks what Yonmyang thinks. The green-haired character proudly says it's worthy of being called a masterpiece, adding that it's on par with the sword he used in his past life. The green-haired character can feel the sharpness radiating from it constantly, but Yonmyang states that it's a brilliant sword. However, he doesn't really need a blade of this caliber. The smith asks why not, wondering if it didn't meet his expectations. The green-haired character says quite the opposite, adding that Yonmyang crafted a sword he should be proud of. Yonmyang thinks that a sword like this would only draw unnecessary attention, and that a simple sword suits him better. Yonmyang will pay for the one he picked earlier. A sigh escapes, heavy with resignation. If they insist, it seems there is no choice. A gleaming sword rests within a wooden box, its polished surface reflecting the dim light. A voice cries out, filled with surprise and perhaps a hint of fear. Why young Master Yun? Hyunyang's sect young master, Yun Sochong, is confronted. How dare you hide such a sword and deceive me? The accuser stands before Yun Sochong, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. How dare a mere blacksmith? Another voice interjects, attempting to defuse the situation. It's a misunderstanding, young Master Yun. A strange aura emanates from the guards, catching someone's attention. What's this? The guards stand silently, their presence radiating an unsettling energy. Something's off. A figure senses a dark presence. I knew something felt wrong. It's demonic energy. Yun Sochong responds calmly. Yeah, I've faced it a few times with the invisible guest. Is this your first time seeing it? The speaker notes the strange aura among the guards. Why are demon sect bastards here in Sichuan? Who knows? But we can just capture one and interrogate him. A sharp cry of pain echoes through the room. The Heavenly Moon Brigade stands amidst the carnage, their mission clear. We, the Heavenly Moon Brigade, will be taking care of young Master Yun. One of the brigade members orders, get rid of these scraps. A voice muses, I'm amazed though. I thought our concealment was perfect. How did you notice us? Demons in the heart of Sichuan. The thought hangs heavy in the air. Another voice chimes in. If you're trying to hide your identity, at least cover your ugly face properly. Someone retorts, you crazy bastard. Why are you provoking someone right to their face? The Heavenly Moon Brigade stands over the fallen, their expressions unreadable. Killed and still don't feel any sense of urgency? A figure suggests, urgency? Maybe you should worry about that instead. He asks to be lent a sword. A sword is drawn, the steel glinting ominously. Standing, you and those fallen guys are all the same, one of the Heavenly Moon Brigade members states. Under orders to escort young Master Yun, one of the brigade members mutters, I'm going to kill that guy. The masked members of the Heavenly Moon Brigade stand in formation, their expressions hidden. A member of the Heavenly Moon Brigade looks on with a concerned expression. A figure stands holding a sword, its blade gleaming in the light. The sword is described as a masterpiece, perfectly balanced and razor-sharp. An old man declares that it's truly the work of a master. Another man agrees, adding that the one who continued the master's legacy is remarkable as well. A man utters the word master with reverence. It is said that every valuable object eventually finds its rightful owner, and that this sword will find its master someday too. The old man insists that the sword should only be given to someone who can truly appreciate its worth. A figure declares, I found it. A masked figure proclaims to be the true owner of the demon-slaying sword, asking who's next to try their luck. The masked figure challenges others to come at him all at once if they want. A flurry of swords descends, the attackers confident in their assault, one sneering, cocky bastard. Another voice rises above the din of battle, a defiant cry, don't underestimate us. A warrior's gaze hardens, resolve etched upon his face as he prepares to meet the onslaught. A surge of azure energy erupts, striking the attackers with devastating force, sending them flying amidst a spray of blood. The aftermath of the attack is gruesome. A figure lies prone, lifeblood staining the ground around them. A sword, once gleaming, is now slick with crimson, a testament to the battle's brutal cost. The earth drinks deep, a pool of blood spreading like a dark stain upon the battlefield. A man's face contorts in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden turn of events. One of the onlookers sighs, I am getting too tired to be surprised anymore. Another responds, that guy. The warrior stands amidst the carnage, his sword held low, as an observer wonders. When did he even learn swordsmanship? The aftermath of the battle leaves the scene in disarray. A close-up reveals a grim expression. A body lies motionless amidst the chaos. The cleanup begins. Almost done cleaning up, one of the figures remarks, but who's going to deal with this mess? Tang Jianzhou wonders, where? Another figure replies, if I had brought my sister, she would have passed out for sure. Tang Jianzhou says, by the way, are you okay with this? One of them got away earlier, and if they bring reinforcements? The other figure replies, oh, I let them go on purpose. Tang Jianzhou mutters, this idiot doesn't even know he's connected to the demon cult. There must be someone who hired these guys to protect him. Tang Jianzhou exclaims, you keep misunderstanding me. I'm not with the demon cult. I don't even know who these guys are. The other figure ominously states, you'll figure that out soon enough. A figure screams, Yawa. The other figure says, you'll find out when you ask those who are coming now. The figure demands, come out. A unified front of warriors stands firm, their voices echoing with a demand. They know the young master is being held hostage. One of the warriors steps forward, his voice booming as he commands the release of the hostage, promising to spare their lives if they surrender. The warrior's expression hardens, his threat escalating as he vows to rip them to shreds and feed them to the beasts if they resist. A figure stands amidst the ruins, declaring their arrival. A voice dripping with disdain wonders aloud what they think they can do now. A desperate cry pierces the air, Father! A figure lurking in the shadows questions who the real villain is here. A voice, laced with concern, asks what the plan is. A skeptical voice questions the seriousness of the plan. A menacing voice questions if they even know who they're messing with, revealing the involvement of the demon cult. A character senses a sinister energy emanating from someone, identifying it as demonic energy. A voice accuses someone of hiding their identity and coming to Sichuan to stir up trouble. The wind screams past, a deafening roar as he plummets through the shattered sky. The word eliminate echoes in his mind, a constant reminder of the task ahead. The ground rushes up to meet him, a dizzying display of broken earth and fractured stone. He falls faster, the air growing thin and cold against his skin. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination igniting within them. Gathering his energy, Yanmyung Dang prepares to unleash his technique. Tang Youmyong thinks to himself, as expected, it's impossible to fully manifest the eliminate technique with the green heart poison technique. The world blurs around him, a chaotic swirl of color and light. He reflects, if it had been at full power. The ground looms closer, the impact a certainty. Tang Youmyong recalls, even though I cut down 70 people with a single strike that day. He continues, it was still a degraded version, with its power reduced by half. Only by mastering that can I truly unleash the full power of the eliminate technique. In my past life, I used a mental technique called destructive force. Destructive force has a nature that weakens the body, causing ordinary people to die suddenly. A voice questions whether it looks good for a guard to act too casually around her master. Tang Youmyong is asked why he is so worried about his own dignity. Yanjiang states that she isn't wrong, prompting another to ask if they are siding with her now. The two women continue to look at each other. Tang Youmyong looks off to the side, a smirk playing on his lips. A voice declares that there's no need to worry about dignity in front of a pile of corpses. Before that, Tang Youmyong states that since he was attacked, he should pay them back tenfold. The other character calls him young master. One swordsman tells another that he has always wanted to meet that guy. The man admits that this is a bit embarrassing. Sang Minjil announces that he has reached the level of Fire Realm and introduces himself. A woman states that she has come to the Sichuan assembly with the leader's daughter, Yonhui, and hopes to see good performances from everyone. The woman explains that for this year's gathering, Master Sang will oversee all life and death duels. If anyone seeks such a match, they must first ask for Master Sang's permission. The Sichuan assembly begins. A man asks for Master Sang's permission. Another man requests to fight the young family head of the Tang clan. Someone declares a life and death duel. Mak Chanhui, of the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect, the former leader's eldest son and the current leader, is shown. A man dressed in black with two swords is revealed to be from the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect. The man wonders if it is revenge he's after, having heard that the Tang clan's young family head defeated Mak Inhu. He admits it was a bit unexpected. He was quite strong, one of the best in his sect with considerable power. Mak Chanhui, successor of the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect, declared his intentions. A member of the audience questioned Mak Chanhui's statement. What's he talking about? They attacked us first. Another audience member shushed the first, warning him that Mak Chanhui would hear him. Mak Chanhui stated that he sought to avenge his father, killed by the young family head of the Tang clan, through a life and death duel. The announcer declared, very well, Mak Chanhui of the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect, On Clan's young family head, step onto the stage. A foot stepped forward, the sound echoing in the assembly. Another foot followed, the sound reverberating through the air. The stage stood ready under the vast sky. The announcer stated that the man was the young family head of the Tang clan, and there were many rumors about his strength. An audience member commented on the Tang clan head's appearance, finding him handsome. Another audience member noted the first excitement. The announcer explained that if the Tang clan loses in this life and death duel, it would be quite the disappointment. No one except the combatants, their guards, or attendants can interfere in a life and death duel. The announcer continued, stating that there are no restrictions on attack methods, and the combatants are free to ignore the opponent's surrender. He asked if both agreed to these terms. Mak Chanhui confirms his terms. Tang Youmyang agrees. Two guards stand ready, representing their respective sections. They are permitted to have their guards and attendants present. The young family head of the Tang clan is asked why he didn't bring his guard with him. Sang Minjil explains that he did bring them, but instructed them not to interfere. Zhang Tichen, surrounded by his guards, states that whether it's one person or three, it won't change the outcome. Zhang Tichen finds this quite bold, and says, "Let's begin." The guards raise their swords. Tang Youmyang stands ready, his expression focused. The guards react with surprise. The guards prepare to attack, swords raised. A powerful sword energy emanates from Tang Youmyang. It's the signature dark sword energy of the Great Darkness Silent Sword Sect's master. He's mastered the twin sword technique of Great Darkness. He settles into a firm stance, ready to face his opponent. Two of the Tang clan's assassins collapse, feathered needles protruding from their necks. Zhang Tichen declares that his men will draw Tang Youmyang's attention, and the moment he spots an opening, he'll tear him apart with his twin sword technique. A bead of sweat trickles down the face of a concerned onlooker. Tang Youmyang remains in his stance, unfazed by the fallen assassins. The crowd looks on in shock as the woman with the purple hair watches the scene unfold. One of the fallen assassins wonders why the attackers are collapsing. His comrade points out the feathered needles stuck in their necks. The blonde-haired man muses that the speed of those needles was too fast even for him to see. Zhang Tichen asks how long Tang Youmyang plans to stay in that stance, stating that he's getting bored waiting. Zhang Tichen declares that he will kill Tang Youmyang. A sword is swung with incredible speed and force. Zhang Tichen attacks, screaming that he'll crush Tang Youmyang. The body shattered, disappearing into fragments of light. Among those who attacked the Tang clan during the competition, there were two. One of them used sword energy like yours. One was your father, the previous head of the clan. And the other was a spy. You fall far short of either of them. This can't be. They're the ones who started this, but they keep talking about revenge. He ended it so easily. It hasn't even been half a quarter of an hour since they started, has it? Is the skill gap really this big? Is the Tang clan's young family head just that good? Or is the successor of the Great Darkness Silent Sword Sect just that lacking? This is unbearable. More than the fact that I couldn't avenge my father. It's the fact that I ended up weaker than a bastard like him. Wait, it's not over yet. Mak Chanhui's sword. A hand, gauntlet in dark metal, closes around the blade. The figure grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He thinks, I'll prove it, that I'm better than him. The gauntlet tightens its grip, sparks flying as the metal grinds against the steel. An onlooker gasps, exclaiming, he caught the sword with his bare hands. A surge of energy crackles around the gauntlet as it fully subdues the blade. The crowd watches in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. One of the onlookers remarks, at this point, nothing surprises me anymore, right? The figure's face is illuminated by a soft, purple glow. Tang Jianjil observes the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. He thinks, I can't even imagine that guy losing. The figure lies prone on the ground, defeated. He thinks, I intended to take it easy on him. Tang Jianjil reflects on the battle. But to think he'd still be able to move after being hit with a poison needle laced with venomous energy that numbs hearing, to exhibit such skill while facing death. Tang Jianjil is impressed. It's remarkable. Who would have thought you'd show blade catching technique at a time like that? He explains that it's a technique for catching blades with bare hands. Tang Jianjil adds that he's heard the Tang clan trains their hands to handle sharp weapons or wear gloves, but he didn't expect them to block a sword imbued with energy. Tang Jianjil continues, saying that it's actually thanks to the protective aura, dragon scale, but there's no need to reveal that. He supposes the Tang clan has that sort of thing. Sang Minjil declares that was a fine display. He and the Simhua Hall confirmed the Tang clan's victory. Tang Jianjil states that, of course, he'll continue. However, if the Sword of Nine Rings would permit it, it wouldn't. A voice adds that additionally, they will meet him at once. The result will be the same either way. A voice declared that attack will only result in confusion. It continued, stating that they will limit the number of participants in the combined attack to 3, and they may choose their opponents. The figure stated that if these conditions are unsatisfactory, they should speak now. The character with reddish-brown hair, pulled back into a high ponytail, stated that he accepts those terms. A man with a straw sticking out of his mouth admitted that he was wrong in his assessment. A voice thought that after a few rounds, the participants would figure out how to counter the feathered needles and gradually break through the assassination techniques, giving them a chance to win. But in less than half an hour, the ground was littered with corpses. More than half the participants are dead. All he used were his feathered needles and the blade-catching technique. Even so, none of the challengers could put up a fight. Judging by his internal energy, The man with the straw sticking out of his mouth didn't think he would be that strong. So what explains this overwhelming difference in skill? At this rate, the entire Sichuan assembly will be in jeopardy. Someone exclaimed that they quit and are forfeiting. How are we supposed to beat something like that? Forget the assembly, I'm done. A foot, wrapped meticulously in bandages, stands firm on the cracked earth. The silence hangs heavy, thick with anticipation. A crowd watches, their faces a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity as the challenge unfolds. Two figures observe from the sidelines, their expressions unreadable, their presence adding to the tension. Zhang Tichen declares, his voice ringing with confidence, that there is no need for others to step up. His guards, and he are more than enough. A phalanx of bandaged warriors stands behind Yip Chonggang, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. Yip Chonggang, vice leader of the Rising Phoenix sect, his face obscured by bandages, declares that the Tang clan's winning streak ends here. Tang Tichen chews on a piece of grass, remarking that instead of running away like the others, the Rising Phoenix sect is stepping up to challenge him, as expected. The Tang clan's young family head asks if there are any objections to continuing the life and death duel, before thinking to himself about the unusual body of his opponent, something he has never seen before. Yip Chonggang states, his voice firm, that the life and death duel should begin. With a burst of speed, Yip Chonggang launches himself forward, initiating the attack. The bandaged warriors surge forward, a wave of relentless force crashing towards their target. A sword clatters to the ground, the sound echoing the uncertain fate of the duel. The feathered needles bounced harmlessly off the hardened skin, leaving the Tang clan members in stunned disbelief. A closer look revealed the horrifying truth. His skin had dried and cracked, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. The narrator explains that the body withers like an old tree, the skin becoming as hard as bark, tough enough to withstand even sword energy. Additionally, their muscles and bones become denser, increasing their strength to an unbelievable degree. The narrator questions if the young family head of the Tang clan can overcome this defense as Yanmyung Dang initiates the hidden shadow technique. Blurring into motion, Yanmyung Dang unleashes the body technique. Yip Chonggang's eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? For a moment, even he couldn't see his movement. Has he really mastered a high-level body movement technique? So what will he do? The attack connects, sparks flying as the needles meet the hardened surface. A close-up reveals a single needle embedded in the bark-like skin, a testament to the technique's resilience. The skin, though cracked and aged, remains unbroken. Yanmyung Dang, standing back, grits his teeth. He can't break through. The Rising Phoenix sect activates the Grand Celestial Absorption technique. Yip Chonggang, his face wrapped, declares, I'll drain all your internal energy. The wrapped face continues, wither and die, young family head of the Tang clan. A sinister smile spreads across Tang Yanmyung's face. Tang Yanmyung's expression is one of confidence. Yip Chonggang warns, you'd better stop doing something so foolish. Yip Chonggang's mouth opens wide, as if preparing to unleash the full force of the technique. In his youth, as Yip Inji wandered in search of his own value, he encountered a Lama monk in Padalap, present-day Tibet. Recognizing Yip Inji's potential, the monk taught him a martial art known as Withered Tree Divine Art. Although the technique's advanced form had been lost and was limited to external applications, it was the perfect martial art for Yip Inji, who specialized in catching blades with his hands. However, Yip Inji, seeking true mastery, later joined the Black Death Alliance, where he met Yu Giljun. A voice explains that using the lost abilities of Withered Tree Divine Art is not difficult. Every martial art's name holds the essence of its technique. The name wasn't given simply because the body withers like a tree. With its dried-out outer shell, the internal energy tied to the transforms the body into a true withered tree, allowing you to absorb your opponent's energy like a tree drawing water from the earth. The figure laughs maniacally. He vows to drain his opponent dry, but then pauses, confused. Why is he still fine? What's going on? My arm. He cries out, questioning what has been done to his body. A surge of green energy emanates from a figure. The scene fades into darkness. In the past, regardless of their affiliations with orthodox, unorthodox, or demonic sects, there were three individuals considered the most dangerous in all of the martial world, the three vicious stars of Qi absorption. As their name suggests, they used the Qi absorption technique, which drained their opponent's internal energy. The three roamed together, using the technique to consume anyone they came across. Two of the three reached the flame realm, making them nearly impossible to subdue, or so it was said. Are these the same people? Three vicious stars of Qi absorption. If I'm right, then where's my reward for taking them down? You single-handedly subdued these vicious beings? How did you do it? I was testing a new sword technique, and they all died. None of them even lasted a single stroke. This was before the sword demon appeared. They were weaklings. My master once said one of them tried to absorb his internal energy, but couldn't withstand the weakness Qi and died. Ordinary martial artists can't withstand weakness Qi, which has the nature of decay. Of course, I haven't mastered weakness Qi yet, but it doesn't matter. I told you not to do something. Tang Yomyang states that the venomous Qi is no different from pure venom. questioning if his family didn't teach him not to pick up and consume just anything. The venomous Chi declares that his arm is hurting and demands to be left alone. The venomous Chi is shown in pain. The clan's young family head is dead. Tang Youmyong curses the bastard. One of the men states that if this continues, they'll lose too many men, and they need to stop now. A man asks what they are talking about. A child cries out for their uncle, as they are told that the clan's young family head is dead. Lord Yeo is asked what he is, as another man states that the young family head's skill far surpasses what he expected. A woman asks the Sword of the Nine Rings to kill the young family head of the Tang clan. Tang Youmyong shouts that they dare. Someone wonders why the atmosphere has suddenly shifted over there. The young man calls out, his voice strained, "Uncle." "You." A fist clenches, knuckles white with suppressed fury. Tang Youmyong grits his teeth, a sprig of leaves clenched between them. "Fine. I'll play along this time. I'll make sure you die as well after." Jiggle Yanjiang's eyes narrow. "I kill him. Haha, if you rid me of that cunning young family head." Tang Youmyong's feet are planted firmly on the ground. "I'll gladly accept death." The crowd murmurs in shock. One of the 6 Grand Masters is going to step in personally? 2 figures stand far apart, the tension palpable in the air. Jiggle Yanjiang's expression darkens. "I hadn't planned on." Tang Youmyong's face is grim. "But it's come to this, and I apologize." Tang Youmyong's eyes are filled with resolve. "It's a shameful situation, but I have no choice. I have someone I must prioritize over my own life." Jiggle Yanjiang's face is flushed with emotion. "I hope you understand why I made this decision. So I'll end this quickly." Tang Youmyong stands ready, a fierce determination in his eyes. And without pain. The music emanates from the instrument, its melody filling the air. The sound carries far and wide, blanketing the area with its influence. A voice questions the use of music at this juncture. The melody continues, its effects unknown. Yeosi Orion's name is called out. Someone demands to know what they think they're doing, questioning the use of sound techniques to drag innocent heirs into madness. The music seems to be causing distress, as people are shown with expressions of anguish. The woman with the bowl cut asks if what is happening matters right now, insisting that she is helping. She assures the lady to let go of her. Youmyong Dang is told that Yeonhee will not be affected, so don't worry. He asks how much shame he is going to make him endure. Someone declares that this trickery is unnecessary and demands it be cancelled. One of the characters states that if they were going to stop, they wouldn't have started. Mak-in who suffered, and now he will too, it's only fair. The blonde-haired man is told that he is too loud. He initiates the double whirlwind blade dance, his movements a blur of lethal grace. The technique manifests as a swirling vortex of razor-sharp blades, each one humming with deadly potential. The whirlwind of blades tears through the air, striking multiple unseen targets with brutal precision. Each impact sends sparks flying, the air thick with the scent of ozone and freshly cut steel. The relentless barrage continues, a symphony of destruction echoing through the training grounds. A woman with a red bob cut watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Her breath hitches in her throat as she witnesses the sheer power of the technique. Tang Youmyong gathers the remaining energy, preparing to conclude the devastating display. With a final flourish, he sheathes his sword, the whirlwind dissipating into nothingness. Tang Youmyong apologizes, sorry for the interruption. He gestures forward, his expression unreadable. Please, go ahead and finish what you started. Tang Youmyong's eyes glint with a strange intensity, a silent invitation to continue the battle. Red light flares from his eyes, a palpable energy radiating from the young man. The blade sings as it is drawn, ready to strike. The man questions if he was just told that he would be allowed to strike first. The sword is held ready, the wielder's expression unreadable. He thinks that if he backs down now, Yeonhee's life will be in danger, but if he fights with all his power, one of them will die for sure. The man apologizes, stating he can't just stand there and take the attack. He will end this quickly with the technique the sect leader taught him. The muscular man states that this is the fire realm, and even the flow of energy entering his body feels different. He is told that he has broken through the wall of talent and finally reached the fire realm. Someone congratulates him, adding that even though he has reached a state where the meridians are fully connected and he has reversed aging, the scars on his face remain. He replies that with his lacking abilities, he should be grateful for even this. He asks if this rugged look is more manly, remembering the face he made years ago, trying to look fierce. The man laughs, stating that was a long time ago. He thought he came to congratulate him, but it seems he is here to mock him, of course. A surge of energy ripples through the air. The energy intensifies. The energy coalesces into a visible force. The energy continues to surge. The sky hangs heavy with anticipation. A voice observes, I can sense a powerful aura coming from the direction of the gathering. I suppose the Sichuan assembly is in full swing. Another voice adds, it seems one of the 6 Grand Masters, Sword of the Nine Rings, is in attendance. A voice speculates, maybe he's releasing his energy to inspire the young prodigies. Tang Jianzhou asks, inspiration? The first voice continues, if I can feel the energy waves all the way from here, what could possibly happen? Let's finish our drinks. The second voice states, the Sichuan assembly should last at least 10 days. A voice calls out, wait, everyone, put down your cups. One man wonders if this is the same Tang clan that annihilated the Silent Sword sect and Heaven and Earth sect. Another man replies that Tang Yomyang doesn't even look like he's of age, and he killed one of the 6 grandmasters. Lady Yonhee is present. One person says that if they can't avenge him or protect the young lady, the sect leader will surely be furious. Someone shouts to kill that damn young family head immediately. One man says that something feels off, but if what she says is true, their lives are at stake too. A man who took down the Sword of 9 Rings won't be easy to defeat. Someone shouts to attack him all at once. One of the women asks how many of them there are. A group of people fall from the sky. Tang Yomyang looks up at the people falling from the sky. Someone says that if it weren't for his subordinates' tricks, this wouldn't have happened. It's unfortunate. That swordsmanship was impressive, but the outcome was already decided. He speaks of the difference in the refinement of their energy. A true swordsman's death. Tang Yomyang says that the swordsman was his enemy, but he was a great swordsman. Yi Binji says he'll make sure. Tang Yomyang says that the journey to the afterlife won't be boring. A large group of enemies is ready to attack. A sword is shown. Yi Binji is shown. The word break is shown. Tang Yomyang is shown. The enemies are shocked by the sword fragments. The enemies say that Tang Yomyang is trying cheap tricks and ask if he really thinks he can stop over 2,000 of them with just sword shards. He declares that it is more than enough. The sword shards revolve, striking the enemies. They scream, realizing that even tiny fragments are dangerous. The enemies are caught in a whirlwind of blades, blood spraying as they are cut. The shards continue their deadly dance. The shards fly through the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. One of the enemies shouts that they have to stop it. Another enemy realizes that this must be the Tang clan's secret technique. The shards continue to cut through the air. The deadly shards continue their assault. The enemies wonder how the technique could resurface. Tang Yomyang looks down on his enemies, thinking that they believe this is the 10,000 heavenly flower rain, calling it pathetic. Mirio shouts. He vows to keep them from getting near, though he acknowledges a few might slip through. Mirio asks if he can handle it, stating that she has to earn her keep as his bodyguard and won't get in his way. Tang Yomyang, his expression hardening, declares that he will raise them straight to hell. Yomyang Dang states that he doesn't even need to say it. He affirms that's exactly what he's going to do, as a vortex of energy begins to form around him. The energy intensifies, swirling with iron-like force. The shard volley technique is unleashed, sending countless shards of energy outwards. A hidden shadow cries out, realizing they can't get close. The body technique proves too fast for the enemies to handle. Tang Yomyang's eyes glow with power as he focuses his attack. The shards continue to spread, overwhelming the battlefield. The relentless barrage of shards continues to pummel the unseen foes. A warrior with dark hair and clad in armor swings their blade, the air whistling as it cuts through the space. Blood splatters, painting a grim tableau of battle. The face of a weathered warrior is etched with determination. He believes he will reach the level of a clan elder. The dark-haired warrior continues their assault, but they are surprised by the strength of their opponents. What the hell are they? A woman with dark purple hair looks on, her expression unreadable. Beside her, a woman with light green hair appears concerned, her eyes wide with worry. A figure in formal attire observes the battle, noting that their opponents are stronger than most sect heirs. The weathered warrior's face is grim, the battle taking its toll. The woman with light green hair clutches her chest, regretting her lack of training. Protecting someone is harder than it looks, and in her current state, she feels useless. A lone figure watches from the back, lamenting that all they can do is observe. A figure clenches their fist, feeling helpless and unable to contribute. A warrior with brown hair and clad in armor is determined to stop the wind pressure from Tang Yomyang, believing that even the strongest have their limits. Even if they take some damage, the surrounding figures are determined to overwhelm Tang Yomyang. Tang Yomyang is struck, blood flying as the attack lands. The young head of the Tang clan continues his assault, a whirlwind of motion. A woman's face contorts in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as she witnesses the carnage. Another woman, splattered with blood, watches with a grim expression. Someone exclaims that Tang Yomyang killed half of their 2,000-man army and overpowered a Fire Realm master in a single strike. Tang Yomyang, surrounded by a swirling aura, hears someone shout for everyone to stop. Tang Jianzhil urges others to fall back and save themselves. A woman comforts a crying child amidst the chaos. A figure vows to pay for their sins one day. The young family head of the Tang clan is told that hundreds, thousands of lives won't be enough to stop him. A woman says she didn't want to use that method to witness his death, but, tears welling, she declares that it seems she has no choice. Tang Yomyang wonders what she is talking about as the words, Inferno Lotus Technique appear. Engulfed in flames, he is barely visible. A cacophony of screams echoes through the inferno. The flames continue to rage. Tang Jianzhil, his face etched with worry, declares that once Lady Yonhee dies, all will be lost. Tang Mirio, standing beside Yeoseal Ryan, vows that no one will live to tell the tale, and that she will be the one to end it. Yonhee, tears streaming down her face, screams that it doesn't matter. Tang Yomyang declares that he'll be waiting in the afterlife. Amidst the swirling flames, a figure looks up, a single word escaping their lips. What? The flames intensify, engulfing everything in a blinding inferno. Have you? Echoes through the blaze. Two men stare in disbelief. Done? One exclaims, his face contorted with worry. Aren't you afraid of the consequences, Yeosi Orion? The other demands. Yeosi Orion's eyes glint with a cold resolve. Consequences? If I can avenge Mak Inhu, I'd do far worse. It's only regrettable that I can't do more. A hand grips a gleaming blade, the metal reflecting the surrounding chaos. It's a shame that I won't be able to witness the death of the Tang family's young lord myself. Yeosi Orion's expression hardens, her voice laced with unwavering faith. But I trust the Lord will exact vengeance. The fiery scene continues, the heat radiating outwards in waves. Steel sings as a blade is drawn, promising swift and brutal justice. A scream pierces the air as a figure is struck down, blood splattering across the ground. Agony contorts a face, tears streaming down bloodied cheeks. The fiery landscape remains, a testament to the destruction wrought. A figure stands resolute, their gaze unwavering, ready to face whatever comes next. Tang Youmyang states that what she did wasn't only harming an innocent person, but also tarnishing the honor and sacrifice of the swordsman. He continues, his expression hardening, that she has trampled on the pride of someone who deserved respect, even as an opponent in a death duel. Yeosi Orion, kneeling on the ground, is told not to even think about dying peacefully. Though he says that, it's not up to him to decide her fate, that'll be up to her lord. Tang Youmyang vows that he can't let the situation worsen any further. Yeosi Orion asks, with a strained voice, if he thinks this will make the lord forgive her. She declares, absolutely not, that no matter what scheme he has, it's pointless, young lord of the Tang family, and that he's going to die by the lord's hand today. Tang Youmyang thinks that maybe he should start by tearing her mouth apart. They believed it was better to die fighting. A surge of power emanates from the depths. Better to face death than such wrath. A heavy silence hangs in the air. A sword clatters to the ground. What is this? Is he even human? Neither Mirio nor Yanjiang could withstand such overwhelming force. If it comes to a fight, I'll have to handle it by myself. I can't take my eyes off him. Tang Youmyang's gaze hardens. When did he? No, wait. A gasp escapes. He cannot take his eyes off him. The crowd points him out, identifying Tang Youmyang as the one who killed the Sword of Nine Rings and harmed the young lady. A voice booms, demanding, do you not hear the cries for vengeance? The same voice continues, pleading, please, kill the Tang family's young lord right now. A figure lies prone, seemingly lifeless. A close-up reveals the limp hand of the fallen figure. A man in red robes stands with his back to the crowd, overlooking the scene. A voice calls out, questioning, what are you doing? You must fight. The voice continues, demanding, isn't your enemy right in front of you? Where are you going, lord? Tang Youmyang stands with his sword drawn, a silent observer. The crowd continues to call out, their voices filled with desperation. The man in red robes declares, everything is meaningless. A voice shouts back, meaningless? This is about avenging our dead. A desperate cry echoes, the figure below pleading, Lord, come back. The blade plunges deep, a brutal strike accompanied by the command, you must kill this bastard right in. A stern voice cuts through the air, stop flapping your mouth. Even my patience has its limits. Stay silent before I rip your tongue out. The man's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with a cold resolve. A grim assessment echoes in the aftermath of carnage. Things have escalated more than I anticipated. The plan was to kill off the heirs in the Sichuan assembly to draw attention to myself and divert their northern advance while the joint sect is busy fighting the demonic cult. The blade finds its mark once more, as a voice declares, but the death of the Lord's daughter. A shift in perspective, a realization dawns. Changes everything. This has gone beyond a justified cause. It's now a personal vendetta. The man with pink hair turns, his expression questioning. Where are you going? A wave of shock washes over the two figures, their eyes wide with disbelief. A plea for reason. Yeah, if I leave now, the Tang family will be in danger. I need to see this through. You all go back and wait. Desperation laces the voice. Don't go. You must have felt it yourself. That Black Death Alliance leader, they say he even overwhelmed. Tewa Jinin declares, his gaze resolute. I'm not going there to fight. A woman with purple hair wonders if a fight is coming. A hand clenches into a fist. A man with orange hair declares he will risk his life if it threatens the main family. A large building stands under a stormy sky. The interior of the building is shown. A man with slicked back hair apologizes, stating they did everything they could to save the leader. It grieves him deeply to say, given her frail constitution to begin with, the surface but deep inside her body as well. A figure with long white hair announces that she has passed away. Yeonhee and Minjil-hyung are shown. Giljun, if I die, you must lead the Black Death Alliance. And as for my Yeonhee, please raise her as your own daughter. I beg of you. Since then, it felt like something inside me had shattered. He had become stronger to overcome it, or so he thought. Tang Youmyang thought that if he became strong, he wouldn't lose anyone precious to him ever again. He guided his sworn brothers to the Fire Realm, gaining the loyalty of those hungry for martial power, building a powerful force. But it was all for nothing. In the end, Things like this happen in places he cannot reach. Youmyong-dang now understood how Yeonhee felt that day when they found her lost straw doll, broken. It tears him apart to know that he didn't even realize she was suffering. What's the point of regrets after loss? What matters is not repeating the same mistake. Yes, he must kill them all. Anything that could possibly harm his people. They're just meaningless emotions. Must be eradicated. Youmyong-dang looked up, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. A voice calls out, "Hey kid." Yu Giljun asks, "Did you know dragons are real?" He then wonders where that came from. Tang Youmyong replies, "Dragons? Aren't they just mythical creatures? I don't believe in legends." Yu Giljun says that usually, it's just a nickname given to prodigies. He clarifies that he's not talking about some human nickname, but an actual dragon as a species. Tang Youmyong asks what Yu Giljun is trying to say. Yu Giljun responds that the Black Death Alliance leader is not human. Yu Giljun wonders where that came from. Yu Giljun states that the dragon is what he'd call a dragon. Tang Youmyong stops in his tracks, a realization dawning on him. Tang Youmyong listens intently. Yu Giljun continues to explain. The narration states that dragons don't start out in their full form. The narration explains that they're born when the energy of heaven and earth comes together, taking the shape of a human child. As they live through experiences, they transform into a true dragon. Most adult dragons sleep for hundreds of years, but when they wake up, they cause chaos. They can easily destroy entire nations. Yu Giljun asks what proof Youmyong-dang has that the alliance leader is a dragon. He adds that if he's just saying that because of his overwhelming presence, that sounds more like baseless speculation. Are you really that ignorant? You stand in front of a supernatural being and still deny the existence of dragons? Ignorant. Yu Giljun asks if Youmyong-dang remembers who he once served as a familiar. He then asks why he thinks Myung-geek kept him around. Humans can't distinguish dragons because their fundamental energy is entirely different. But I, as a supernatural being, can sense a dragon's energy. That's why Myung-geek made me his familiar, and together, we hunted down evil dragons that brought harm to the world. Yu Giljun is asked to wait, and if his ancestor hunted dragons. The more I hear, the harder it is to believe. But hearing it from a 1,000-year-old supernatural being gives it some credibility. Just how strong must Myung-geek have been to hunt dragons? If I could unleash my sword skills from my past life perfectly, could I face a dragon? The dragon asks if being a dragon is reason enough to be killed. The dragon explains that not all dragons are evil. There was a rare case of a dragon turning good, known as the Azure Dragon. Originally, the role of stopping evil dragons fell to the Azure Dragon. But Myung-geek, knowing nothing about dragons at the time, judged the Azure Dragon to be dangerous and killed it. After that, there was a lot of conflict with the hunters who used to work with the Azure Dragon to capture evil ones. It wasn't until later that Myung-geek realized his mistake, and he decided to hunt evil dragons to make up for killing the Azure Dragon. So that's how he ended up working with the hunters. That was even before he was captured, partnered with him as a familiar. Yu Giljun is told that he has a weird way of bragging. The dragon states that anyway, that's not the point. As Yu Giljun mentioned earlier, dragons aren't born knowing they're dragons. They live as humans, coexisting with them, and even forming attachments to the people around them. As they live and grow, if they're influenced positively, they can become good dragons, like the Azure Dragon. If negative emotions dominate their personality, they become an evil dragon. He reflects on the hope that the Tang family's poisons, Idok Jeduk, might have been able to save her. Idok Jeduk, using poison to counter poison. But now that Yeonhee, who was supposed to be cured, is dead, there's no reason to let the Tang family live anymore. You're still not willing to back down, even after understanding the situation? Following this path only means you're playing into Sim Wahal's leader's scheme. Are you saying I'm being manipulated? He scoffs, his arrogance a palpable thing. Didn't you bring Sim Wahal's leader here to try and dodge my wrath? It's pathetic how you think a few words will get you out of this situation. No matter how things played out, my loved ones' deaths are connected to your righteous sect. I lost one in the past, and today I've lost two. I won't stand for it. Everyone involved in this, including you, will die before my anger is satisfied. From now on, this isn't a punishment from the Black Death Alliance. It's personal revenge, declares Yeep Inji. And it will begin with the Tang family. Looks like there's no avoiding a fight after all. You'd better get ready. The Tang family estate stands tall against the stormy sky. Mirio takes a sip from her cup, a thoughtful expression on her face. She wonders what could be the reason for the current events. Youmyong is doing all right, she thinks. A woman bursts into the room, shouting that there's trouble. "Oh Lord," she cries. Wonjin demands to know what's going on. The woman exclaims that they're under attack. A huge number of Black Death Alliance warriors have invaded the Tang family. The warriors clash in a chaotic melee. Steel rings on steel as the battle intensifies. The woman's eyes widen in horror. The woman's expression is grim. Youmyong. The clash of power reverberated through the air, a shockwave of raw energy. Yeep Inji watched with a calculating gaze, his one visible eye burning with a crimson light. Another burst of energy exploded outwards, shaking the very foundations of the Tang estate. Blades of pure energy lashed out, tearing through the air with blinding speed. Tang Youmyong gripped his sword, his expression grim as he faced the onslaught. He thought, Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. I'm throwing all my lethal moves at him with my strong sword. Yeomyong lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. The air crackled with energy as the two forces collided, each strike carrying the weight of life and death. He pressed his attack, each movement precise and deadly, seeking to break through his opponent's defenses. Yip Inji thought. As expected, Mein Jilhyung really was outmatched. This technique is even superior to the sword techniques I taught my brother. A sinister smile played on Yip Inji's lips, his mismatched eyes gleaming with dark amusement. He thought. On top of that, his body and internal energy allow for continuous attacks. Yip Inji's frustration mounts. He thinks he's deflecting every single one of my strikes. Even now, Yip Inji analyzes and measures Tang Yeomyong's sword techniques. In that case, Yip Inji prepares to move at a speed Tang Yeomyong's eyes can't react to. He thinks, I'll move at a speed his eyes can't react to. Yip Inji grips his sword tightly, preparing for a swift attack. The clash of swords creates a blinding display of sparks as Tang Yeomyong and Yip Inji exchange blows. The blades meet again, the force of each strike echoing through the air. The rapid exchange continues, neither warrior gaining a clear advantage. The intensity of the battle escalates, each strike carrying the weight of their resolve. Yip Inji notices something feels off. He thinks, looks like he didn't block everything, but something feels off. Yip Inji analyzes the fight, wondering if Tang Yeomyong has already figured out his sword path. He thinks, it's like my sword is running along a path that's perfectly optimized for killing my opponent. Did he figure out my sword path already? Yip Inji stares intently at Tang Yeomyong, acknowledging his skill. To be able to pull off such an advanced technique at his age. Tang Yeomyong's eyes gleam with an unknown intensity. Yip Inji wonders, could it have something to do with that look in his eyes? Yip Inji, surrounded by a fierce red aura, declares that even his opponent won't be able to withstand his subduing righteous divine art. The art is based on the supreme method of amplifying true energy. Yip Inji realizes something is wrong. There's no way this could be happening. He wonders what this amplified energy is. It's gradually fading. The amplified energy continues to dissipate. The energy fades further. The last vestiges of the amplified energy vanish. Yip Inji's expression shifts as his right eye changes, becoming reptilian. Swords clash in a flurry of motion. The swords continue their dance, a whirlwind of steel. A close-up reveals the intensity in his green eye as he grips his sword. Yip Inji's reptilian eye glares with a newfound intensity. A burst of energy erupts, the force unseen but palpable. The energy intensifies, a blinding flash momentarily illuminating the scene. The surge continues, the air crackling with raw power. Debris rains down as a voice echoes, filled with disbelief. What the hell? Yip Inji stands amidst the chaos, his gaze intense, his reptilian eye gleaming ominously. He wonders, what kind of sword technique is this? A sword flashes through the air, a blur of motion and deadly intent. A sudden realization dawns on someone. I've realized it. The way to fully unleash my sword techniques. I never thought I'd gain such insight at the brink of death. Yip Inji's reptilian eye narrows, his expression hardening. You said you'd use me as a stepping stone to reach a higher level? A sword is drawn, its polished surface reflecting the harsh light. A voice declares, sorry, but that's not happening. The wielder of the sword, their face set with grim determination, declares, the one who's going to die here today is you. A waterfall cascades down a cliff face, illuminated by an ethereal glow. It was a method he thought of on the fly. It worked. If he can reach the state of mastery, where he imbues powerful intent to alter the nature of objects, then he should also be able to change the nature of his true energy. Fundamentally, his overwhelming force strains the body beyond its limits, causing issues. However, if he can turn the iron essence within that force into poison, he can unleash his sword techniques from his past life. Energy crackles around Yeomyong Dang as he focuses his power, without worrying about his blood vessels deteriorating. I'll die? What? How dare you stand before me? He roars, his face contorted in fury. A swordsman retaliates, unleashing a flurry of strikes that shatter the ground around him. And talk about killing me. The swordsman yells, his voice echoing with rage. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. Blades clash, sending sparks flying in all directions. The ground trembles under the force of their blows. The swordsman gazes down, his expression unreadable. A winged figure descends, its presence radiating power. Ugh, he grunts, struggling to maintain his footing. I can't get close so easily. The swordsman presses his attack, his blade a blur of motion. The swordsman is struck, a cry of pain escaping his lips. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The blade descends, a black streak against the shattered earth. The force of the blow shatters the ground beneath it. Debris explodes outwards. The earth continues to crumble. Tang Yeomyong is sent flying backwards from the impact. The eyes of the swordsman glow with malevolent intent. The swordsman falls, his blade pointed downwards. Another strike cleaves the air. The impact echoes. The swordsman's hand clenches, power gathering around him. Did you really think that would give you a chance of victory, just because you've gained some insight? The swordsman's face contorts in rage. Nothing's going to change. You're going to die here. The swordsman's eyes burn with fury, and the Tang family will be completely destroyed today. The beast-like warrior, eyes blazing with fury, demanded, Are you laughing? The air crackled with barely restrained power. His brow furrowed. The warrior with the reddish hair declared, You're underestimating my family too much. A voice echoed across the battlefield, a declaration of defiance. The Tang family's warriors aren't weak. The armored figure, standing amidst the chaos, proclaimed, Since I became the young lord, I've trained them thoroughly. The woman with the bun hairstyle smirked, adding, And more importantly, you're not the only ones with masters at the fire realm. The battlefield erupted with a blinding display of energy, the clash of powers shaking the very ground. Caught in the heart of the conflict, a warrior's face contorted with a mix of determination and desperation. The red-haired warrior, teeth gritted, shouted, Hold out until the young lord returns. The commander's voice boomed across the ranks, urging his soldiers forward. Show them. From the thick of the battle, a voice roared with defiance. Let them see that the Tang family won't just take a beating like before. The warrior's eyes narrowed, a chilling promise in his gaze. The ones who will fall today won't be the Tang family. Energy surged around the warrior as he declared, It'll be you. A maelstrom of energy erupts as the combatants clash, their powers meeting in a blinding display of force. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power as the two forces struggle for dominance. The collision reaches a crescendo, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that threatens to tear the very fabric of reality. As the energy dissipates, the aftermath reveals the devastating impact of the battle, the landscape scarred and broken. Another surge of power erupts, a fresh wave of energy crashing against the already weakened defenses. The landscape continues to crumble under the relentless assault, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the taste of ash. Yeep Inji's face contorts with rage, his eyes burning with a furious intensity. He grits his teeth, a guttural snarl escaping his lips. You disgusting righteous sect schmuck. By what right? Yu Giljun stands firm, his sword gleaming in the fading light, a grim determination etched on his face. He remembers the past, the weight of his failures pressing down on him. After driving my brother to his death, and standing by as Yonhee died because you dismissed it as an issue of the evil sex. Yeep Inji's face twists in fury, his voice a venomous hiss. You think you'll take my life too? He challenges his opponent, his eyes blazing with defiance. If you can, go ahead and try. A surge of power courses through Tang Yonmiang, his body radiating an intense, almost blinding light. A shadowy hand reaches out, fingers outstretched as if to grasp at the radiant energy emanating from him. The light explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of energy that threatens to consume everything in its path. Yonmiang's face contorts in agony, sweat beading on his brow as he fights against the overwhelming force. A voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and urgent. Kid, snap out of it. A spectral figure materializes beside him, its ethereal form glowing with a soft, calming light. The spectral figure continues. If you die, I die too, since my spirit is tied to yours. Yonmiang's eye snaps open, a brilliant light shining from within as his focus sharpens. He plummets through the air, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. Yonmiang's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. Hey, no way. The spectral figure floats beside him, a silent companion in the face of the unfolding revelation. The spectral figure explains, I sense that your sword technique, which cancelled out the subduing righteous divine art, has the power to weaken your opponent. A figure with glowing red eyes and a dark aura declares, Now, let's see if you can counter this one. Yonmiang Dang's face is filled with concern as he looks on. Amidst a flurry of energy blasts, a figure plummets through the air. The falling figure is surrounded by intense energy. A warrior is struck, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A lone figure is surrounded, rain and tension filling the air. The figure faces a horde of enemies, their weapons raised. Tang Mirio observes, even with half of the Tang family's warriors deployed to support the joint sect, the enemies within my range of detection outnumber us by more than twice. And on top of that, the battlefield is filled with chaos as the Tang family warriors clash with their enemies. The scene shows the warriors fighting, as Tang Mirio senses an overwhelming aura approaching. I can feel an overwhelming aura approaching as it massacres our warriors from afar. At the very least, they're at my level, or even higher. One of the 6 grand masters of the evil path. Tang Mirio resolves, I need to step in before more of our warriors get hurt. Her eyes widen, reflecting the chaos unfolding before her. A hand grips a massive sword, knuckles white with tension. Despite the blade piercing his side, the warrior's gaze remains unwavering. Streaks of light tear through the air, a prelude to devastation. A blinding surge of energy erupts, radiating outward with immense power. The battlefield stretches into the distance, a chaotic tapestry of clashing warriors. Tang Mirio's expression is etched with worry. That direction, it's where the Black Death Alliance fortress is. Is Yonmiang fighting there? The air crackles with unseen forces. But could that really be the level of a fight between mere humans? Please stay safe. The landscape is scarred by devastation. Yonmiang. Hands reach out, grasping for something amidst the destruction. A grimace of determination hardens his features. That technique just now, that was definitely the sword strike, annihilation. And it was on par with the one I unleashed. Even if he's not human and can resist the weakening effect of my sword strike, to analyze and recreate the full force of my annihilation technique in the middle of a battle? The figure stands tall, a silent testament to raw power. If I don't defeat him here, he'll become a monster no one can stop. Battling strong opponents has always given me a rush and inspired me to create new martial arts. Having grasped your inner technique and made your moves my own, it all feels meaningless. Even if I master the principles of martial arts, or invent new techniques to pass on to those I care about, what's the point if they all die at the hands of someone even stronger? In the end, isn't it only natural in this world? A crimson gaze pierces the darkness, a predator contemplating its next move. For the powerful to take from the weak? Will I sit back and watch you all act unchecked any further? So that you'll never again be able to use power to dominate others. I will become the new law. He stands amidst a crimson aura, a figure of imposing power. Yeep Inji's voice echoes with ambition. I will stand above you all. His eyes burn with a fierce, red intensity, a promise of the power to come. Yeep Inji declares his ultimate goal. I will become the ruler of this world. A serene landscape stretches out, mountains rising in the distance under a sky painted with the hues of dawn. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, radiating outwards with immense power. The energy explodes, sending fiery debris scattering in all directions. The explosion intensifies, a chaotic burst of raw power unleashed upon the world. A vertical beam of energy tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The energy continues to surge, another explosion rocking the very foundations of the world. Yanmyeong Dang is struck by the blast, his face contorted in pain as his eyes glow with an unnatural green light. His features are strained, the green glow intensifying as the force of the attack threatens to overwhelm him. Another focused blast of energy erupts, targeting him with pinpoint accuracy. The chaotic energy continues to explode around him, a maelstrom of destruction. A monstrous, dragon-like creature manifests, its eyes burning with malevolent intent as it prepares to unleash its power. The final explosion rips through the air, a cataclysmic wave of energy that threatens to consume everything in its path. He thought to himself that this was insane, not even in the realm of martial arts anymore. He realized that if he dodged even a second later, it would have been fatal. He thought he'd be dead. The power of that technique threw him off for a moment. He needed to counterattack quickly. But where did he go? A voice called out, telling him to look up there. Yanmyeong Dang looked up. He stared into the distance. Yanmyeong Dang gripped his weapon tightly. My venomous martial art, the Black Snake Palm technique, was unleashed. It was a legacy his brother left him along with Yoni. But originally, it was such a crude technique that even calling it third-rate would be generous. But he modified it, and modified it again. He is turning it into a technique worthy of his name. The air crackles with building energy. A shadowy figure flickers within the growing power. Yanmyeong Dang wonders what the hell that is. The technique takes shape, a monstrous entity of shadow and rage. The entity's face contorts in a silent roar. A voice echoes, wondering if beings that have transcended human limits can use something like that. The voice declares this is their ultimate technique. Yanmyeong Dang challenges his unseen opponent, daring them to withstand it. The voice warns that even for the opponent, taking that head-on would be dangerous. The technique solidifies into a pair of serpentine heads, poised to strike. The voice warns that their entire body will be torn to shreds. Yanmyeong Dang advises his opponent that even now, they should run, gathering their venomous energy, Chonggak. The small, white dragon-like creature urges Tang Yeonmyeong, are you insane? Are you really going to take that hit? Tang Yeonmyeong thinks to himself, if that much power slams into the ground, it'll shake the earth. Countless innocent people in Sichuan will die. There's no other choice but to break through it. The dragon-like creature says, trust me, I've got a way. Pass me the venomous energy. Where does this guy get his baseless confidence from? The dragon-like creature exclaims, oh, whatever, just don't die. Tang Yeonmyeong considers, if that really is some kind of martial technique, I should be able to counter it with my true power. A swirling mass of red energy pulsates with overwhelming power. Tang Yeonmyeong thinks, using annihilation alone won't be enough. Tang Yeonmyeong, his eye filled with determination, whispers, please. A close-up of a sword reveals its intricate details. The swirling mass of red energy continues to pulsate. Tang Yeonmyeong grips his sword tightly, resolving, I need an even stronger sword technique to pierce straight through to the core and take down the user in one blow. The overwhelming mass of energy looms, a formidable obstacle. He declares the sword technique he is about to unleash. Energy explodes outward, shattering the surrounding space. The image of piercing inspires the technique. The energy continues to expand, filling the space with its power. The red sun against the blue sky is visualized in a single, devastating strike. The energy continues its relentless expansion. The perfected martial art of piercing manifests. The energy coalesces into a dragon-like form, radiating immense power. The aftermath of the devastating attack is revealed, showing widespread destruction. Meanwhile, a voice calls out, simply saying, "Boss." A child is caught red-handed, accused of being a barn thief. "I finally caught you, you barn thief. So you're the punk who's been stealing the grain mint for the villagers." Adults confront the child. A kid, already stealing at this age. "You little brat, you're hopeless." One man tells another, "Now, let's see how well you take a taste of my fist." The second man pleads with him to wait, calling him B brother. A figure watches from behind a wooden structure, thinking, "That kid. Look at his body." The sound of a stomach growling echoes through the building. One of the men sighs. "At this rate, people will start thinking the Black Death sect is a foster home." He then yells, "Hey you brat, that's not how you eat that." A young boy, tears in his eyes, is told, "Come with us." A man says, "At the very least, you won't have to steal from the barn to fill your stomach." A close-up of a character's face as they ask, "By the way, what's your name?" A figure reflects, "He became my teacher, teaching me the black snake palm technique as a means to defend myself, crude as it was." A character says, "Boss, before you died, you entrusted Yonhee to me." A character thinks, "I wanted to be her support, just like you were for me. But now, I don't know how I can face you." A figure reflects, "Since I didn't have a name, the boss gave me his surname and made me part of his family. I really don't know anymore." The figure concludes, "The only thing I know how to do is to eliminate everything connected to Yonhee and my brother's deaths." Tang Yeonmyeong stands firm, a large, glowing circle materializing behind him, crackling with energy. Yu Giljin's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. How did he wonders. Yeonmyeong's blade flashes, a streak of light cutting through the air. Sky-piercing sunstrike, the technique is called. The blade continues its descent, a torrent of energy following in its wake. Yu Giljun grits his teeth, realizing the sheer power behind the attack. He thinks, he really pierced through an attack of that size in a single strike. Even in Muyinggeek's era, there was no sword technique like this. Who the hell is this kid? The sword glows brighter, the energy coalescing around it. Yeonmyeong wonders, is this the limit? Yu Giljin's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in them. He thinks, but with only one arm, I still haven't completely defeated the Black Death Alliance leader. If I want to finish this for sure, now's my only chance. Cracks spiderweb across the blade, the metal groaning under the string. The sword seems to say, "So, stick with me just a little longer." The sword, a demon-slaying sword, continues to glow. The blade hurtles forward, the final strike imminent. The strike lands, a deafening roar echoing through the air. He declares that they will settle this once and for all. The sky-piercing sunstrike begins to manifest, a vortex of swirling blue energy. The energy intensifies, distorting the air around it with raw power. The sky-piercing sunstrike slams into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying. Yu Giljun cries out as the attack washes over him. The force of the blow throws him back. Yu Giljun wonders why. Yu Giljun is confused as his chi is being chipped away by a mere dagger like that. Yu Giljun refuses to accept defeat. Fueled by rage, Yu Giljun declares that he refuses to be defeated like this, vowing revenge. An observer notes that he's getting agitated. Yu Giljun prepares to counterattack, an opening presenting itself. He clashes with his opponent, a burst of energy erupting between them as the fight intensifies. The protagonist delivers a powerful kick, connecting with a resounding impact. The horned figure grimaces, pain etched across his face. Emerald energy blades slice through the air, aimed with deadly precision. The energy blades strike, causing explosions of light and force. A close-up reveals the razor-sharp edges of the energy blades. The horned figure cries out, the attack clearly taking its toll. Yu Giljun observes the fight, his expression unreadable. Even after losing an arm, he's still moving like this. Yu Giljun analyzes the situation. If the forceful energy embedded in the demon-slaying sword's fragments hadn't managed to chip away at his chi, we'd be back to square one. The horned figure's eyes glow with defiance. It's not over yet. I haven't fallen yet. The Black Death Alliance leader prepares a final, desperate attack. No, this is the end, Black Death Alliance leader. Pay the price for meddling with my family. A venomous force gathers around him. Power surges around the Black Death Alliance leader, his eyes burning with intense energy. Two figures stand amidst a fiery landscape. The Black Death Alliance leader, his face obscured by a menacing mask, wonders, what is this technique? He feels his body slowly deteriorating, decaying away. Tang Yeonmyeong is asked, did you create a new technique in the middle of the fight? He responds, that's right. Tang Yeonmyeong thinks to himself, just as I used the intent of a fire dragon to create the blazing venomous force. Tang Yeonmyeong continues his internal monologue. I used the power within my overwhelming energy to unleash venomous force. Tang Yeonmyeong declares, this is the end, Black Death Alliance leader. The Black Death Alliance leader thinks, I feel sorry. Tang Yeonmyeong states, but you should never have dared to attack my family. The Black Death Alliance leader questions, do you think you have the right to say that? Tang Yeonmyeong stands firm. The Black Death Alliance leader thinks, I refuse to die like this. The Black Death Alliance leader vows, for Yonhee and my brother's sake. A single, baleful eye stares out, the pupil a vertical slit. Tang Yeonmyeong raises his hand, declaring that he will bring peace to their spirits. He notes that the Black Death Alliance leader is lucky to have gotten through the previous fight without losing a limb, adding that it wouldn't have been surprising if he'd ended up disabled after a fight like that. Yeomyong asks if he thinks venomous energy just pops out whenever he wants, stating that he's already squeezed dry. He then asks if he wants to go back to the jar. Tang Yeomyong states that he didn't say he wouldn't give it. He laments his life and wonders how it came to this. A monstrous dragon head looms behind Tang Yeomyong as he demands that the Black Death Alliance leader hand over Aurea. The Black Death Alliance leader exclaims in disbelief. The dragon's head is shown in detail, the narrator noting that he survived even the venomous force and became a dragon. Tang Yeomyong wonders if he's not fully transformed yet. The Black Death Alliance leader curses, lamenting that he hasn't gotten the venomous energy from Chonggak yet. The baleful eye returns, a silent promise of destruction. If it continues like this. The Black Death Alliance leader declares, his voice a guttural rasp, I'll kill you. The transformation continues, his features twisting into a grotesque mockery of his former self. The Black Death Alliance leader's voice booms, give it a rest, and a voice cries out, wait, Chonggak, stop. Tang Yeomyong's expression is a mask of concern as he watches the horrifying metamorphosis unfold. The transformation nears completion, the Black Death Alliance leader, now a monstrous dragon-like figure. Amidst the devastation, faint cries echo, Yoni, brother. Tang Yeomyong's face is etched with regret. I'm so sorry, he whispers. The landscape is scarred, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The Black Death Alliance leader, now fully transformed, towers over Tang Yeomyong. Tang Yeomyong steels himself, determination hardening his gaze. The dragon-like figure lunges, a clawed hand descending upon Tang Yeomyong. The dragon remains quiet. It's just, if they'd met under different circumstances, maybe they could have talked about martial arts instead. It's a dragon horn. Must have come off of the Black Death. The dragon says, you do well to hold on to it. It's imbued with the dragon's spirit. The dragon continues, or venomous force. Tang Yeomyong wonders, what? Are you feeling sympathy for him now? The Black Death Alliance leader thinks, hearing his cries for revenge, I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel some pang of guilt. He continues, I had the power to save Yonhee, but I stood back, thinking it was a matter for the evil sections. The Black Death Alliance leader reflects, and that it'd be easy to disarm him and rescue the child. He thinks, trusting his subordinates, but assuming he could step in if necessary. The Black Death Alliance leader concludes, that complacency cost a powerless child her life and spiraled the situation out of control. The dragon asks, well, aren't you getting all sentimental after crossing blades? He states that his family and the Black Death Alliance could never coexist. Tang Yeomyong admits he knows this, but he would have been more wary of that woman's control over the flame art. He reflects that there's no use dwelling on what-ifs from the past, as humans make mistakes. He then asks Chonggak to remember their ancestor Muyingeek's story. The narrative reflects on Muyingeek, who judged things only by what he saw and experienced, which led him to kill the Azure Dragon, a benevolent dragon. Even if he didn't know, the death of a benevolent dragon could have easily thrown the entire continent into chaos. So Muyingeek took it upon himself to hunt down the evil dragons as penance. Chonggak states that reflecting on why one failed is good, but dwelling on regret won't help. What matters is the kind of person one becomes because of today's failures. The narrative reflects on the kind of person one becomes, but Chonggak interrupts. Chonggak says that if Tang Yeomyong had acted like that from the start, this would have been much easier. He then accuses Tang Yeomyong of giving him grief for helping him. Tang Yeomyong says that Chonggak used every ounce of venomous energy he had to keep him alive. Chonggak asks if that's so, and demands that Tang Yeomyong at least say thanks or something for all his trouble. Chonggak looks annoyed. Chonggak vaguely remembers sharing his venomous energy. Tang Yeomyong realizes that the energy is with him. He says that without Chonggak, he probably would have taken a fatal wound right there. He thought he'd. He is thanked, and the creature responds that he thought he was a rigid and flexible guy. The figure states that they don't expect gratitude for doing what's necessary. The creature is told that he is just a tool to help distinguish dragons. He is asked if his head has gone soft from all the hits, and if he wants to go back in the jar. It is thought that he might be worth keeping an eye on a bit longer. Meanwhile, the aftermath of a brutal battle is visible, bodies strewn across the desolate landscape, blood staining the ground. A figure crawls desperately across the battlefield, reaching for something just out of grasp. Another warrior rises, muscles taut, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Soaring through the air, a figure brings their blade down with incredible force, a trail of energy following the arc of the swing. A blinding explosion erupts, bathing the battlefield in searing light as a warrior unleashes a wave of destructive energy. A hand reaches out, desperation etched on the face of the warrior as they try to grasp something beyond their reach. With a final, desperate cry, a warrior brings their sword down, the blade singing through the air as they fight for survival. A figure plummets from the sky, defeated and broken, their fall a testament to the brutal reality of war. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Tang Yeomyong thinks to himself, he needs to finish this before they join up. A hulking figure looms over Tang Yeomyong, his voice a low growl. Are you really turning your attention elsewhere when I'm right here? A deafening explosion rocks the area, the air thick with dust and the smell of ozone. Muscles tense, a massive arm flexes, ready to unleash its power. Tang Yomyang's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he prepares for what's to come. A voice echoes from the shadows, explaining, "They're busy clearing the formation masters, since the traps make it hard to enter." The large figure speaks, his voice booming. Once they break the formation, several times as many troops will arrive here. And, of course, the alliance leader is on his way. A sinister voice declares, dripping with malice, "Today, the Tang family will be wiped out for good." A hand clenches tightly around a weapon, the grip firm and resolute. But before that, the hulking figure proclaims, his voice filled with cruel anticipation, "I'll take the honor of killing the Tang family's patriarch." Tang Yonmyang steels himself, his eyes narrowed with determination as the battle draws near. The clash of steel echoes through the air as the battle erupts, a storm of blood and fury unleashed upon the Tang family. The warrior looks up, confusion etched on his face. "Warrior, Tang Jiajeng," he wonders. The hulking figure peers down, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "Who the hell is this fly?" The warrior raises his massive blade, preparing for a swift end to the interruption. He steels himself, a grim acceptance settling over him. I've lived a life shunned by the clan for serving disgraceful elders. At least now, I can die with some dignity. The warrior's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What's this?" A chill runs down his spine as he senses something behind him. "What's that presence behind me?" He turns, his gaze rising to meet the unexpected threat. "What's standing behind me?" The warrior gasps, his eyes widening in disbelief as he sees Tang Mirio standing nearby. Elsewhere, Tang Yomyang's expression hardens, resolve burning in his eyes. Yomyang's gaze is fixed on the enemy, his presence radiating determination. The warrior's shock deepens as he recognizes the approaching figure. "Tang Yomyang? But I thought Minjil killed that guy. Why is he here instead of Giljun?" A figure rushes toward the warrior, their intent clear. He surveys the scene of fallen warriors. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood. "Take a closer look and see if anyone's missing," he commands, his voice a low growl. Yomyang Dang's expression hardens, his jaw tight. "As much as I'd love to kill you right now," he begins, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. A surge of emerald energy crackles around Yomyang Dang, illuminating his face with an eerie glow. "I'll give you a chance, just like I gave the others," he states, his voice laced with a chilling calm. "Take your troops and leave." His eyes ignite with green fire, the power radiating from him in palpable waves. "If you refuse, I'll send you to meet your alliance leader in the afterlife." Yomyang Dang finishes, the threat now explicit and unavoidable. Sang Minjil asks what about Giljun's side. Minjil recalls the incredible wave of energy, wondering if it was caused by a fight between Yomyang Dang and Giljun. The flashback shows Giljun, and he's being asked if he lost. Sang Minjil scoffs, saying nonsense. How could someone like Yomyang Dang? Yomyang Dang confirms that it was the Black Death alliance leader. Yomyang Dang looks forward, his expression serious. Yomyang Dang states that he surpassed Giljun and personally finished him off. Sang Minjil asks if Yomyang Dang is saying that Giljun was truly. A sword is shown. A figure tells everyone to stop fighting. Another figure asks if it's Elder Baek Janssen. Sang Minjil looks on. The figure asks what they are saying, and another figure says that Giljun passed on. The monologue reflects on the defeat of the supreme master of the unorthodox path by the young lord of the Tang clan. It acknowledges the fact that this boy survived Giljun's ultimate techniques and killed all the 6 fiends, the speaker excluded. The voice muses that this means only one thing, that he is a match for Giljun himself. The panel reveals this is the last order of Baek Janssen, the fleeing soul of the 6 fiends. Abandon your weapons if you must, and flee with all your might. The figures are shown fleeing, prioritizing their lives above all else. The figure with the massive blade asks why someone is not fleeing. The voice reflects on whether or not Giljun truly lost, admitting that they stand no chance of victory. But the speaker remembers their sworn brothers, who shared their hardships. A hand grips a weapon tightly, knuckles white with determination. The figure declares that even if they only vent their rage, it is their duty to draw their blade. Determination hardens the figure's gaze. The figure's expression is resolute, a silent vow etched on their face. The group of figures declares that they existed because of each other. The figure vows to be with their wretched friends soon. A chorus of screams echoes. Tang Mirio looks on with a worried expression, standing next to Tang Jiajeng. The faces of the Black Death Alliance's members are filled with shock. Tang Yonmyang is surrounded by a swirling green aura. Thus, the reign of the Black Death Alliance came to an end in a single day, because of one person. Meanwhile, a figure stands before another, who says, "You asked to see me?" Tang Jiajeng, his face still masked, listens as the other man speaks. "How are you feeling? Losing an arm must be quite an inconvenience." Tang Yomyang replies, "Well, that's not why I called you." Tang Jiajeng continues, "I heard that thanks to you, my mother's life was saved." Tang Yomyang responds, "I wanted to at least thank you properly for that. I only did my duty as a martial artist of the Tang clan. I sought no reward for my actions." He considers the situation. Even so, it was impressive. It's not as if they've always been on the best of terms, is it? The masked figure replies, certainly not. Anyway, merits must be rewarded. The masked figure asks, have you ever thought about learning the sword? Sang Minjil questions, the sword, you mean? With one arm, it must be difficult to throw daggers or handle poisons. The masked figure says, no, I was thinking of teaching you the left-handed sword. The masked figure states, if you follow my guidance, I guarantee you'll become stronger than when you had both arms. Sang Minjil says, I am grateful for the honor, young lord. Tang Yomiang replies, no need for honor. I'm the one indebted to you. For now, there's work to take care of. Once you've recovered, we'll begin. Understood. A building with a magic circle is shown. An older man speaks. The older man says, this is such a hassle. All because. What about me? Sang Minjil's eyes widen in surprise as he looks at Tang Yomiang. Tang Yomiang stands in a room, a slight smile on his face. You're unharmed. Sang Minjil exclaims. Sang Minjil continues, haha, I misspoke earlier, of course. Huh. Sang Minjil says, Mirio and Yanjiang already told me. They said you worked tirelessly to maintain the time for the formation. Tang Yomiang replies, haha, it was the least I could do. Though truth be told, I did want to run away. Yonhee interjects, in times of crisis, you should be focusing on solidifying alliances. Tang Mirio is seen with a knife. Even Miss Mirio went out despite her fatigue to buy us time for the. Yonhee continues, as Sang Minjil listens. But if what you say is true and the young lord sought out Giljun, his survival chances are. Yonhee exclaims, thinking of deserting during the chaos, were you? He'll return. He must. I. Sang Minjil says, believe in the young lord. No need to mention any of this to him. It's fortunate you were able to help. Tang Yomiang replies, thank you for keeping your word. Sang Minjil states, we will support the Jegal clan's recovery efforts fully. He offers his thanks, stating he will take his leave and requesting that the other take care of things. Yu Giljun is surprised to hear such words from someone he always feared. Tang Yomiang states that it feels like he's looking at a different person, adding, one more thing. Yi Binji says not to even think about deserting during a crisis next time. Yu Giljun responds, why yes, of course. He seems to already know. Fortunately, the main clan didn't suffer much damage. Sang Minjil reflects that most matters have been resolved, so now? The only thing left is. 2 days later, in the Black Death Alliance fortress basement, Tang Yomiang thinks about how a place like this existed beneath the fortress. With this amount of treasure, the clan could survive for decades. He can't believe they stockpiled such riches. A vast hoard of treasure glitters before them. Yu Giljun realizes, now I understand. Giljun ruled above the unorthodox sects, but did not seek expansion. He simply sat in Sichuan. But knowing his personality, it wasn't out of greed. It's just that too many sought his teachings. Treasure was likely a library. Wenjin, I leave the handling of this place to you. The bare minimum requirement. Move all valuables to the main family. Understood. This deeper area? Treasure was likely a library. Yet there's not a single book in sight. Could these be Giljun's personal writings? He destroyed the Azure Fortress sect and its adherents. Those who raised a hand against his father figure. To ensure the restoration of their martial arts lineage was impossible, he not only destroyed their techniques, but studied how to counter them. To humiliate and mock what they once stood for. All counter techniques to those arts have been compiled here. The compilation of techniques. To think all these martial arts could be dismantled in just a few volumes. This place existed before the Black Death Alliance fortress. It was once the base of Azure Fortress sect, a sect with centuries of tradition and martial depth. And yet, in a rejection of their legacy, he discarded every book but his own writings. Truly, such immense arrogance. No, it turns out it was only shallow at best. Their martial arts couldn't even fill 10 volumes. The techniques of those who acted so high and mighty, while belittling others, amounted to nothing. In the wake of the battle with the Black Death Alliance, the land lay scarred, and the survivors began to pick up the pieces. While the Tang clan worked to restore order to the chaotic Sichuan province, a new conflict erupted in Qinghai. The demonic cult, hungry for expansion, sought to advance into the central plains. The Kunlun sect, ever vigilant, attempted to halt the demonic cult's advance, standing as a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. Among Kunlun's elders stood Gakon, the Kunlun demon immortal, a master of the fire realm. Known for his ruthless techniques, he served as a cornerstone in holding back the demonic cult. However, the demonic cult's endless forces presented a formidable challenge, a massive organization rivaling the 9 great sects combined. The tide of battle gradually turned against Kunlun, and just when things seemed dire, reinforcements arrived, bolstering the ranks of the beleaguered defenders. Aid came from both the joint sect and the Tang clan. With the arrival of the joint sect's powerful forces and the Fire Realm Master Tihyo, hope flickered anew. Faced with the combined might of their enemies, the demonic cult had no choice but to temporarily retreat, regrouping for a future assault. The united front of Gakon, the demonic immortal of Kunlun, and Tihyo, the sword saint of joint sect, began to shift the war's balance in favor of the righteous factions. Among the Sichuan Tang clan's forces sent as reinforcements, a glint of steel promised retribution. There was someone whose twisted nature ran deeper than any demons. You're worse than a dog. They discuss a situation that would turn everything upside down. One asks, what in the world are you doing? Someone exclaims, Elder? A voice apologizes, stating there's no need for two leaders in one group. The scene shows a traditional building. Light flares around the building. A blacksmith works at the forge, sparks flying as he hammers the metal. The blacksmith's eyes widen. One asks if he would work as a smith for the Tang clan. The other confirms that's right. He says he'd be honored, of course, but he asks forgiveness for asking, but he is asked what happened to the demon-slaying sword. He replies that it broke, then asks pardon. Another character says that it broke. Sang Minjil stares ahead, a question hanging in the air. What? Though it's saddening to see my master's final masterpiece destroyed, the demon-slaying sword fulfilled its purpose to the very end. After all, it managed to send the Black Death Alliance leader to the afterlife. Tang Yonmyong speaks, his expression earnest. A sword of such renown could only have been made by someone like you, which is why I came personally to recruit you. A hand presents the horn of a mystical beast. There's something I'd like to show you. May I come in for a moment? Sang Minjil stares at the horn, his eyes wide with surprise. What is this? The horn of the mystical beast is shown in detail. It would take a long time to explain, but to put it simply, this is the horn of a mystical beast. A mystical beast? Sang Minjil explains. I asked the Tang clan smiths to forge it into a sword, but no matter how high the furnace temperature was raised, it wouldn't melt. I'm wondering if you might be able to handle it. Sang Minjil looks troubled. What's the matter? You look troubled. Forgive me. I was lost in thought for a moment. The horn of the mystical beast is shown again. Since the horn of a mystical beast carries spiritual energy, it likely can't be forged using ordinary methods. The entire forging process will need to be reimagined. What? Reimagined? Sang Minjil continues. It will need to be forged with cold, not heat. It may sound absurd, but isn't a mystical beast ultimately still a living creature? If exposed to extreme cold, it might react as if it were experiencing intense heat. Its opposing element is fire. There's logic in that. Everything in existence operates within the principles of yin and yang. A yin attribute like this horn might respond to its complementary element, cold. Tang Yonmyong infuses the horn with cold energy. Thanks to the cold energy he gathered when saving Miss Miso, it should be enough. Tang Yonmyong says he's had plenty to spare, speaking of which, he hasn't visited her since returning to the main family. He'll have to check on her once this is done. Just as a yang metal blade is tempered with extreme cold steel. Tang Yonmyong thinks they'll only know if they try. He can infuse it with cold energy easily. The Forge Master wonders how this is happening. It seems to be reacting. The Forge Master asks why Tang Yonmyong doesn't give it a strike with the hammer. Be careful not to touch it with your bare hands. The Forge Master prepares to strike the horn with a hammer. The Forge Master exclaims that it actually deformed. With this, it's possible. One figure tells another, I'll leave it to you then. Though the horn is a bit small to make a proper sword. A dagger of suitable length will suffice. For one, the length of a blade isn't particularly important. The demon-slaying sword served its purpose. Now it's time for a blade forged by my hands. A close-up reveals a determined face amidst the forging process. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a building in Xinjiang. A close-up shows hands at work. A shirtless man with white hair and a beard stands pensively. Manhwa, you never cease to amaze me. One says, it's enough to make me understand Emperor Xuanzong's obsession with Yang Guifei. Another replies, now that's a little disappointing. One asks, are you comparing me to the woman who ruined her lord and her country? To our cult leader and the divine cult with my body and soul. The man with the long, light brown hair chuckled. Huh? True. Such a comparison would indeed be an insult. My apologies. The woman with the pale eyes stated. More importantly, there's something I'd like to ask of you. The warrior declared. Of course. It's a path we must clear to enter the central plains. A voice echoed. Exactly. But we still haven't broken through yet. Another voice added. Kunlun's strength is formidable, but the real trouble comes from Gakun, the demonic immortal of Kunlun. The green-bearded man spoke. And Tihio, the blade saint of Joint, who recently arrived with. Another voice stated, reinforcements. Because of these two, our forces remain stalled. A proverb was spoken, but as they say, even in drought, there's rain. A voice mentioned, who came with the reinforcements? Mayui, with his white hair, has sought contact with our cult. He's asked for your help. The woman with the pale eyes stared intently. A voice declared, a certain elder from the Tang clan, prowess seems to have reached even Sichuan. Another voice added, not long ago, the head of the Manjium Trading Company, Gang Heisang. A voice stated, offered a fortune to cure his son's incurable disease, to no avail. The woman looks down, her expression unreadable. Her voice echoes, yet you. The older man places a hand on the younger man's shoulder, a proud smile on his face. Thanks to your success, Manjium is now one of our cult's most loyal assets. The woman's face is framed by her long hair, her expression thoughtful. A voice speaks. It seems the Tang clan also needs your talents. The woman smiles, her eyes gleaming with determination. If the cult leader commands it, I'll gladly do whatever is needed. So, who and what am I treating? A man's voice answers. They've asked you to heal the elder's grandson. The man's arm is heavily bandaged. His arm is said to be permanently paralyzed. The woman's expression is calculating. What will we receive in exchange? Her eyes narrow, a hint of amusement in her voice. Said to be capable of killing even Fire Realm masters. That's all. You. 2 jars sit side by side, marked with strange symbols. Of course not. The 10 poisons mean little to us. To be precise, we're not simply accepting the 10 poisons as payment. 2 figures stand silhouetted against a fiery sunset. We'll use them to poison Gakun and Tihio to kill them. The man grins, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent, and secure the path to the Central Plains. The main house of the Jegai family stands tall in the Hubei province. A voice muses on the foolishness of someone's actions. There is no safe place for you in the Central Plains, no matter where you go. Even if you're within Wudong's territory, isn't this carelessness a bit much? That aside, I've heard the Black Death Alliance leader is dead, and that the one who defeated him is from the Tang family. According to reports, the person was skilled in poison, hidden weapons, and swordsmanship, even wielding sword force. If they can wield sword force, they must be quite talented. But wouldn't that still be insufficient to defeat the Alliance leader? Could it be they've reached a level where they use strong sword techniques, like me? Or maybe I've just overestimated the Alliance leader. What a pitiful death. I wish I could have been the one to kill him. Well, in any case, it's worked out well for me. One troublesome foe that I'd inevitably clash with someday is now gone. Now then, it's time to pick up where I left off cleaning up the trash. One asks about the Moyang clan's location. It's confirmed that they've been growing their power while disguised as a merchant guild. A figure gazes intently, their expression unreadable. Sir Tianzhou, something's approaching this way. Another replies that they sense it too, noting the fast approaching aura. One wonders if it is those Wudong bastards, calling them turtle-like fools and commenting on how quick they are this time. One declares that they'll handle the guest, instructing another to take care of the Moyang clan. The figure acknowledges the order. A figure looks up at the moon, uttering the word father. Soon, the figure's eyes glow with an eerie light. The era of the demon-ruled world will begin. A figure stands ready, a determined look on their face. The figure prepares to strike. The figure feels like all their muscles are about to snap, but they absolutely cannot let go. A figure asks if the other wants to learn their family's martial arts. The other responds with a resounding yes, but the first figure notes that this martial art was hard to obtain through persuasion. At the Sichuan assembly, all one could do was watch, a sense of helplessness washing over them. She vows to never feel that way again. Support Yonhee walks forward, her expression unreadable. The figure is revealed to be young Miss Yanjiang. A man's face is shown, his expression grim. The man asks Yonhee why she isn't busy today. Yonhee is grabbed by the arm. She is told not to be alarmed by what she is about to hear. Yonhee asks what it is. She is told that the Jigel's main house in Hubei. Yonhee is shocked to hear that it has been wiped out. She asks what? It is revealed that Yun Junghyuk, the Heaven's Brilliance demon, wiped out 3 of the 5 great families. With his resurgence, the situation in Hubei has shifted dramatically. Wudong's sword master and swordsman mobilized to stop Magwangshan, who launched a surprise attack on the Jigel family. He orders them to move one step closer. Magwangshan declares that Wudong itself will be destroyed before the sun reaches its peak. It was all they could do, Yun Junghyuk thinks, as the Jigel family was annihilated. He wonders if anyone could do anything in the face of the Heaven's Brilliance demon lord. Tang Sukjung reads the report with a grim expression. Tang Sukjung confirms that he has heard the news from Hubei, that the Jigel family has been destroyed. Baek Yongsan reflects that young Miss Yonying's decision was correct. If they'd fled from the Black Death Alliance that day, they would have been completely wiped out by Magwangshan. Tang Sukjung suggests that they'll just consider it heaven's mercy that they're still alive, but the fact that their family no longer exists under the heavens. Tang Xiaoxian finds the news unbearably painful. Yun Junghyuk apologizes for showing such disgrace. Not everything has been lost. Tang Sukjung states that there are still members of the Jigel family here in the Tang family, including themselves. As long as they're alive, it's possible to rebuild. Tang Xiaoxian says that he has yet to fulfill his promise to help those who kept their word and came to them. He'll do everything in his power to help them rebuild their family as quickly as possible. Yun Junghyuk pleads not to let him become a liar. Tang Sukjung encourages someone not to lose hope. Yun Junghyuk contemplates the sudden movements and the need to prepare. Tang Sukjung asks what the matter is. A guest from the Wudong sect has arrived, requesting to see Tang Sukjung. Yun Junghyuk thinks about the Wudong sect arriving at such a time. Tang Sukjung tells 2 people that they must be grieving deeply, so they should go and rest for now, but he needs to hear what the visitor has to say. Yun Junghyuk considers the arrival of a guest from Wudong, wondering if they are a visitor or a troublemaker. The door creaks open. Someone asks if they are from Wudong, and the visitor responds, "Yes, my name is Changyan." Changyan states that he has come to ask for the Tang family's support. Yun Junghyuk asks if Changyan is aware of the chaos currently unfolding in Hubei. Yun Junghyuk confirms that he has heard something about the Heaven's Brilliance demon lord resuming his activities, and that in such a short time, the Jigel and Moyang families have both been wiped out. The figure, eyes narrowed, declares their intention. The narration states that the righteous sects are in complete disarray. In the past, the Martial Alliance, based in Wuhan, Hubei, collapsed. The Heaven's Brilliance, a demonic force, took its place. Now, a demonic faction is openly operating in the heart of the Central Plains. A critical factor in this was the simultaneous attacks, while the Black Death Alliance annihilated 3 of the 5 great families. The Heaven's Brilliance assaulted the Martial Alliance. Even now, the righteous sects are too focused on guarding their own territories to stop this disaster. At this rate, even if the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord is somehow driven out, who will manage the disarrayed righteous forces without a central leadership? It's not my house, so why should I care? Should we just take over the charred remains? Now that I think about it, they're worse than the Black Death Alliance. I just want to live a normal life, but trouble keeps coming from all sides. Maybe I should manage the righteous sects myself. First, we need to re-establish a central leadership to replace the fallen alliance. That's a good idea. Does this mean you'll cooperate with us? Not for now. Assisting Kunlun and the joint sect in attacking the demonic cult takes priority. The fight against Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord will come after that. However, someone will need to oversee both fronts and respond to the situation as it unfolds. One of the figures states that they will allow them to, before another figure interjects, declaring that the center will be in Sichuan. The other figure responds, stating that they will establish. After the declaration of the young lord, the creation of the Second Murim Alliance progressed rapidly. Under Jigul Changshan's leadership, buildings were constructed. With the general administration's swift land acquisitions, the land prices in Sichuan skyrocketed. The soaring prices brought continuous laughter to the general administration. Thus, the second alliance of the righteous faction, the Righteous Heaven Alliance, was born. Shortly after its establishment, the Righteous Heaven Alliance began a large-scale recruitment of talents. Heroes of the world, come to the Righteous Heaven Alliance in Sichuan. And these are the people gathered to join the alliance? The crowd gathers. As expected, I didn't think it would escalate to this extent. Isn't the young lord the famed figure who restored the crumbling Tang family by driving out the Black Death? He wonders if the alliance is truly making it the heart of Sichuan. They've even come up with a title for the young lord. Tang Youmyong considers the title. Tang Youmyong thinks the title suits him, though it's a bit embarrassing. Tang Youmyong thinks the title, the Venomous Sword Dragon, is not bad. Jigul Changshan states that since Tang Youmyong founded the Righteous Heaven Alliance, no one would object if he declared himself its leader. Tang Youmyong replies that is not for certain, as the Righteous Heaven Alliance focuses on eradicating demonic forces. Jigul Changshan wonders if everyone gathered there shares the same intention, adding that there are bound to be those with ulterior motives. Tang Youmyong thinks he needs to make them recognize his authority. The crowd murmurs. 3 figures stand in the distance, their discussion unheard. The man observes. As expected, the young lord's predictions are spot on. It's almost as if you foresaw this. Once the entry procedures were completed, representatives of the major sects came to meet the young lord. The man states, rumors tend to grow on their own, young lord, while we know you are exceptional for your age. No one has witnessed you defeating the Black Death Alliance's leader, so we'd like you to prove it through a duel. The man continues, putting the leader's position on the line, of course. Tang Sukjung thinks to himself, to think they'd use such a pretext to aim for the leadership. It's utterly absurd. In this era of unceasing conflict, caused by the unprecedented rise of the demonic forces, Sichuan, where the Black Death Alliance's leader resided, had been relatively free of demonic invasions. However, now that the leader is gone, Sichuan has become an unclaimed land. It has turned into a coveted territory, ripe for a new power to take root. If someone were to claim the leader's position, not only would they gain the Black Death Alliance's legacy, Tang Sukjung continues to muse, but also the allegiance of countless sect disciples within the alliance. Thinking of it that way, one might find the courage to take the risk. Let's hope this duel teaches them their limits. A new voice declares, I am John of Shaolin. Youmyong Dang is told, treat this duel as a real fight. Tang Youmyong considers the challenge. Even with the title of the Venomous Sword Dragon, penetrating the true indestructible Vajra body is impossible. The figure glows with golden light. This is nothing short of a declaration for you to surrender the leadership. The young lord thinks to himself, to think I'd be tested by this one so soon. John asks, are you planning to establish the alliance headquarters on MT Chongxiang as expected? Tang Sukjung responds, yes, since the Black Death Alliance has fallen and the land is vacant, so it seems suitable. Then, perhaps we should purchase the surrounding lands entirely. A man bursts into the room, exclaiming, young lord, Macinchial. Macinchial apologizes. I apologize for interrupting the meeting. However, I couldn't wait. Macinchial presents a box. To show you this. He continues, whoa, this is... Tang Youmyong observes, a dagger with such a radiant luster? He asks, have you named the weapon? Macinchial replies, yes, inspired by its white brilliance and the cold aura it exudes, I named it. A figure stands bathed in blue light, wielding a blade named White Snow Dragon Fong. Tang Sukjung eyes a dagger, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. Could it be? A voice booms, questioning whether Tang Sukjung intends to face the true indestructible Vajra body with just that. The voice continues, declaring that using only a dagger is no longer confidence, but sheer stubbornness. Then, a shockwave erupts, shaking the very foundations of the arena. A voice declares that there's no choice but to teach through experience. John stands firm, a colossal, golden fist looming behind him. The fist slams down, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The shockwaves from the strikes extend beyond the sparring arena. Even for someone in the fire realm, Master John's fist techniques are nearly impossible to endure unscathed. Tang Sukjung looks on, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. A voice cries out in disbelief, questioning what is happening. A figure with glowing green eyes wonders if this is the famed inner energy of Shaolin. It does feel different from others, a bit more auspicious, but the dagger presses forward, a surge of energy rippling around it. What? The energy infused in my fists is being torn apart? Disrupting the smooth flow of energy can break their techniques. The blade cuts through the energy, scattering it like shattered glass. The fist is torn, the Vajra body faltering under the onslaught. Impossible. The energy of the true indestructible Vajra body is being effortlessly pushed back by a dagger. How can this be? That's swordsmanship. I concede. I acknowledge my defeat. The people in the background discuss how the rumors of the young lord defeating the Black Death Alliance's leader weren't exaggerated. One wonders how the young lord of the Tang family did it. John looks up. A grand building stands tall against the sky. Tang Sukjung gazes out from a high vantage point. Tang Yonmyong is referred to as the Lord of the Alliance. Tang Yonmyong finds it strange to be called Lord of the Alliance instead of Young Lord. Tang Sukjung asks if Tang Yonmyong did not prove himself in front of countless martial artists. He adds that Tang Yonmyong will be hearing it often from now on, so he'd best get used to it. Tang Sukjung mentions that someone from the Murong clan wishes to meet Tang Yonmyong, asking if he knows of them. Tang Sukjung thought as much, but they insisted on meeting Tang Yonmyong urgently and left this message: Sword Ghost, the Herculean body, and the Force technique. Tang Yonmyong is surprised. A figure stands in a room, stating that someone came to see him. Murong Hui, Lord of the Alliance, states that he has come to ask something, even at the risk of offending him. Murong Hui inquires about the swordsmanship Tang Yonmyong displayed during today's duel. It was said to be the martial arts of the Sword Ghost, who was hailed as the greatest swordsman 200 years ago. The figure stands tall, a massive stone statue looming behind him. How is it that you, the young lord of the Tang clan, are able to use those techniques? How do you recognize the Force technique I've mastered? Did you master the Force technique with the body of an ordinary human? To recognize the cultivation method at a glance, you must have a connection to the Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghost was once a member of our Murong clan. Bottom text present. He was born the illegitimate son of the then head of the clan, and because of that, he suffered ridicule and neglect within the family. However, before he even turned 20, he mastered all of our clan's sword techniques. A lone figure stands with a sword, gazing into the distance, causing a rift over who would be the next successor. Amidst the chaos, and lacking any affection for the family, he left on his own accord. About 10 years later, he rose to fame under the title Sword. The elders sought out the Sword Ghost to persuade him to return to the main family. He left, saying his sword was not yet complete. Nevertheless, the family searched for traces of him and finally found what they were looking for: a tomb with the inscription Sword Ghost's Mausoleum. It was there that they discovered texts left behind by the Sword Ghost, and through them, they began to cultivate the Force technique, even knowing that attempting the Force technique without the Herculean body could lead to death. The strain on his body sped up his cultivation, so he could not abandon it. Besides, he believed that the Sword Ghost would have left behind a method to overcome it. However, before they could uncover that method, Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord attacked. He didn't touch any of their wealth. Instead, he interrogated them and killed their people, clearly searching for something. It has been a while. Over 10 years already, hasn't it? Of all the places I attacked, the Namgung clan was the only one I couldn't destroy. But today will be different. You'd better be ready. Sword King Namgung Jengshin's expression hardens. That defeat that day must have been a deep wound for you. Back then, I was using fist techniques, wasn't I? And now you wield a sword? Thanks to you, I came to understand the subtlety of swordsmanship, and I happened to acquire some very fine martial arts along the way. Huh, so what you're saying is, years of sword training flash before the eyes. The Sword King prepares for battle. You'll stand against me, the Sword King? That's right. He muses that someone like the Sword King is the perfect opponent. Tang Sukjung wonders whose martial arts are superior to the Sword Ghosts. Yun Junghyuk commands someone to come. Crimson energy flares around Yun Junghyuk. Blue energy surrounds Tang Sukjung. A man wonders if someone stole the Sword Ghost's martial arts. He then questions why they would intend to master them. Yun Junghyuk considers if he was the young lord of the demon sect, surely he would have already cultivated the heavenly demon divine art, the pinnacle of their martial arts. Tang Sukjung questions why someone would abandon that and learn the Sword Ghost techniques. The man asks again, inquiring about the connection. He states that he has never met him directly. However, in his childhood, a phantom sword appeared before him when he was being bullied, and that's the connection. He listens intently. Tang Sukjung suspects it was some kind of martial art the Sword Ghost left behind. It's just a theory, but in truth, he encountered an illusion of his sword and received his techniques. Yun Junghyuk asks if it isn't said that only those with the Herculean body can learn it. Tang Sukjung replies that he wasn't born with that physique. He adapted it to the Tang clan's cultivation method, so it wasn't the complete technique. Tang Sukjung continues, stating that during his battle with the Black Death Alliance leader, in truth, he encountered. And even then, it was only possible because his martial skill has surpassed the fire realm. It's not something he'd recommend for others to attempt. It seems Yun Junghyuk has come looking for a way to overcome the force technique, but Tang Sukjung would advise him to abandon his current cultivation method entirely. Tang Sukjung states that he realized that his clan's method could accommodate the force technique's properties. He adds that even in his past life, he knew little about his master and never expected to learn of his origins like this. Before he took up the sword, his life was meaningless. That's why his name now is simply Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghost states that Yun Junghyuk has yet to define himself. He gave him a name, yet never revealed his own, not even as he lay dying. Yun Junghyuk wonders if Tang Sukjung knows the Sword Ghost's real name. Tang Sukjung says that this might sound like a strange coincidence, but the Sword Ghost's name was also Murong Yeonmyeong. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Yun Junghyuk considers the implications of this information. Tang Sukjung states that no matter what, they are comrades who have practiced the same martial arts. Yun Junghyuk thinks that he also wishes to overcome the force technique and take revenge on Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. Yun Junghyuk says that he can't just let Tang Sukjung leave, and that he will help him achieve the result he desires. A towering pagoda pierces the sky, its many tiers a testament to ancient craftsmanship. A bloodied hand lies limp on the stone floor, a sword resting beside it, its blades stained crimson. Tang Sukjung lies on the ground, his face contorted in a silent scream, blood splattered across his chest. The camera focuses on the bloody body of Tang Sukjung. That day, Tang Sukjung reflects, he shouldn't have let that bastard escape. A figure stands over the fallen Tang Sukjung, sword in hand. Tang Sukjung thinks to himself that he only held back because it would have been a waste to kill him with his fist technique. Yun Junghyuk states that the biggest wall standing in his way has now crumbled, and with this, the advent of the demonic world draws ever closer. The building was wiped out overnight. The news spread rapidly to Mount Hua and Mount Zhongnan, Wudong and Shaolin. A warning is issued to all remaining righteous factions of the danger, as the news spread far and wide. A figure calls out to his master. Two figures clash, swords atop a pagoda, while below, Tang Yeonmyeong observes the scene. Tang Yeonmyeong gazes intently, his expression unreadable, until it reached the Righteous Heaven Alliance. It hasn't been long since the Jigul and Moyong families were annihilated. To think even the great Namgung family has fallen. They might have been attacked from multiple sides. Could there be other masters who've reached the extreme demon realm besides the Dark Lord of Destruction? From what we've confirmed, all of the Dark Lord's extreme demon masters are assigned to the three demonic. The three demonic houses? They're the demonic families created by the Dark Lord after overthrowing existing clans. In my opinion, there was likely no joint attack as you suspected, Master. To be precise, they're families that voluntarily submitted to the Dark Lord and were reorganized. Especially the Shangshi Hua family, which is said to have two extreme demon masters assigned to it. They were likely positioned with Mount Zhongnan and Mount Hua in mind. Including the Dark Lord himself, there are at least 5 extreme demon masters, but the Sword King has mastered the mysteries of weight. Once inside his domain, even formidable warriors can't move due to the overwhelming pressure. Even if the opponent's prowess allows him to face the Sword King alone, if he is at the flowering state or extreme demon level, their movements are restricted inside. Moreover, even without his weighty sword skills, he's still the world's greatest swordsman of this era. A simple joint attack wouldn't determine the outcome against someone like him. My thoughts are, the Dark Lord must possess the martial. At least 5 extreme demon masters plus the Dark Lord who defeated the Sword King? Given that this might not even be the full extent of their forces, the situation looks very grim. The original plan was to help Kongtong and Kunlun deal with the demonic sect first, then join forces to take down the Dark Lord. If the battle lines have solidified, should we strike at the Dark Lord first? But they need to be able to hold out while we fight the Dark Lord. Losing the initiative has made things complicated from the start. How should we efficiently distribute our forces? Master. Tang Sukjung commands that everyone await his orders. Yeonmyeong Dang steels himself, resolving not to show any indecisiveness as the alliance leader. A messenger bursts in, exclaiming that something terrible has happened. The messenger addresses Yeonmyeong Dang, recognizing him as the Taoist. A man reacts with shock, hearing the words Kongtong sect. His face contorts with worry. The Taoist is told to breathe and speak slowly, as something has happened to Kongtong and Kunlun. Another man pleads with Yeonmyeong Dang to save their sect. The narration reveals that Grandmaster Tihyo and the Kunlun demon immortal have fallen victim to an unknown poison. Yeonmyeong Dang's eyes widen in shock. Poison? It can't be, he thinks. A hand extends, offering something to the Taoist. What is it? He reveals that it's the killing bird flower, one of the 10 poisons. Tang Sukjung explains that even the demonic sect has masters who've reached the extreme demon realm like the flowering state, so they must be prepared. Tang Sukjung instructs him to keep this a secret from the 2nd and 5th elders. A puzzled expression crosses Yeonmyeong Dang's face as he asks why. Though they're quiet now, Tang Sukjung believes they're surely plotting schemes behind the scenes. Tang Sukjung tells the fourth elder that he'll trust and follow his orders since he's made a promise, but the other elders are different, so never let that poison fall into the hands of the other elders. Yamyang Dang asks what happened. He is asking what became of the forces. Our family sent to support your sect. What killing intent? Tang Sukjung tells him that his killing intent is too thick. Are you trying to suffocate these guys? Rein it in a bit. Tang Sukjung asks if he thinks they would be asking for help, and that they'd be hurling insults instead. He clears his throat, requesting that they listen to the situation first. Tang Sukjung apologizes, asking if he could explain the situation in more detail. He pauses, considering his words. Tang Sukjung explains that the Tang family was assigned to guard the rear, which is good for ambushes. He continues, saying that they lost contact with the Tang family and went to check. The scene shows the aftermath of a battle, with bodies strewn across a mountainous landscape. A close-up reveals a fallen warrior, his hand outstretched. The text at the top of the panel indicates that the Tianshan Mountains are rugged. Below, Yomyang Dang listens intently as Tang Sukjung suspects it was a sudden attack by at least an extreme demon master. He slams his fist on the table, declaring that he is still not convinced and wants to calmly verify the facts. Yomyang Dang asks what he means. The text reveals that the Sword Immortal and Demon Immortal were poisoned. It continues, stating that after the Tang family's forces were annihilated, the demonic sect launched their offensive. The text explains that the left and right envoys, extreme demon realm masters who were the demonic sect leaders' trusted aides, stepped forward. On their side is Grandmaster Tihyo. The text states that the Kunlun demon immortal personally took to the field. The panel shows a group of warriors, their swords drawn and ready for battle. The battle between the two of them and the left and right envoys was evenly matched. They were gradually gaining the upper hand by pushing back their demonic energy, thanks to the demon-subduing power created by Grandmaster's demon-subduing sword technique. But at that moment, an unexpected variable appeared. Tang Yomyang asks what is meant by variable. In the midst of the earth-shattering clash between Flowering State and extreme demon masters, someone suddenly intervened. And the two of them, a person who called himself the Poison Demon. They were poisoned by that person. Shortly before the full-scale war between Kunlun, the joint sect, and the demonic cult. The scene unfolds in the underground facility of the heavenly demon cult. Tang Munchan wonders where he is. Tang Munchan, suspended by his wrists, reflects on his situation. He thought he was just going to get his arm treated, but these demonic cult bastards made conditions with his grandfather. Tang Munchan thinks to himself that they better not be up to something shady. A voice speaks to Tang Munchan, noting that he is the Tang family kid who wanted his arm healed. Tang Munchan remains suspended, his expression hidden behind bandages. A woman's voice rings out, introducing herself as the demon healer who will be treating him. She says it's nice to meet him. The woman is identified as the demon healer, Baek Soyan. Tang Munchan says that Baek Soyan is the famous demon healer, and he didn't expect her to be such a young woman. He then asks if she doesn't trust him now. Baek Soyan replies, telling him not to worry, and that big sister here will take good care of him. She adds that his veins are completely wrecked, and most conventional methods won't even make a dent. She asks if he seriously pissed off the person who did this to him. Baek Soyan asks if it was a grudge, then states that the grudge is hers. A masked figure thinks that the bastard stole the position that was rightfully his. He thinks that once he fixes his arm, it won't work. She declares that she'll make sure it doesn't hurt when she does it, proposing to simply cut it off. Tang Munchan is told that while she can reconnect his veins and pathways so he can regain his martial arts, his aptitude is too low. He wonders if there is really no other way. Baek Soyan states that it's not that there isn't one. If he learns demonic arts, he could get back a normal arm and improve his lacking aptitude. Tang Munchan reflects on the idea of a member of the righteous Tang clan learning demonic arts. Baek Soyan clarifies that it's not just any demonic art. She explains that it's conditional on him learning the immortal demonic art. It's said that if one masters the immortal demonic art, they'll gain an incredible regenerative ability that allows them to regrow even if their head is cut off, making them much stronger, and regenerating their arm is easy. Tang Munchan asks if it's true that if he learns demonic arts, he can heal, and his physical aptitude will also improve significantly. Baek Soyan states that this immortal demonic art isn't something just anyone in the cult can learn. Tang Munchan asks what he must do. Baek Soyan tells him to abandon the Tang clan, stating that they've already left the Tang clan behind, clarifying that it applies to them, not to him. Baek Soyan states that he must sever all ties with the Tang clan, including his father and grandfather. Baek Soyan explains that it's a top-tier secret martial art, even within the cult. They can't allow anyone who could influence his will to remain in his life. Baek Soyan says that if Tang Munchan wants, she can send him back to his family right now, stating that the choice is his. Baek Soyan asks what he will do, wondering if that is really all it takes. Tang Munchan thinks that he has endured until now by clinging to the thought of revenge. Tang Munchan realizes that the opportunity is right in front of him. He thinks that he's already abandoned the Tang family name, so why couldn't he abandon his family too? Tang Munchan states that he'll do it gladly. The energy imbued in Tihyo's attack is interfering with his recovery. Tang Munchan thinks that normally, he would have already regenerated and returned to the battlefield. On top of that, he can't take the pain suppression pill. Tang Munchan thinks that the pain from the regeneration process would destroy his mind and drive him insane. He managed to poison several Fire Realm masters with the blood from his severed arm, but Tang Munchan is frustrated that he couldn't do more. He grits his teeth, a burning desire for revenge consuming him. Tang Munchan vows, "Until I kill that bastard, Tang Yomiang." His eyes glowing with a sinister red light, Munchan vows to master his art and repay Yeonmyeong for the humiliation he caused, fueled by the immortal demonic art. Congratulations echo as it's revealed his arm is fully healed. Who would have thought he'd have a talent for demonic arts? The cult master didn't grant him permission to learn the immortal demonic art for nothing. He never imagined such a martial art could exist. This is the immortal demonic art. He lies bound, as Baek Soyeon speaks. "It's all thanks to your treatment, demon healer. Thank you. But that aside." Baek Soyeon's expression hardens. "I told you before, your basic aptitude is lacking. It seems like the immortal demonic art suited you, but if you stay like this, that's all you'll amount to." The true strength of the immortal demonic art is its ability to modify the body without worrying about side effects. Because of that, its creator, the immortal demon, became unmatched within the cult and even dared to challenge the cult master for leadership. The point is, you'll also need to modify your body to surpass your limits. Munchan, still tied up, asks, "Why am I tied up here?" Baek Soyeon warns, "Oh, and just so you know, don't even think about following in the immortal demon's footsteps." In the end, he was killed by the cult master. But wasn't the immortal demon supposed to be invincible, capable of regenerating even if his head was cut off? The point is, you'll also need to modify your body to surpass your limits. How could someone like that be killed? The immortal demonic art is ultimately a martial art that relies on controlling demonic energy. That's why it's useless against the cult master, who dominates demonic energy itself. Read at webtoon.net for faster updates. So what exactly are you planning to do to me?" He remains bound. Baek Soyeon stands nearby, her expression unreadable. Baek Soyeon holds up a small bottle. "Right now, your immortal demonic art is only at the level where you can reattach severed limbs, a mere third level of proficiency." Tang Munchan's eyes widen as he recognizes the item. Isn't that the killing evolution needle that my grandfather has?" He asks, fear creeping into his voice. "What are you going to do with it?" Baek Soyeon smiles serenely. "I told you before, I'm going to modify you." She holds up another vial. "And I'll also fix your lacking offensive capabilities while I'm at it. Trust your big sister, okay?" Baek Soyeon's expression hardens slightly. "From now on, I'll be feeding you this poison." She continues, "Your body can be modified to take on properties similar to poison." Baek Soyeon smiles encouragingly. "Keep at it until you become an immortal poison master." A close-up reveals the horrifying effects of the poison already taking hold on Tang Munchan's face. He doubled over, violently coughing up blood. The poison continued to ravage his body. The crimson liquid splattered on the ground. He wondered if his body could even adapt to this poison. Each time he coughed up poisoned blood, his insides twisted, and he never got used to it. A subordinate approached, addressing him as Poison Master Nim. Tang Munchan turned to the subordinate. The man reported that they had captured some of the fleeing Joint Sect and Kunlun Sect members as prisoners. The prisoners were bound and seemingly helpless. Tang Munchan considered what to do with the prisoners. The Joint Sect and Kunlun Sect were doomed to annihilation anyway. Tang Munchan wondered where exactly they would even go back to if they were released, before ordering the subordinate to kill them all. Tang Munchan's red eyes glowed with malice. He would leave no hope for those who stood against him. Elsewhere, rain poured down on a desolate landscape. A group of figures ran without stopping, desperate to escape. One of the fleeing figures exclaimed that if they were caught, it would be over. Another cursed, noting that their pursuers were sticking to them like glue. At this rate, they'll be caught. The so-called Poison Master has turned the tide of the battle. The messenger they sent to Sichuan better not be late. Someone's up ahead. A lone figure stands in the distance. Eyes wide with apprehension, the pursuers draw closer. They vanished. One of the fleeing figures demands, "Master Hyunso, why are you stopping?" The enemy is right on their heels. The group continues their desperate flight. Master Hyunso declares, "I'll buy you some time. Senior brother and the Kunlun Taoist, please keep running." J. Junior brother, "It's been a while, Taoist." Master Hyunso prepares to face the pursuers, drawing upon his inner energy. One of the fleeing figures shouts, "Wait, there's something coming up ahead." Master Hyunso steels himself, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. A desperate cry pierces the air as tears stream down a bald man's face. He's arrived, they say. Standing amidst a field of corpses, a figure in white radiates a powerful aura. A man with spiky red hair asks, his expression etched with concern, "Are you all right?" The same red-haired man declares, relief washing over his features. "The reinforcements we sent for have arrived." Tang Sukjung states that both of their conditions are not good and he must take immediate action. Yamyang Dang says that fortunately, besides poisoning, there are no other external injuries, so he can handle it at his level. He adds that as time is of the essence, they should start the detoxification right now. One of the men expresses that he is fortunate that the young sect master came to assist. Another man asks that they please hold them off until the detoxification is complete. A woman with long, braided white hair exclaims that it was those two. referring to Gwangmyeong left envoy Gong Suntae. The scene shows Gwangmyeong right enjoy Hyok, Reining Xian, and others. Yamyang Dang wonders if they are the left envoy and right envoy. He heard they were supreme demon masters from the demon sect. Tang Sukjung says he needs about half a minute for the detoxification, so please buy him some time. One of the men asks if they should just fight among themselves. The woman with long, braided white hair thinks about detoxification. She realizes that support has come from the Tang family. A figure asks if they think he'll give them time for detoxification. A sword is shown. Warriors stand ready, their weapons glinting in the dim light. The man grits his teeth, declaring that he doesn't have time for this. The man states that they will fight with their lives on the line, leaving it to someone else. A figure kneels in the rain, seemingly defeated. Warriors stand ready, their weapons glinting in the light. The man clenches his fists, a determined look on his face. John declares that if that's all it takes, he will hold on with all his might. The great respected master, John, stands firm. The Righteous Heaven Alliance headquarters. A voice asks if they are saying they won't send troops to Xinjiang, and another voice responds that dispersing forces ambiguously would instead create a favorable situation for the enemy. The men discuss the situation, considering whether they can oppose the Dark Lord with the remaining personnel after sending troops to Xinjiang. Donghoon, flanked by another man, asks if Kongtong and Kunlun are to be abandoned as they are. Tang Sukjung replies, stating that they will not be abandoned. Donghoon says that losing Kongtong and Kunlun, which have masters of the transformation realm, would be a significant blow both morally and practically. Yun Junghyuk states that he will go to Xinjiang directly with a special detachment. Yun Junghyuk continues, saying that while he is gone, he entrusts the control of all Righteous Heaven Alliance forces to military commander Zhuge. He adds that he will do as ordered. Tang Sukjung replies that if the alliance leader, who is the pillar of the alliance, leaves the front line, the members' morale will drop. Tang Munchan adds that the alliance leader is their greatest military strength. Yun Junghyuk explains that going to Xinjiang is the best way to deal with both sides without dispersing their forces. He adds that if the two masters are suffering from poison, he should step forward since he can perform detoxification. Yun Junghyuk asks about taking Tang Sukjung with him. Donghoon replies that he will do as ordered. Though the alliance leader's martial prowess is undoubted, shouldn't they prepare for sudden attacks during the detoxification process? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a landscape. Tang Sukjung offers to step forward since he can perform detoxification. Tang Yeonmyeong is shown. Energy crackles around a hand, the power building. Shaolin's secret technique, the Vajra indestructible divine body, is put into action. The man with white hair acknowledges, indeed, a great respected master. The bald man declares, that reputation wasn't earned for nothing. A voice states that there's no way to break through in just half a minute. That's not all. The voice continues, adding that the fleeing Kunlun and Kongtong bastards have gained morale and are holding their ground. The scene shifts to a figure surrounded by green energy. The voice muses, as if they truly believe that young master will perform the detoxification. Tang Sukjung states, first, we should break through the Vajra indestructible body of the great respected master. The white-haired man replies, indeed, so you're planning to use that technique. The bald man understands. He thinks, you think I'll let you pull off such tricks? Demon fire begins to swirl. Tang Sukjung says, buy us some time, left envoy. I will refine the demon energy. The demon energy intensifies, swirling with dark intent. The white-haired figure, eyes wide with rage, bellowed, come at me all you want, you damn monk. I'll burn this whole area to the ground. Below, a monk lies prone, having absorbed the poison. He thinks, though I successfully absorbed the poison using the poison absorption technique. The monk continues, because time has passed since they were poisoned, both of their blood vessels are severely damaged. Especially Elder Taeho is in such a state that returning to the front line is impossible for now. Yun Junghyuk's face is shown in close-up. He thinks, and this poisons energy, though I hoped it wasn't. A hand holds a vial. The text reads, it is undoubtedly the energy of one of the Tang clan's 10 poisons. A figure in the crowd thinks, considering the agreement I have with Elder Sa, the possibility of him being a traitor is extremely low. Another figure in the crowd wonders, so, are those guys the traitors after all? A ghostly figure is shown. The text reads, then what is the identity of that so-called poison demon? I heard that even the blood from the arm cut off by Elder Taeho was filled with poison energy. Yun Junghyuk's face is shown again. He thinks, could it be that these guys colluded with the demon sect to create an existence at the level of poison mastery? A figure thinks, I have a bad feeling about this. For now, I must finish the emergency treatment and join Master John. The scene shows a distorted image of a figure. Yun Junghyuk looks up, a concerned expression on his face. He asks, what is this now? The elder stands, his back to the unseen threat, a palpable tension radiating from his posture. Tang Sukjung's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. How can there be such a ferocious energy? He wonders aloud. The elder's expression darkens. It's like the energy of a monster that isn't human. A surge of dark energy coalesces around a blade, the dark evil god demon sword. Tang Sukjung's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes blazing with golden light. Do you think your mere Vajra indestructible technique can resist the power of this evil god? The air crackles as Tang Sukjung gathers his energy, preparing to unleash his full power. A hand emerges, wreathed in hellish demonic earth prison flame. Burning void explosive demonic flame erupts, filling the space with raw, untamed power. Tang Sukjung assumes a battle stance, golden energy flaring around him like a protective aura. His eyes burn with unwavering resolve, a silent promise of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He stands, the dark, ominous black, evil god demon, sword held aloft, radiating malevolent energy. A voice cries out, "Master," as Yun Junghyu prepares to unleash the sword's power. Tang Sukjung focuses his energy, attempting to restore the damaged blood vessels. Tang Sukjung worries that the lives of those he is trying to protect hang in the balance, trusting only in his abilities. The alliance leader is told to focus on healing. Having lost an arm, the figure declares that he can endure more for the sake of the others. The two figures react to the immense power. The arm is just the beginning, the figure thinks, as he prepares to burn and tear apart his entire body. He wonders what this energy could be. The figure observes that the other is without a doubt powerful, but not a spirit master, wondering how such a thing is possible. The immense power is revealed. The small dragon wonders if evil spirit energy is erupting from his sword. Tang Yomiang wonders if half a gak has ever felt this long. There's no sign of the enemy numbers decreasing, even though Master John is holding on with one arm. Even he will soon reach his limit. Everyone is exhausted from fleeing all night. He is barely able to hold his sword. Tang Yomiang wonders if they can endure until Sage Sabuk and Ma Xian arrive. Are they detoxicated? Someone says to step back, stating that he will handle this from now on. Someone wonders about the young master. Contrary to what they expected, they were able to successfully break free from the poison quickly. It's all thanks to everyone who risked their lives to hold out until now. So now, he says, let's put in. It's impressive that you held out even after losing an arm. However, once you die, the entire momentum of the Righteous Alliance will be crushed. The air crackles with unseen energy. The master's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. Darkness looms, a sense of foreboding filling the air. John's eyes widen in surprise. What? His master's subordinates lie defeated, their bodies strewn across the ground. All my subordinates. Two surviving subordinates whisper amongst themselves. Were taken down in one go. Was there such a skilled swordsman among them? We should be careful, Left Commander. John bows his head. I apologize, Master. A hand reaches out, its purpose unclear. Did I arrive too late? The master's eyes gleam with anticipation. No, you're here already? Does this mean you've completed the detoxification? John's expression hardens. When did you? Yes, thanks to you, Master. The bald man with the prayer beads around his neck states that their desperate resistance was worth it. The young man with reddish-brown hair stares intently, his expression unreadable. The bald elder acknowledges the young master, correcting himself to call him Lord of the Alliance. The robed figure vows to make amends for his shameful words and actions by exterminating the demon path within the Righteous Heaven Alliance. The man in the white robe is described as a person without flaws in both character and ability. The elder with the top knot senses that the energy from them doesn't match the master's internal energy. The young man with reddish-brown hair reflects, wondering if he judged too quickly by only looking at their energy. He had promised himself not to make such misjudgments again. The elder with the top knot and the woman with the updo acknowledge that the loss is great. The young man with reddish-brown hair vows to make up for Master John's lost arm. The young man's eyes glow with an intense light. The man with slick-back hair declares that killing just the two of you is far from enough. The air crackles with energy. A surge of power erupts. The energy intensifies. The white-haired figure exclaims, "How can this be? We, who are at the extreme demon realm level and our sect's greatest fighting force." The white-haired figure continues, "Are being pushed back by a mere youngster with a dagger?" The white-haired figure thinks, to think such a master existed among the righteous faction. Just what is this guy's true identity? The white-haired figure is surrounded by a powerful aura. More energy is released. The energy intensifies further. The white-haired figure admits, "I must admit, ordinary techniques are meaningless against him." The white-haired figure states, "We'll have to fight using absolute techniques. Let's see if your momentum still remains after taking this." The white-haired figure prepares an ultimate technique, Demon Fire Great Sun. Another figure asks, "Left Commander, do you intend to blow this entire place up? If something like that strikes down, this whole area will become a wasteland." Sword technique. Piercing. The light intensifies, blinding those who dare to look. Whoa, you, who exactly are you? Unprecedented genius exists even in the righteous faction, comparable to a small sect leader. Although there's no need to explain to those who are about to die, I'll specially tell you. Do you mean someone like a once in 1,000 years? The young lord of the Sichuan Tang sect, and the alliance leader of Righteous Heaven Alliance. Then this person is the venomous sword dragon? Tang Sukjung asks, concerned, how John's arm is. John replies that he has stopped the bleeding. More importantly, he says, Tang Sukjung was remarkable. Tang Sukjung says that he should have been more careful in dealing with the situation. John raises his remaining arm, the stump glowing faintly. He states that it makes him feel the loss of one arm was worth it. Tang Sukjung says that even though they call them a fallen righteous sect, they are fortunate to have someone like Master John. Tang Sukjung notes, however, that ominous energy hasn't subsided since earlier. John replies that even though they're dead, their killing intent seems to remain. Tang Sukjung says that they should eliminate that energy before they leave. Tang Sukjung continues, stating that Shaolin's Buddhist secret techniques have the power to purify impurities, and that they can easily eliminate ordinary demon energy. The monk prepares to act. John urges someone to stop the old man before he touches the energy. He clarifies that the energy is coming from the sword, not the corpse. A surge of crimson energy crackles intensely. A hand reaches out towards the swirling energy. Tang Sukjung's eyes widen in surprise. The crimson energy pulses with violent intent. The energy converges around a sword, crackling with dark power. A figure stands poised, gripping the glowing sword. A voice calls out, asking if the master is all right, expressing relief that the alliance leader helped. The crimson energy continues to surge, writhing like a living thing. Even though he swung with all his energy force, it won't disappear. The moment he brought his Buddhist energy to the sword, that demon-arousing energy devoured the true energy instead. It's a strong, vengeful spirit. Buddha-killing energy. Just what is that? A figure stands before a massive, spectral entity wreathed in crimson energy. The form is taking shape. Tang Sukjung states that he thought it was strange, but couldn't be sure, but now he's certain. Someone asks if the other knows what that is, before stating that it's a Kimamorio, but not an ordinary one. If a normal Kimamorio is born from a single grudge accumulated over a long time, it is revealed that this one was created by binding hundreds or thousands of grudges and sealing them into the sword. Tang Sukjung explains that in other words, it's an artificially created Kimamorio, except for special cases like Yamyang Dang or Muyingik. Even those shaman practitioners were forbidden from forcefully creating Kimamorio. Tang Sukjung says that it seems someone in the demon sect is continuing the shaman practitioner lineage. Moreover, someone who breaks taboos and uses any means necessary. Against heaven. Tang Sukjung stood ready, his blade gleaming with a faint, ethereal light. The monstrous being roared, its voice a guttural challenge that echoed through the desolate landscape. Its massive arm, a grotesque parody of flesh and bone, tensed, ready to strike. Tang Sukjung moved with practiced ease, the blade a silver blur in his grip. The air crackled with energy as he prepared to unleash his attack. As expected, I can't even feel it being cut, Tang Sukjung thought, a throbbing sensation the only indication of the monster's attack. The monster stood, seemingly unfazed. Moreover, that thing ignores the physical attacks it receives, yet its own physical attacks work. Tang Yonmyang stood with the dragon-like creature, its gaze intense. The creature asked, "Why not let me handle it instead?" It continued, Do you have a way? You seem to have forgotten since you've been using me as a poison energy supplement." The dragon-like creature revealed that I'm an evil spirit who's lived for over 1,000 years. The evil spirit's form shimmered with ancient power. All of a sudden, a mist begins to roll in. Tang Sukjung squints, his vision blurring. A creature with multiple red eyes stares ahead. A figure with white hair watches. Many eyes watching. Finish it quickly. The dragon-like creature looks on. The dragon-like creature acknowledges the command. Understood. The multi-eyed creature stands tall. The multi-eyed creature speaks. For a newly born creature, your level is quite impressive. You've surpassed the level of an ordinary evil spirit. The multi-eyed creature continues, its red eyes glowing. But you're no match for me, who has accumulated power for over 1,000 years. The multi-eyed creature declares, you too shall become nourishment for my power. The multi-eyed creature looms. Meanwhile, a figure asks, Alliance leader, are you hurt anywhere? He acknowledges that the fog was the young master's energy technique. Tang Sukjung notes that it is similar to an energy technique, deciding to remain vague about it. He then wonders what the demon sect created. Another man states that it might not be all of it, asking for clarification. Tang Sukjung tells the other man to take the people and return first. Tang Yomyang is told that the alliance leader has already managed to eliminate their key forces and should be satisfied with this. A grotesque creature with multiple eyes and a gaping maw is shown, with a note that it is not susceptible to normal attacks. Another man notes that he had to use energy techniques instead of sword strikes, though it wasn't really his energy technique. He adds that it seems someone from the demon sect is forcibly creating evil spirits. The other man states that there are multiple entities like the one they saw today, and that they should assume the demon sect's forces are still intact. He adds that they haven't identified the small poison demon yet. A figure shrouded in purple energy is shown, with a note that it is an evil spirit. Tang Yonmyang thinks that if it's really someone connected to the Tang family, he needs to handle it himself. Another man states that it might sound reckless, but he thinks now, when there's a gap in their main forces, is there a chance to deal a decisive blow to them. Another man stammers, saying that if there's a decisive blow to them, he understands the alliance leader, however. Tang Sukjung tells the other man to please be extremely cautious and act with prudence, alliance. He states that he will return. Tang Sukjung and another figure walk away, presumably to carry out their task, leaving a cloud of dust behind them. One of the men laughs, saying he knows Tang Yomyang won't listen if he tries to stop him. He then asks who in the demon sect could pose a threat to the alliance leader. A man says to gather the patience and head back, though he admits he is worried. The men discuss how many extreme demon masters they have, not to mention the demon sect leader. A close-up shows the alliance leader. Tang Youmyong walks forward. A man asks that someone return safely without fail. The scene shifts to Xinjiang, the heavenly demon sect headquarters. Someone approaches the headquarters. It is announced that the small poison demon is entering. Someone is congratulated for achieving great merit on the battlefield and is addressed as Lord Demon. The woman observes that Tang Munchan is finally starting to look like a proper demon disciple. The man asks if he should call his father now, referring to the Poison Master Yang family head. Another man states that the Poison Master Yang family head has been supporting their sect and will guarantee Tang Munchan's status from now on. Tang Munchan expresses his gratitude for protecting his status. The man reminds Tang Munchan that he abandoned the Tang family and can't use the Tang surname anymore, stating that he intends to adopt him as his son, so from now on, he'll live as Yang Munchan. Tang Munchan responds affirmatively, calling him father. The man expresses his delight in having such a reliable son. Tang Munchan says he is always grateful to the family head for accepting someone as inadequate as him. Tang Munchan thinks to himself that the response is boring. The man asks what reward he would like. Tang Munchan says he was thinking of requesting the divine body technique, noting that the Kunlun best lord's body techniques were impressive. Tang Munchan thinks to himself that it's right he's never had one. The man responds that the divine body technique is good. But Baek Soyan suggests something else instead of such a boring thing. For instance, something like the original reverse blood demon technique. It's what the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord's forces used when they invaded the Tang family in the past. A demonic technique that explodes one's potential, multiplying their strength for a short time. But isn't it dangerous when the internal energy runs? Divine techniques are so common in our sects out, you die or fall into demonic possession. That might be true for an ordinary demon disciple, but you've mastered the immortal demon technique, haven't you? Think about it. The reverse blood demon technique that costs your life, and the immortal demon technique that prevents death. If you combine the two, wouldn't the result be incredible? If we combined two contradictory martial arts techniques. A flag waves in the wind over the military camp. Oh, you were here, strategist. I came up to double-check the troop formations. You're working hard. Thanks to the quick mobilization of military forces. One man asks if the alliance leader and Master John have met, referring to the people from Kunlun. A man responds with a simple, well. Another man states that they're not too late, suggesting that if the alliance leader treats the two Taoists and brings them back to the front line, things will be all right. The text explains that the alliance will have a total of 6 flowering state masters. It also notes that the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord has 5 extreme demon masters, so maintaining their forces will greatly reduce the pressure. The man states that until the alliance leader joins them, they should just keep the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord in check while preserving their strength. A close-up of Jiggle Changshin's face is shown. Tang Youmyong is running. The text states that he would also return after doing something earth-shattering. However, Jiggle Changshin